Okay, so that was my mistake. So thank you so much for pointing that out. So Vera, I think then what I will ask you is this. Really quickly, in your opinion then, how can you, because you said you're an action activist, so tell me, how do we measure progress of sustainable urban development? And thanks for that, Maurice. And sorry about that, Vera.
No problem. So it's a tough question, but I think an important one. And I'm very conscious that we don't have much time. But I think we also don't have much time as a continent. We talked about 2050 and the need to accelerate progress. We know our population will more than double by the time we get to 2050. We will also have 4 new megacities. So Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, Khartoum, and Luanda will have 10 million plus people. Lagos will be a megacity, 20 million plus people. We currently have 800 secondary cities of 10,000 to 1 million. There are going to be thousands of more cities like that. We have to be talking about measuring progress now, but very conscious about the fact that we are in this space which is really, really complex and that we have to address at the present. So I have, I think one thing you'd said, and I think hopefully this leads back to some of what other people are saying, is the need to be bold in terms of how to measure progress, making sure we set ourselves some really ambitious targets about where we want to get to. How do we measure that? We set up a baseline. We need to know where we are now. So I think some of that work is going on, and then start to set up ambitious targets that drive us towards that sustainable urban development. If you're a small NGO, you measure your individual projects. If you're a large city, invest now in understanding the impact of what you need to build. And then continuously measuring yourself against that ambitious target. And then some examples at these different scales. So I think at macro scale, so for example, we have a few cities representatives here. There are multiple frameworks around the continent that are talking about sustainable urban development or resilience, whether it's done by the UN, whether it's done by private organizations such as ARAP, who have been measuring resilience for the last 15 years. The UNCSD are doing some work. The World Green Building Society is really, really pushing towards certification and things like that. So at city level, I think there's a lot going on. And the aspects of inclusion are absolutely critical. So what you spoke about and making sure we do not leave the urban poor out of that conversation, because they are the majority. In a city like Nairobi, 70% of Nairobi lives on 5% of the land. Are they represented? Are we really making sure we think about them? And then the second piece on that, and this is more towards the micro, and I think this is one of the reasons when I rejoined ARAP, because I used to work at ARAP before, is the really big ambition that we have as an organization, and where we made a commitment at COP26 to undertake whole life costing on all our buildings projects. What that means is that early last year, we developed an innovative platform to understand the whole life carbon footprinting of the work that we are doing, and thousands of our engineers are actually measuring what the whole life carbon emission for the buildings that we are designing, what that actually looks as to mean. And so we've essentially estimated our carbon handprint, let me call it that, and we can quantify the scales of emissions arising from our global building design, and then be able to set that baseline to be able to move towards a target. And then I think the final thing, I think, and this is just one thing that I think will be really, really, really important, is to start to think a little bit about how we get to that breakthrough process. How do we get to that 40% reduction in embodied carbon by a certain stage? How do we make sure that we are extending our commitments to whole life carbon emissions, not just for buildings, but towards a wider infrastructure and getting towards green infrastructure? In conclusion, I think, and I'll re-highlight what I said, I think let's be bold. 10 years ago, no one was measuring sustainability. 10 years from now, we need to be able to do that in a very, very resilient way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So parting shot, 30 seconds. What do we need to do for the Africa we want? Go.
Get the young people to be heard and to be visible. They have ideas that are actually much more uncolored by our experiences of the past, that maybe fear and all that. Let's get them on. Why is that important? Because part of what we are looking at is well-being. And if you look behind you, when we have the home equals, it's because of the numbers. It's about the people. Those 238 million people that I was talking about, They're just not statistics. These are human beings. So home equals comfort for them. Home equals security. Home equals well-being and longer lives. With all that, we then begin to say, what do we need to do to ensure longer lives? It's got to be inclusive. It's got to be about partnerships. It's got to be equitable so that their voices are actually included in that. But ultimately, I would say, let us be radical. And radical means, Nasra, even when you are talking about financial inclusion and bankability, that we've got to even disrupt that concept of bankability. Let us not approach it from the perspective, yes, my brother, like, what are we using to define bankability? Because some concepts or some measurements have been too conservative. I think we've got to have a higher risk appetite if we are going to get something that is different. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vera, try to be 30 seconds. Try. Thank you.
I will. I think about where the world will be in 2050. I have a 2.5-year-old. He will be 25, 26, maybe started a family of his own. He'll be one of 2.5 billion Africans. The Africa I want is an Africa that thrives for that young man. That's what I want.
Thank you so much. Doc?
Okay, we won't talk about bankability today. Two things. There's power in how we frame issues. If you frame something to be a risk, you tend to deal with it as more of solving a problem. If you frame the same thing to be an opportunity, your perspective, your systems building, your relationship building, everything changes. And it's the same problem we've had in Africa. We're doing everything to say we're reducing poverty as opposed to building wealth, because they're not exactly the same, and it's very important. Now, and I'm hoping that we can begin to see our cities as a center of opportunities in doing things differently going forward. Again, like I said, look, if there's any sector that has the best opportunity for both mitigation and adaptation, it is the built environment. It is the built environment. So how do we use that opportunity to scale up access to climate finance is very important. Secondly, I also don't want us to think about the fact that we don't have money. We do have money. But what we do have also in Africa is we have a lot of dormant capital. When you hear about the quantum of resources sitting in pension funds and that. So how do we turn most of our dormant capital in Africa to productive capital that we can use our own resources to be able to do that? The last point, please, we have to learn the language of money. You may not like the word bankability, but you can't do without it. So we need to educate our people more about the language of money. Thank you.
Thanks. Last but not least, Tony.
Yeah. So, sorry, I don't know who said that. It's like if we do the same thing over, it will have the same result. I don't know if it was Einstein or something. So for me, talking to what I was talking about earlier, I mean, we've done national projects before. We've tried to change system. We have done all of these things. And we need to, for me, pilot, like be innovative in the way we have some institutional mechanisms, how we do partnerships, how do multi-sector partnerships, to have probably action research, to be innovative and to pilot new ways of working together, new ways of putting national projects and implementing these projects together and learn from it like an action research and pilot it, and then when it works and scale it. Because I mean, I've seen it often and often, it's the same issues we have with national projects, the same challenges, the same feedback, and we need to change how we do national projects. And to get the Africa we want, we need to be innovative, and we need to try new things, and we need to reflect about it and be agile, like we use in technology, so we can find the right thing for right framework, right governance model, right institutional mechanism for our country to deliver Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in summary, we need to learn the language of money. We need to make sure the youth are part and parcel of this conversation. We need to think about the future now, and we need to learn how to do things differently. But I also want to say we need to have strong follow-through. Ambition is good, but implementation is more important, because in as much as ambition gets us into the door, implementation makes us build that house, which will eventually build us the Africa we want. My name is Nasra Nanda. I was your moderator this morning. Thank you so much for your time. I will ask that we do two things. One, I would like a picture with the panelists. That's the first picture. And the second one with all of you as a thank you that you joined us, so that we can share it with you. Thank you so much for your time. Really quickly, guys. Thank you.
bathroom or something? Yeah, I'll wait. No, like, let's say 5 minutes. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go, yeah. Let her put it up and then we'll go. Why, do you want to go get something? Like a drink or something? Hi everyone. If you could maybe just take your seats, the next session is going to start in 1 or 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to ACS, East Africa Climate Summit, and to this Reaching Net Zero for African Businesses. We're very privileged to have distinguished speakers here today, as well as delegates from across the globe. So we're very excited for the conversation today. I have the privilege of being your moderator for today. I'm Mahesh Pillai, so I'm an associate director at PwC, and I'm the Africa Business Engagement Lead with the High Level Climate Champions. Just in terms of the agenda for today, we're going to have me give you a bit of an introduction around what is Net Zero, what is the Race to Zero campaign. We're then going to hear from our esteemed speakers. So we're going to hear from East African Breweries Limited, and we're going to hear from Airtel around how they've committed to net zero targets, their strategies, and the progress that they've made to date. We're then going to move into a panel discussion where we're going to also include and bring up to stage delegates from the African Business Council, as well as the Nairobi Security Exchange. And then we're going to move into take questions from the floor, and we're going to wrap up and close. So maybe before we get started, let me just provide some background and context into what is net zero and what does it mean from a business context perspective. So, greenhouse gases produced by companies, contribute to climate change through the greenhouse gas effect, right? In order for businesses to take action in terms of climate change, it's important for businesses to understand what is the quantum of these emissions and what is the source of them. So at a very high level, these emissions typically fit into one of three categories, either scope 1, 2, or 3. In terms of scope 1 emissions, this refers to, basically the emissions that are released into the atmosphere from the assets that we directly own and control. So it could be, your on-site generators, mining equipment, depending on your industry. If you're looking at scope 2 emissions, it's basically the emissions that are released from the assets that we, or from the assets, So for scope 2, it's the emissions that are released or produced as part of the energy that we purchase. So in the case of South Africa, we buy electricity from Eskom, and it's a coal-powered fire station, right? In terms of scope 3 emissions, that then is basically everything upstream and downstream of the supply chain, including business travel, accommodation, car hire, etc. Right? Net zero is basically about balancing the greenhouse gases that we emit into the atmosphere versus the greenhouse gases that we remove. In terms of the Race to Zero and that campaign, the Race to Zero campaign is led and chaired by the United Nations Climate Change High-Level Champions. It's a global initiative, with over 11,000 members from across the globe. And it provides clear guidance, direction, criteria around how to set net zero targets, how to implement it, and how you transition to a carbon zero future. And basically what that means is we need to be net zero by 2050 with halving our emissions by 2030. In terms of the campaign, signing up and being a member to the campaign basically demonstrates leadership in climate change for your organization's plans and commitments. And that being said, what I'd like to do now is call up to stage, our first speaker from East African Breweries. So Jane Karuku, who is our Group Chief Executive Officer, who's going to address us around her net zero strategies, the work that she's been doing and the progress to date. So if we can just give her a round of applause, that would be great.
Thank you, Mahesh. So good morning, everybody. So I'm here to talk about this very exciting topic called net zero. And thank you for translating scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. I think it's still confusing to a lot of people. So distinguished guests and my fellow colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, so very happy to be here. I'm always very proud to talk about this agenda, not because that it's an interesting one and probably a more sexy agenda as it's starting to be discussed a lot. It's also very important for the rest of us and for our future as a country. I think it's also very good that the country, Kenya, and the president decided to host this. I think if I look at the buzz around, it's similar to what we saw in COP26 and COP27, the global format, and we're hoping that we can also start competing with Global 20. Is it 28, 29 in Dubai? I also like this because we always share experiences. It is a tough thing, whenever something is new, even at TABL, we do not say that we know everything. It's something kind of like keeps morphing all the time. We are learning from ourselves and we are learning from each other. But luckily we are a global company, so we also learn from ourselves internally in the organization. But I can say and confirm that we are very aligned to the decade of action and have a smart sustainability strategy called Society 2030, or Spirit of Progress, which is our own internal interpretation in Diageo of the ESG agenda. And this includes 3 pillars: promoting positive drinking. We need to make sure that you're enjoying our brands positively and not abusing our very good brands. Championing inclusion and diversity. We are very good on inclusion and diversity. In fact, we are very proud that our CEO, late CEO, unfortunately got knighted this year actually, because of his role in the world in championing inclusion and diversity. The third one is pioneering grain to glass sustainability, and this is what I want to talk about today. Under this pillar, we've set ambitious targets to preserve water for life, accelerate to a low carbon world, and become sustainable by design. We have distinct targets with regards to net zero. And by the way, these targets involve everybody in the organization and involves long incentive pay plans for senior employees and even bonus sort of arrangements within the total organization. So we take it very, very seriously. By 2030, we are committing to be 100% on renewable energy. And we want to partner with our suppliers to reduce by 50% our carbon, to reduce carbon by 50% in all our supply chain by 2030, and our operations by net zero 2030. So scope 1, 0, and then scope 3, reduced by 50%. So I'm getting the hang of it as I go on. So I'm very happy that we're making significant progress, and I want to share just a few statistics. So we've invested a lot. I know I came in when we were talking about bankable projects, and I do appreciate when the banks say bankable projects. We've invested a lot of money. Luckily, we generated these funds internally, so therefore we didn't have to go and discuss with banks whether they were bankable or not. But it was a decision we made as an organization. And in Kenya and Uganda and in Tanzania, we have invested in biomass boilers, and we've kicked out any HFOs, and we are using environmentally friendly inputs like macadamia husks, sugar bagasse, and we invested a total of $35 million in the plants in Kenya and Uganda. The Tanzanian is just about to kick off, and by doing this, we've reduced our carbon emissions by 42,000 tons annually in the 2 countries. In Kenya, the biomass boilers, one is in Kisumu and one is in Nairobi, were commissioned in 2002, and the later one in September, which is the Kisumu one. And Uganda became the end of 2022 was fully operational. And what we have discovered, we're also benefiting because during that time the fuel prices already skyrocketed. So we got two benefits: one of being an environmentally friendly organization, but also we cut our costs by a significant amount. I think the last count I was told was over £1 million in the year, which is quite significant amount of money. So by bringing these biomass projects into being in the business, we reduced 55.6% compared to the prior year in terms of our carbon emissions, which I think was quite good. It also implemented a state-of-the-art technology, innovative processes, which is, even in terms of the way we operate, we are learning. There are not many like those. What we have, particularly in Nairobi, just about 14 minutes from here, is a state-of-the-art facility that we don't see a lot in the country, which I think is good. So we are so proud to be thought leaders in this part, because we can invite other people to come and see what we are doing. And we are saying investing for business is also good. Investing in sustainability is also very good for business. So we're also focusing on developing new chains for locally available sustainable biomass sources. So one of the challenges we have is that we don't have a lot of agricultural residues which we can use as a biomass, and therefore we have to develop a lot of them. We are using macadamia right now, but I'm sure macadamia soon is not going to be enough. So it's upon us as a ZABL and the rest of the private sector to really develop other viable value chains to create employment and to create sustainable solutions as we go into the future. It's also important to note that this is also going to be good for the rest of the country, and we are trying to look for organizations we can partner with, for example, not for profit, to work with smallholder farmers, where we can develop even agricultural sort of shall I say materials, or not so agricultural materials which you can use in the biomass, but which will create such a big value chain, integrated value chain, because we are guaranteeing the market, especially, like I said, with smallholder farmers. We have experience in working with smallholder farmers, but we work with them in giving us a grain we use, barley or sorghum for brewing, but now we are probably going to stretch it further into the biomass. In Tanzania, our business in Tanzania, Serengeti Breweries, is also changed all their operations to using liquid propane gas, particularly on forklifts, and this has led to reduced emissions of carbon. So thank you very much, but what I want to confirm is that we are proud as a business to be net zero. I keep challenging my people. Is it this month we are going to be net zero carbon and 100% green? They are laughing. I think we'll love that day when we'll be able to shout to the world that we are that. And then I think the other thing is that we also want to be thought leaders, and my people keep writing a lot in terms of how can you do this. We also work a lot with, I know NSA is going to come later with Nairobi Stock Exchange in integrated reporting, and right now I can confirm, and probably he'll confirm, that we are all required to report every year in terms of how we are doing. And I think we call it integrated reporting, where we are doing the financial reporting. I know Mahesh is looking at me just in case I call that out wrongly. So we are doing two things: so integrated reporting with our financials and the sustainability reporting, but we also have a special sustainability report each year, just to make sure we are encouraging ourselves and we are sharing with the world how well or how not so well we are doing. But we also want to showcase how we are making ourselves accountable to the world from a sustainability perspective. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Jane. I mean, that's an amazing story. So I think I was chatting to Jane before the session, and I worked at the South African breweries, and it's not easy to decarb your supply chain. And I think the work that your team's been doing is excellent, right? So that being said, I'd like to call our next, extinguished speaker up to stage, and that is Demeji Olanyan.
Good morning. I'm extremely excited to be here to share our journey into net zero for Airtel Africa. So I work for Airtel Africa. Airtel Africa is a Pan-African telco. We operate in 14 countries in Africa. We currently have our headquarters in Dubai, but all our operations are in Africa. And what I'll just be sharing with you over the next 5 to 8 minutes is just some key highlights of our journey to net zero, or our pathway to net zero, which essentially talks about what we're doing around work scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. I don't know if somebody's got the transition in the slides. So that's our footprint, as I mentioned. We currently operate in 14 countries in Africa, in Central Africa, East Africa, and Nigeria, which actually is our biggest market. We currently have, at the end of March, we had 140 subscribers, so 140 million subscribers that call, connect on our network every day. About 51 million of these subscribers use data on a daily basis. And we have also, because we also play in the fintech space, we have about 31 million subscribers who use our money service platform to transfer money across the continent on a daily basis. So that's our footprint. The other thing that we're extremely proud of is this is a company that has 2.6 million touch points. So we're talking about retailers, we're talking about resellers, we're talking about people who are directly involved or a part of our value chain, and these are people who are able to earn a living or some part of their living just by their association with Airtel company. So that's the business. Next slide, please. Let me just also mention that in most of the markets, we're either number 1 or number 2. So we're quite a significant player also on the continent. This is just to give you a snapshot of where we're coming from. But I think, let me anchor this. Our motto, our purpose as a company is really around transforming lives. And what does that mean to us? We operate on a continent that is significantly behind when it comes to some of the development metrics. One of the things we're so proud of is the fact that we're able to connect the unconnected. And that's a journey that we've been on over the last 10 years. And that's a place we've made significant progress. If you look at the statistics across Africa, there's still a large population that is unbanked. One of the things that we're doing with our Airtel Money platform is we're able to bring a lot of people into some financial inclusion, and that's also obviously making a significant difference on the platform. And then ultimately, we all know this, the world is becoming very digital, and what we're doing obviously is we're also enabling, with our connectivity, we're enabling a lot of that digitization to happen, and we're ultimately bridging that divide that we have across the continent. So this is where we are. If you look at 2019, I'm just using this to give you an idea of how fast-paced this business is, and how we're able to bring people into this ecosystem. In 2019, we had about 99 million subscribers. In the last 3 years, we've grown that to 140 million. We believe that over the next 5 years, that number will continue to grow significantly. And what does this mean for us? This means that the business is growing rapidly. Our business is one that is reliant on technology. We've got to put base masks out there. We've got to put technology equipment out there. And we're definitely, with all those equipment, we have a carbon footprint that we also need to be careful about how we watch our carbon footprint. So this is just to give you an idea of the scale of the business and how rapidly the telco space in Africa is growing. Next slide, please. So this is our journey towards net zero. We actually started, I believe, in 2019 by publishing our strategy. What we then did was we got working with consultants and working with the right people. We actually then did an audit, a full audit of the entire business. As I said, we work in 14 countries. Now, let me also mention that our focus with the audit was first of all focused on scope 1 and 2. Now, we define scope 1 and 2 as emissions that are directly, that we have control over. And then we define scope 3 as all the emissions that we have as a result of our upstream operations. And this is largely through partners that we work with. And so over the last 2 years, we've published our journey to net zero strategy. And I believe in late last year, 2022, we then came out and then made a commitment on our scope 1 and scope 2. So we've now made a commitment to our investors. Let me also mention that we're listed on the on the London Stock Exchange. We're actually the biggest African company that is listed on the UK, the London Stock Exchange, and we're actually part of the FTSE 100. And so what that obviously also does is there's a lot of reporting requirements, governance requirements from an ESG perspective, which we also have to continuously meet. But just to give you the numbers, after that extensive study, what we've done is we've made a commitment to our investors and, that we will reduce our scope 1 and scope 2. Now, let me make it clear. What we've committed to is to reduce intensity by 62%. So intensity means that for every, we're actually basing it to a particular number and not to the absolute number. So what we've committed to is a 62% reduction in scope 1 and 2 by 2032. What that translates to actually for us is a 54% reduction in absolute terms. We're currently working on our scope 3, and we will be publishing our scope 3 strategy very soon. But essentially, that piece of the work involves working with our suppliers, with our vendors, in coming back with a commitment, understanding what's out there, and then ultimately coming back on a commitment on that. However, we're very clear. As a company, we want to be net zero by 2050. That is the commitment that we're still holding ourselves accountable to. Next slide, please. So I've spoken about this, but this is our focus. I don't want to spend too much time because I guess we're going to go into a bit of a discussion. But clearly our focus around scope 3, ultimately, is about looking at the equipment we're buying to make sure we're now buying equipment that uses significantly lower energy. We're looking for equipment that is reliant on renewable sources. And we're also, one of the key things that we believe will drive our success, particularly in scope 3 and scope 2, is partnerships. It's partnerships. This is not something we can do on our own, and so we're actively seeking partnerships and have actually started that journey with a few partners, and we believe that that's a critical component of being able to achieve this journey. Next slide. So this actually talks about 2 partnerships that have kicked off already. So ATC, American Towers, these are the companies that have the towers that carry our telco equipment. One of the things we've done with them, we've gone into a partnership with them. So what happens is the towers belong to these companies, to ATC. ATC powers the towers. What we do is we put on our own telecom equipment on those masts, on those towers that belong to ATC. But jointly working with ATC, ATC is now beginning to roll out solar panels to power equipment. And this is a project that is ongoing, has actually been implemented, and is still ongoing in about 4 countries. So in Uganda, Kenya, this is actually a project, Niger and Nigeria, this is a project that is actually ongoing as we speak. Just to give you an idea of the size and scale of this business, across Africa, we have over 31,000 towers that are carrying communication equipment. Today, about 20% of that sit with us that we currently manage, and at about 80%, which is why our scope 3 accounts for a very significant proportion of our emissions going forward. The other partnership we have, we're working on is really around waste. As many of you are aware, burning of waste in Africa is still a big issue. What we've done is we've gone into a multi-stakeholder partnership with some development agencies, with some private organizations, local governments, and experts, SMEs in this area. And we're actually now working on a plan to ensure that we're able to reduce waste burning by 2040. We're actually able to eliminate the plan is to eliminate about 60% of that by 2030 and to eliminate that by 2040. Now, this is on a much broader scale of what we're doing. However, we haven't waited. We've actually also started the journey. So as a company, for instance, we've already and this is really at this point still restricted to us, all our equipment today, none of it will ever end up in any open waste burning site. So what we've done, working with our OEM partners, is as part of the contracts, when we buy equipment from you, at the end of the life of that equipment, those companies have to pick up the equipment and recycle it or dispose of it according, to the best practices. The other thing we've done, and this is just across the 14 operations we have, we now have a bin collection point in all our offices and all our facilities. So employees, both equipment used in the company and equipment owned by employees at home that have, they don't want to use, they can bring it into these bins. And we've actually gone into partnership with recycling companies. I think one of the companies that is doing very well here is a company called We Recycling in Kenya. And they then come and pick up all this equipment. They strip out whatever is valuable for recycling, and the rest they dispose of it based on whatever the standards are for that country. But key thing that I must mention, partnerships is a critical piece of the company's journey to net zero and being able to achieve that going forward. Next slide, please. So that's it. I guess we'll be going into a little bit more discussion around this, but I talked about the second point, which was really what I wanted to focus on, which is about partnerships. And then ultimately focusing on, so for us, we're looking at reducing emissions across a couple of themes. The first thing is we want to be more efficient in what we use. We want to, as much as possible, move to greener sources of energy for powering our equipment. The third thing, which is going to be, I'm being very frank here, is going to continue to be a conflict between our commercial goals and our sustainability goals, is the fact that there is still significant growth for headroom on the African continent. So let me just give you one statistics, for instance, that just explains where some of this is. In Asia today, the average Asian telco user uses 5 times the data compared to an African. That just tells you the amount of space in terms of headroom. Only about 48% of Africans carry a smartphone. In Asia, that number is 94%. So with that growth is going to come a lot of investment in more equipment, more towers, more data centers, more switching centers. And we're now being very conscious that we're deliberately working with partners that are going to give us solutions that would not change our trajectory in terms of how we're looking to lower our CO2 emissions going forward. That's it. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dimeji and Jane. If I can ask you maybe to both also come up to stage, we'll continue with the panel discussion. So yeah, our other two panelists that are going to come in have been delayed just because of the gates, but I think the two of us will continue with the conversation. I think while you're making your way up, I think, Dimeji, what I took away from your presentation, it's about partnerships and it's about Scope 3 emissions, right? I think what you and Jane had mentioned, Scope 1 and 2 are both really challenging, hard, emissions to address, right? Scope 1 being direct, Scope 2 being indirect. You're a real gentleman, Dimeji. No, and I mean, I think what your teams have been doing and leadership has been doing in your space around Scope 1 and 2, with them being direct and indirect, it's a difficult space to target, right? And I think the way both of you have approached it from an organization perspective is you're also looking at it from a revenue generation work stream, not just a cost out, right? And that, I think, is what we need African businesses to think about, is it's not just the cost out, it's how can I create a new revenue stream? How can I create foreign revenue? How can I help society and at the same time deliver against my sustainability commitments, No, so great. So I think just maybe the first question, and I guess we know what this question will be, right? But why should African companies commit to net zero? And to both of you. So whichever wants to go first, let our audience know.
Sure, I'll just go. I think the stats are out there. There's some very frightful statistics about climate change. So Africa contributes just slightly under 3% of the GDP, the world GDP. Africa, CO2 emissions is about 4%. 3 to 4%. The challenge is that despite that low number, Africa actually suffers probably is one of the worst hit continents in terms of feeling the impact of climate change. I think the African Development Bank projects that Africa is losing about 5 to 15% of its GDP annually just by the impact of climate change. So if we're going to make any progress, economic progress, development progress on the continent, there's just no reason you can operate as a company in Africa without having that climate change as a material and emerging risk for your business.
I think Africa needs to get involved. Everybody needs to get involved because it's good for everybody. What is good for the environment, what's good for sustainability is good for business, and it's good for an individual. Because I think you feel good if I think about my great-great-great-grandkids are going to enjoy a very lush Nairobi, which is no longer lush. If we can bring back Nairobi to be lush, because if I'm manufacturing in Nairobi, I'm net zero in carbon emissions, I'm green in energy, I'm not burning waste.
Absolutely.
There's not a lot of bad traffic jams. There's not a lot of diesel emissions into there. It's good. I also think that you can be sustainable, like I said, and create wealth and empower our people economically. We've learned, we're a business that, alcohol business. We have 61,000 farmers across the patch who we are buying sorghum and barley from. So we have an economic relationship with these people, and they thrive. Imagine if those farmers are affected by bad weather conditions. My business is affected, and they are affected. Imagine if those 60,000 farmers and the 350 sort of trucks that enter my compound every day are all green. What change would we create in the world? And how good would it be from a positive economic perspective and sustainability perspective? So I think it's good for us. And it doesn't matter whether we've been unfairly treated in the past or not. We have a role to play because two wrongs don't make a right. And we need to learn from the mistakes of the past and the mistakes from the others. And we cannot, who says Africa cannot show the way? I'd be very proud as an African if we are showing the world the way of how to deal with the climate challenge.
No, thank you both. And I think that aligns very well to what President Ruto said in his speech yesterday. You know, it's the African continent, it's our problem. And I mean, maybe just to add to it, you know, we have to look at it from two perspectives: our impact on the climate and climate's impact on us. And I think that's what your two organizations are doing, and leveraging, you know, society around you to bring them along, right? No, great. Then Dimeji, I mean, I know you had a great slide on the work that you've been doing on Scope 3 emissions. Do you maybe just want to elaborate on you know, what that could mean for African businesses? Revenue generating streams, inaction, you know, failure to do anything versus the upsides from that, right?
So one of the, particularly, I mean, just to localize it for a telco company, a lot of, from a Scope 3 perspective, is actually ultimately about powering, that's energy for our equipment. And one of the things, as I said, is for a lot of businesses on the continent, there is now a significant opportunity because of declarations, not just from Airtel, but from several African companies that are looking, you know, working on that path to net zero, to come up with solutions around renewable energy, greener sources of energy. And so suddenly power as a business, which has actually been on the continent for a while, is becoming a significant business opportunity across the continent. So one of the models we're looking at for some of our equipment is where we're looking at power as a service. So we actually have solar companies now coming to us saying, we will bring our equipment to you, we will generate the power, we will supply power to you, we will manage everything, all you're paying for is the power. They guarantee an uptime, but now it's greener power. And this would significantly, obviously, impact on our journey to net zero. So there is a lot of opportunities across the value chain and for businesses across the continent on that.
delegates, we've joined by Dr. Asfour, who's the president of the African Business Council. So thank you, welcome. Yeah, so I think Jane, just on one last question on your side, I think before we go to the doctor who needs to catch a breath, is Jane, East African Breweries Limited is part of the bigger Diageo group, you know, and I think what you and Dimeji have demonstrated is leadership in climate action, right? How does ELB fit into the bigger, perspective from a Diageo group, and what does your footprint look like in Africa versus the global footprint?
Okay, so thank you very much. So Diageo, we're present in 200 countries. I think in Africa we are present in all countries. But obviously East Africa is the biggest business. And East Africa is about 7 countries. So our footprint is big. Of course, we have a global agenda on all the things I talked about, Society 2030, which starts from positive drinking. And I think today we are talking about inclusion and diversity. And today we are talking about sustainability, which is grain to glass. And I'm sure you can understand the grain, because we use a lot of grain to create some pleasure or memorable moments with a glass through our brands. Maybe I leave some time for the doctor to
No, thank you very much. So, doctor, thank you for making it. We know you had a long queue to get through, and really appreciate it. So, doctor, I think just the question we had on our side was, how do different African markets compare in setting net zero targets and implementing against those ambitions?
So thank you very much. Just like I'm happy to be with all of you because I just arrived from Addis Ababa in the early morning and I'm trying to come to here. So thank God I make it at least at the end. So it's very important because this is a very important session because Africa Business Council established by the Heads of State Decision Summit to be the private sector arm of the African Union. So it's the apex continental body for the private sector, and our founding vision is a competitive, borderless, innovative Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. And we have clusters, 20 clusters. One of the clusters really is about green economy. It's about really how we invest in renewable energy. So with different markets, as you have just said, there is huge differences among our member states of African Union because some of the countries, like for instance, Kenya here, they have already set a target for zero net emissions. Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, several countries have already done that. But this is actually really about investment in renewable energy. So what we are targeting actually for the investment in renewable energy, and we all know, for instance, that Africa harnesses 49% of the renewable energy of the world, whether solar, wind, thermal. So we have seen, for instance, in Egypt and Morocco, they have already invested in solar, in wind, one of the biggest wind farms in the whole world in Egypt, and also in green hydrogen. So in order to incentivize our businesses to invest in green economy and renewable energy and to really put targets, we need to put some regulatory forms. And that's what we are trying to do now. So we are targeting what we call 3 pillars of empowerment, which is the private sector strengthening, including SMEs, women and youth, how to empower our private sector really to put these targets, to have sustainable, to reduce carbon emissions. And the second pillar is about policy advocacy. We need to have incentives for the private sector from the government, from regulatory governments to really go green and shift from the fossil fuel. Another pillar, which is like product development. We need to work on what products are green economy. And of course, for the best businesses on the continent, we have to know that when they go green, they have a branding for it. They are attracting investment for green financing because a lot of investors now would like to invest in companies that is green. We are also working to see how those companies have access to international market with carbon credit. it's the whole issue about the awareness about the green economy and about how we empower our private sector. Because there is huge, for instance, companies that are aware, but the majority of our business on the continent are not aware. So how are we going to really outreach to our businesses to have this awareness about decreasing the carbon emission, and how we really brand and give certificates for those companies that have already met and put targets for them. Many of the African businesses already, they have committed, and countries have committed to have zero emissions, but we need also to have a mapping exercise of what's existing on the continent. And maybe this is actually the role of us as Africa Business Council to see how we have outreach, because under Africa Business Council, we have also clusters for green economy, blue economy, which is also speaks to our sustainability. And it's again, with the green economy, how to empower the small and medium enterprises. And I was just coming from Addis Ababa yesterday. We had the SME forum that we were also talking about how we empower the SMEs in order to make sure that they are for the companies. We are also putting some awards for companies that is already putting those targets. So it's a huge, really joint between the governments, the regulatory frameworks, the private sector, to put a strategy and regulatory framework that will match and outreach to all the private sector, from the top companies up to the SMEs. And I am so happy to be here with all of you today for this, because some of our role as Africa Business Council is to reach out to all of you as businesses on the continent to see how we have this concept and changing the mindset of our African SMEs, and to see how we can really put those targets to reach net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, I think let's give a round of applause to the panel, everyone. I'm going to just wrap up the session, but if we're probably going to get to the next session, but if you want to have questions, we're welcome to take them outside with the team, right? I think thank you to the panelists for being here today. Thank you for everyone who's participated, paid attention. I think just in wrapping up, I'd encourage all participants, whether representing, African businesses or international businesses, take a step, right? Like what we've seen from our leaders on stage. For African businesses, signal your leadership in climate action. Committing to net zero targets, and just, joining the race to zero, right? Joining the campaign. You've seen what can happen. You've seen what's possible. For international businesses, explore partnerships in Africa. I think Dimeji had great examples of that in the Scope 3 supply chain. And realize carbon benefits from the big sinks that we have in Africa, aligned to what President Ruto addressed us yesterday on. And then, leverage the power of collective action. So every African business, regardless of size, has the opportunity to positively contribute and to push the needle forward, right? And to make Africa a continent from a sustainability perspective and from a just perspective in how we do the transition, right? We heard about mitigation, we heard about adaptation, right? It's about both of that, right? It's about reducing the carbon, and it's about what does the future look like. If I have to leave you with one comment, or maybe an African proverb that kind of resonates with me in this particular space is, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And I think that's the partnerships that all three of them have mentioned today, right? And thank you very much. I'll close the session, but welcome. I'm sure the four of us are welcome to take any questions from you afterwards and outside the tent.
Christian systems. And it's past time for these conversations to be guided by equity. That is what we need.
And Africa has the resources and assets, including mineral and energy resources, agricultural capacity, and natural capital to promote the global decarbonization agenda. But to realize this potential, the world needs to do its own part in helping steer Africa on the
continent doing incredible things. Thank you so much. We also have a young, innovative workforce. There's so much potential. So our call is, let's pull together. Thank you for coming. Thank you for ensuring you listen and are present and will act around a climate agenda determined by the African continent. An agenda that is going to safeguard our people, our communities, livelihoods on the continent, our economies, and ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, when we safeguard Africa, we safeguard the world. Can we give that a round of applause, please? Please. Safeguarding Africa is safeguarding the world.
Now, to help guide us on this journey with an incredible lineup of speakers, please give a very warm welcome to the Honorable Soipan Tuya, Cabinet Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forestry for the Government of Kenya. Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
Excellency, President William Ruto, our host president, all our visiting heads of state here with us today, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. History documents that Africa, and Kenya in particular, is the cradle of mankind. It is my hope and prayer that out of the cradle of mankind comes the all-time elusive solution to combating climate change. African-led solutions to decarbonize and steer a low-carbon development pathway for the globe. We are gathered here today to make history as the continent of Africa. The world is facing many challenges, but none has become so apparent, so threatening, and so devastating as the threat of climate change. And we can only respond by making history at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Everywhere we look in Africa, there is a climate change related story to tell. For example, in Malawi, Hurricane Freddy led to the loss of 200 people and nearly $2 billion US dollars worth of damage occasioned. Last year, the Horn of Africa came out of one of the worst droughts in decades, where we lost hundreds of lives and thousands of livestock. In fact, for the first time in Kenya, we had to truck water for our wildlife in the national parks and reserves. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although African countries are making every available effort to deal with the vagaries of climate change, our economies are continuing to be weighed down by mounting debts. As we speak, 31 out of the 37 heavily indebted poor countries in the world are in Africa. Over 20 years of climate change negotiations have yielded agreements and promises that have delivered very little for Africa. Instead, the imagery of Africa as a poor continent, a victim, keep dominating the climate negotiations year in, year out. The fact that Africa has historically contributed very little to the global emissions has remained an inconvenient truth, yet receiving no reciprocity from the rest of the world for the contribution we make. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this inaugural Africa Climate Summit presents an opportunity like no other for Africa to change the course of history. Millions of young Africans are looking up to African leaders here to leave them with a promise, a visible promise, to make them feel that there is a future where they have hope to get green jobs, live a dignified life, and thrive. We are looking to the summit to chart a green growth pathway for the African continent, set the stage for Africa to lead the globe towards a more ecologically responsible global industrialization, catalyzed by financing that is accessible, adequate, and affordable. The world is waiting for something anew out of this week. We must not be held hostage to the past, but allow ourselves to reimagine a future where, as Africa, we lift ourselves from the fatigue of despair and make history. Excellencies, I am persuaded that the time is now, and I beseech us to respond to this historical call by proposing radical solutions to the world that will help us deal with the climate change. I invite us to listen to the inner urge calling us to serve humanity, that we go down in history, that it is out of Africa, the cradle of mankind, that the solution for climate change came forth. Excellencies, allow me now to invite, to kick us off, the President of the African Development Bank, who has been in the middle of this discourse and supporting a lot of support to the cause. Welcome, Dr. Adesina Akiwumi.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Your Excellency, William Ruto, President of Kenya, and our gracious host, and my dear brother. Your Excellency, Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Your Excellencies, the First Ladies. Your Excellency, Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We are also joined today by Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Your Excellency Mustafa Madhoudi, Prime Minister of Egypt. Your Excellency Sultan Al-Jaber, COP28 President-designate, honorable ministers, ambassadors, heads of diplomatic missions, the amazing youth and women of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Habari sa asubuhi. I think I got it right somehow. I wish to commend you, Your Excellency President Ruto, for your excellent leadership in convening this Africa Climate Summit and for your dynamic and passionate leadership in spearheading Africa's first climate summit. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for hosting us all in this beautiful nature-blessed country of Kenya. The African Development Bank is pleased to be a major sponsor of the Africa Climate Summit. The presence in such large numbers of Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers and development partners from around the world says it all. Africa's voice on climate change will resonate across the world. The Africa Climate Summit will shape the future pathway of Africa's development. We gather because the people of Africa expect us to act. We gather because the future of the youth of Africa is at stake. We gather because we must galvanize global actions on climate. We gather because our collective existence is at risk. Climate change is short-changing Africa. Droughts and floods have been increasing across the continent. No country is spared. As we gather today, if we strain our ears enough, we will hear the calls of urgency from farmers whose crops and livestock are being destroyed, the voices of fishing folks whose catch is reducing and livelihoods are being imperiled, the voices of the young whose future is being compromised, the voices of women and children who bear the brunt of climate change, the voices of economies unable to cope with the ever-rising costs of climate-induced risks. We have a duty and responsibility to hear these voices and to act with a greater sense of urgency. And responding requires action at three levels. At the global level, the developed economies must meet their commitment to provide $100 billion annually in climate finance. The global climate financial architecture must be changed to prioritize the needs of Africa. At the national level, we must accelerate actions on climate adaptation. And that is why the African Development Bank has committed to providing $25 billion towards climate finance by 2025. We have also launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, together with the Global Center on Adaptation, the largest climate adaptation program in the world. Africa must develop with what it has, not what it does not have. Africa is blessed with large sources of renewable energy in the world. Renewables from solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal. But we cannot power Africa with potential. We must fully unlock Africa's renewable energy potential. That's why the African Development Bank is implementing a $20 billion Desert to Power program to harness the power of solar and deliver electricity for 250 million people. We must power every home, every school, every hospital, and provide stable, affordable, and reliable power. But we must, Your Excellencies, be pragmatic. Africa must use its natural gas and combine it with renewable resources. The International Energy Agency's analysis shows that doing so would only add 0.5% to global emissions. Give us space to grow. We must ensure that Africa's food and agricultural systems are climate resilient. The African Development Bank's flagship program, Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, has provided 12 million farmers in 21 countries with climate resilient agricultural technologies. In Ethiopia, climate resilient wheat varieties supported by the bank has helped it to become self-sufficient in wheat in just 3 years. We are acting at scale to feed Africa with climate resilience. Under the leadership of President Macky Sall, as the then chairperson of the African Union, and the strong leadership of you, our heads of state and government, we succeeded with the Feed Africa Summit held in Dakar in January. We developed food and agriculture delivery compacts for African countries. We have mobilized, Your Excellency Presidents, heads of state and government, globally, $72 billion to support African countries to implement these food and agricultural delivery compacts, and to assure food security and food sovereignty within 5 years, and doing so with climate-resilient agricultural systems. I wish to recognize all development partners from around the world and the African Union Commission who work so tirelessly with us to make this happen. Thank you very much. We will repeat this at the Africa Climate Summit with the development of climate change adaptation investment compacts to help channel financing to national climate adaptation action at scale. We must ensure that resources mobilized do not stay simply in government offices, but reach and protect the lives of people in our villages, in our towns, and in our cities. All lives must be protected from climate change. We must put the youth and women at the core of climate financing. That's why the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation are announcing here today the launch of a $1 billion facility for Youth Adapt program that will accelerate access to financing for the youth to tackle climate change. The youth are not just the future of Africa, the youth are the present of Africa. The African Development Bank is also rolling out the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks, new financial institutions that will support and grow the businesses of the youth all across Africa. Finally, we must revalue, Your Excellencies, the wealth of Africa by accounting for the proper valuation of its abundant natural resources, including its vast forests that sequester carbon. Few may know that the Congo Forest Basin is the world's largest carbon lungs, larger than the Amazon forest. Yet, Africa's rich nature wealth and the global value of its carbon it sequesters for the world are not accounted for in the estimation of its GDP. It is not enough to praise Africa for its rich natural capital. Its GDP must take that into consideration. Africa's GDP must therefore be revalued based on its carbon sequestration and biodiversity, which provide global public goods. If this is done, the debt to adjusted GDP ratio of several African countries will be much lower, and they will have greater headroom to borrow more financing to support their development, including investing in the greening of their economies. We must, Your Excellencies, therefore, turn Africa's economies green, not because others ask us to do so, but because it is in our interest to do so. Africa must develop its own carbon markets, properly price its carbon, and turn its vast carbon sinks into new sources of enormous wealth. Africa cannot be nature rich and cash poor. As we look towards COP28, African needs must be front and center, powered by the leadership of our heads of state and government, our youth and the private sector, and the voices of our communities. We must be the vuvuzelas of climate financing for Africa. Together with partners from around the world, let's make it happen for Africa. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Gracias. Shukran. Asante sana.
Excellencies, our next speaker is His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. Welcome, Your Excellency. A formidable global reputation of peacekeeping. We know you have.
Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and current Chairman of the African Union, Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegation, Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, representatives of international organizations, financial institutions, civil society, youth, women, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank President William Ruto, the government and the people of Kenya for the exceptional hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this hospitable and green capital, Nairobi. The beautiful and natural environment in this country augurs well for the great success of our climate summit. The organization of this climate summit in such friendly conditions in just 6 months, thanks to the decision of the African Union Summit last February, is striking proof of the excellence of your leadership, dear friend William. I sincerely congratulate you. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, the
recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, confirms our fears. Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. If this phenomenon is not stopped, climate change will continue to have a serious negative impact on the growth of the African economies. Agricultural productivity has been reduced by 34% between 1961, since 1961, due to climate change, more than any other region. Hence, it will have an unbearable pressure on the food systems in Africa. African countries thus face disproportionate burdens and risks arising from unpredictable weather patterns, particularly prolonged droughts and devastating floods at all levels. Massive humanitarian crises provoke detrimental impacts on economies, health, education, peace and security, and other related risks. For example, the season 2022-2023, about 18 million people have been affected by drought in the Horn of Africa alone. Recently, tropical cyclone Fred has affected more than 1.2 million of people and caused the death of more than 700 people. It is also estimated that between 2019 and 2023, the economic loss as a result of disasters in Africa is between 20 and 35.5 billion American dollars. This gloomy list is not exhaustive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has spared no sector. It is to be recalled that Africa has around 400 million who do not have access to clean drinking water, and about 700 million do not have access to a very good sanitation. And this also indicates, experts indicate that there is a gap, a financing gap of 11 to 20 billion dollars. So we are obviously on the verge of seeing climate degradation. It is not the only factor, and it would be wrong not to integrate this in our global analysis of the negative factors, including governance, which is at the very center. I do not want to yield to pessimism. And in the general, it is however fortunate that in the table we have some beacons and favorable indicators. I cannot help reminding that 600 million people do not have access to electricity, and 200 million of them do not have access to clean cooking and are exposed to all respiratory problems and diseases due to smoke. And because of climate change, we have problems in our infrastructure, and we need to develop profitable infrastructure and spend at least $160 billion per year. Indeed, it is encouraging to note that the African governments have devoted about 3.5% of their GDP to the development of infrastructure over the past 20 years. It is too little compared to some emerging countries. China and India, for example, devote 7.7 and 5.2% of their GDP, respectively, in infrastructure. We can thus see in which direction efforts have to be made. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this summit affords us an excellent opportunity to translate the climate ambitions of Africa into investment opportunities, to consolidate our voices on matters on burning issues of climate change, to prepare for the UN Climate Summit and for COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. At these meetings of global importance, Africa must, among other challenges, highlight the worrying and sometimes tragic situation in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, where droughts and floods alternate. In the Congo River Basin, with dangerous deforestation and the disastrous consequences of cyclones in southern Africa and in the island states, it is urgent that Africa come to all these meetings with concrete proposals to be implemented without delay. I strongly reiterate my call to come to the next two meetings with precise proposals without drowning them in literature and the usual litany on the imperative need for collective justice for Africa, where responsibility is very limited in the pollution of the world, with an inversely proportional share of the volume of global investment in the field of environment. This call for a restoration of justice for Africa would benefit from being supported by a real reform of the global financial architecture, for which a high-level panel is rightly devoted at this summit. Obviously, this reform must resolutely focus on the financial organs and structures, institutions which structure the universe, which operate far from Africa. In this desired reform, a question comes to mind: the weight of the debt and the financing gap of the SDGs. Africa alone represented a need of $1.3 billion per year for sustainable development needs by 2030, while the financing needs for SDGs in the same period were $2.5 billion for financing developing countries. Everyone knows that the public debt stock in sub-Saharan Africa at the end of 2023 was estimated at $1.1 trillion out of 650 billion SDRs mobilized. Africa received only 33 billion, which is only 4.5%. In view of these staggering figures and many others, it is clear that there is no relevant global intervention in favor of Africa without a credible solution for the crippling debt challenge of Africa. To aid the struggle, which include financing adaptation, $100 billion per year, Africa has galvanized its will in its common position through a momentum unifying African voices, and it will be central point of our agenda in G20 as soon as we join it. However, in this struggle, Africa cannot just be satisfied with incantation. Just like for its independence, it is a challenge to rely on its own personal efforts, on its own genius, the quality and its virtues of bold, imaginative, united and interdependent leadership. I wish you full success to our deliberations. I thank you very much. Asante sana.
Excellencies, we are overwhelmed by the support that we have received for the summit, and we want to listen to each and every one of us. So I would like to plead with Your Excellencies that we stick to the agreed 5 minutes so that we can have everybody speaking to this. Next, Excellencies, out of COP27 in Egypt was the establishment of a loss and damage fund and the finalization of the details to implement the Santiago network. It was also the first time food security was recognized in the COP conversations. The Arab Republic of Egypt was a COP27 presidency, and it is my honor now to invite His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of Egypt. Welcome, Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا.
Président du Kenya, distingués invités, distingués présidents, mesdames et messieurs, je veux tout d'abord
تحيات فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي.
Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, président de la République arabe d'Égypte. Il m'est un grand privilège de participer au nom de l'Égypte à cette réunion de haut niveau. Et je félicite Son Excellence
لا سيما وإنه يأتي بعد أشهر قليلة من نجاح مصر وقارتنا الأفريقية في استضافة أكبر مؤتمر للأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ، بل وفي تاريخ العمل متعدد الأطراف حتى الآن. السيدات والسادة، تأتي قمتنا اليوم في الوقت الذي يشهد فيه
moment critique de notre monde et en particulier le continent africain qui témoigne la fréquence
من موجات جفاف بالقرن الأفريقي ومنطقة الساحل إلى حرائق غابات بالمغرب العربي ومن أعاصير قاتلة بالجنوب الأفريقي إلى زيادة في درجات حرارة المحيطات وارتفاع سطح البحر بشواطئ مصر والدول الأفريقية المتوسطية، وكلها تؤثر بصورة مباشرة في استدامة المعيشة وتمثل ضغوطا جديدة ومتزايدة على مجتمعاتنا وعلى بلداننا الأفريقية. ولذلك فإن مصر ومن منطلق التزامها بالمساهمة الفعالة في الجهد الدولي لمواجهة والتعامل مع التغيرات المناخية عملت بشكل حثيث على الخروج بنتائج ملموسة في مؤتمر شرم الشيخ تسهم في الانتقال إلى مرحلة التنفيذ الفعلية عبر تسريع وتيرة تنفيذ الإجراءات والمشروعات على أرض الواقع، وتتعامل مع مطالب الدول النامية بتحقيق العدالة المناخية وتعزيز الجهد الدولي للتحول العادل والسريع للاقتصاد منخفض الانبعاثات والقادر على التعامل مع آثار تغير المناخ. وحرصت مصر كرئيس للمؤتمر على أن تكون شرم الشيخ محطة هامة لتسليط الضوء على خصوصية الاحتياجات والظروف الأفريقية في سياق الاستجابة للخطر الوجودي لتغير المناخ. وفي ذات السياق يأتي مؤتمرنا اليوم ليؤكد التزام قارتنا الأفريقية بتحقيق التحول العادل للاقتصاد الأخضر، ويدعم المطالب المشروعة بالحصول على نصيب عادل من الدعم المالي والتقني ومن تدفقات الاستثمارات الدولية، بما يسمح بالاستفادة من الإمكانيات الهائلة والموارد المتميزة في قارتنا، ليس فقط لتمويل مشروعات خفض الانبعاثات ولكن أيضا لمشروعات التكيف وبناء القدرة على الصمود، وبالإضافة إلى توفير دعم الدول النامية لمواجهة الخسائر والأضرار المرتبطة بالمناخ. وأؤكد في هذا الصدد على الدور الهام والمحوري الذي تقوم به لجنة رؤساء الدول والحكومات الأفريقية ومجلس وزراء البيئة الأفارقة ومجموعة المفاوضين الأفارقة في تسليط الضوء على أولوياتنا في مواجهة تغير المناخ وتبعاته. السيدات والسادة، يقع محور التوسع في الطاقة النظيفة ومصادر الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة في قلب النموذج التنموي الجديد، وهو ما رحبت به دول القارة وترجمته في تعهداتها الوطنية بالتوسع في الطاقة المتجددة. وتحفل قارتنا بالأمثلة المبشرة والملهمة، بما في ذلك مصر التي وصلت لنحو 20% من إنتاج الطاقة من المصادر المتجددة، ساعية إلى الوصول إلى 42% بحلول عام 2030. وفي هذا الإطار أود الإشادة بالرؤية التي طرحتها الرئاسة الإماراتية لمؤتمر كوب 28 من خلال معالي الدكتور سلطان الجابر حول مستقبل الانتقال للطاقة المتجددة، وسيكون لها دور بالتأكيد في إنجاح مخرجات مؤتمر كوب 28 وتلبيته لتوقعات أفريقيا والعالم النامي. السادة الحضور، يظل النفاذ للتمويل هو عنق الزجاجة الذي يواجه أفريقيا والدول النامية من أجل تحويل خططها وأحلامها إلى واقع معاش يسهم في معالجة الأزمة المناخية، وفي نفس الوقت لا يمس بمسيرتها التنموية أو يثقل من ديونها. ويمثل اجتماعنا هذا فرصة ممتازة لتناول موضوعات تمويل المناخ، وتتمحور رؤية مصر في هذا الصدد حول العناصر التالية. أولا، ضرورة إعادة النظر في أدوات التمويل المتاحة حاليا والتحول إلى التمويل الميسر والمنح لتسريع وتيرة التحول المطلوب. ثانيا، أهمية مراجعة معايير تدفق الاستثمارات لضمان حصول القارة الأفريقية على نصيبها العادل من التمويل. ثالثا، التأكيد على أن تمويل المناخ وهو تمويل جديد وإضافي وليس سحبا من مخصصات الدعم التنموي. رابعا، ضرورة العمل على تفعيل آلية واحدة وفعالة ومناسبة لإعادة استخدام الديون الحالية من خلال آلية فعالة لتحويل الديون إلى تمويل المناخ. وفي هذا السياق نتطلع لأن يمثل مؤتمر دبي المقبل اختراقا في تنفيذ تعهد الدول المتقدمة بتوفير 100 مليار دولار سنويا لتمويل المناخ الذي لم يتم إدراكه رغم كونه ليس أكثر من التزام رمزي بالمسؤولية التاريخية المشتركة ومتباينة الأعباء. ختاما، فإنني أود إعادة التأكيد على أن طبيعة قضية تغير المناخ والتعامل معها لا يكون إلا من خلال منظور تعاوني قائم على تعزيز النظام متعدد الأطراف يؤسس على الإنصاف والعدالة ومراعاة الظروف الوطنية للدول. وأنتهز هذه الفرصة للثناء على ما طرحته جمهورية كينيا الشقيقة من عناصر ورؤية لصياغة نقاشاتنا في الأيام القادمة، ولأجدد التأكيد على دعم جمهورية مصر العربية الكامل بصفتها الوطنية وكرئيس للدورة الحالية لمؤتمر الأمم المتحدة للمناخ للنسخة المقبلة بدبي تحت رئاستها الإماراتية، التي نثق تماما في قدرتها والتزامها بالبناء على نتائج شرم الشيخ وإدراك المزيد من النتائج الإيجابية. وشكرا لحضراتكم.
Your Excellencies, Africa is Europe's closest neighbor and our sister continent. Our geopolitics therefore concern each other. Europe and Africa have close economic, cultural, and geographical ties. To speak for the European Commission, I would now take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, the European Union President. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Dear President Ruto, for hosting this Africa Climate Summit. And thank you very much for your leadership on climate action ever since you took office. I very much welcome Kenya's Climate Change Act 2023 that was launched during this summit and that puts strong emphasis on carbon markets. We fully support you on this important topic. Presidents, prime ministers, fellow leaders, excellencies, I want to greet my colleague Moussa Faki, Chairman of the African Union. I want to greet the President Assoumani from the Comoros. I want to greet Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of the COP28, my fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to participate in this discussion. This summit is a crucial step to prepare the upcoming COP28 meeting and to make sure that Africa's voice resonates around the world and that Africa's priorities as a continent that is most affected by climate change are duly taken on board. Today, I'm here not only to listen to you, but also to bring Europe's offer to be your ally at COP28 and to work together on all issues on the agenda. Because however different our two continents may look, we share the same interests when it comes to climate action. We hear you, President Ruto, and dear friends, when you say that Africa's first priority is to grow your economy, yes, and lift as many people as possible out of poverty. Yes, you're so right. Climate action is part of the solution. You are part of the solution. With your huge potential for renewable energy and clean hydrogen, your critical raw materials, your incredible nature and biodiversity, and your young workforce. You can help clean up global energy systems and supply chains while creating good jobs here and economic opportunities that your people demand, rightly so. This is a win-win partnership which benefits Africa and the world. For instance, the benefits of expanding Africa's clean energy sector would be massive. By speeding up the transition to solar and wind power, energy sector jobs in Africa could double in a few years. And Africa could produce enough clean energy not only to power up your continent, but also to export abroad. Climate action can be one of the main drivers of Africa's growth. But for this, Africa needs massive investment. And Europe wants to be your partner, in closing this investment gap. First of all, we fully support the need for multilateral development bank reform. It is time to move from words to action, absolutely. Secondly, investment has to come. And this is why 150 billion euro in our investment plan are designated for Africa. We call it Global Gateway. They are aimed at the African continent. Global Gateway supports investments ranging from hydropower plants in the DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, to the 1 billion euro initiative on climate adaptation and resilience in Africa, which we announced at COP27. And Global Gateway is unique in the global investment landscape. We're not only interested in extracting Namibia, for instance, is now building a new hydrogen industry, as well as rare materials value chains in partnership with Europe. And later this morning, President Ruto and I will conclude a new hydrogen partnership between Kenya and the European Union, with the objective to further develop the green hydrogen economy and with the full support of Team Europe. This is good news for Africa and for Europe alike. So we should work very closely as partner. Yet, public money from major economies, however crucial, is not enough. And this is why we need to bring the conversation on climate financing to the global stage at COP28. Let me briefly share 3 specific points that will be discussed here in Nairobi to pave the way towards COP28. First, on attracting private investment to Africa. Second, on carbon pricing and carbon credits. And third, on setting global targets for the energy transition. On the first point, the green transition will require an unprecedented scale of private investment. Public finance will not suffice. This is true for Europe, but it is also true for emerging market and developing economies. Private capital will need to be mobilized at scale. And here, green bonds are widely recognized as providing part of the solution. This is why we just put forward a new proposal to attract private investment. It's called Global Green Bonds Initiative. We know that emerging economies can face hurdles to access capital markets, but we can change that together. Europe has the biggest and most advanced green bond market in the world, so we are ready to share our expertise with your teams on how to develop your own green bond markets, and at the same time, we will push on the investor side. Together with the European Investment Bank and our member states, we are allocating 1 billion euros to de-risk private investments in emerging markets. This could help to attract up to 20 billion euros in sustainable investment. So, let's work together on that to build and grow Africa's green bond markets, and let us bring together this crucial point to COP28. There's another solution that would unlock huge resources for climate action in Africa, and that is carbon pricing and true carbon credits. And this is my second point. I believe, as you do, President Ruto, that setting a price on carbon emissions is one of the most efficient and one of the most effective tools in our hands, because it fosters innovation by the private sector, that's crucial, because it makes heavy polluters pay a fair price, that is necessary, and because it creates revenues that can support the clean transition in developing countries. That's what we need. And this includes also to include the carbon sinks that have been mentioned, and you are rich in carbon sinks here, and to reward this contribution. We have to get there. We will discuss this in more detail in the next session, so let us work together to bring a proposal for global carbon pricing and true carbon credits at COP28. And finally, on global energy goals, if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, we have to speed up the global energy transition. That means if we want to match our goals, we need to triple renewable energy capacity, and we need to double energy efficiency by 2030. This sounds bold, but it is doable. If we step up global investment in renewables, this would make clean energy more affordable for all countries, including here in Africa. And this is why COP28 President Dr. Sultan Al Jaber and I champion an initiative for global targets for the energy transition to be achieved collectively. Because only what gets measured gets done. So, the global goals will provide a benchmark to track the progress and to attract even more private investment. So, I look forward to working with you on this and much, much more. I hope that Africa and Europe will join forces to reach a global agreement at COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, these three proposals may look bold, they may look impossible to achieve. But in the beautiful words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." We have a huge responsibility to fight climate change for the good of our children, for the good of our grandchildren. And I wrote down these beautiful words of the African youth yesterday. Our countries are burning and drowning. As you're not here to save us, we have to trust you now. So, my friends, let's reward the trust of these young people and show responsibility. Let's join forces for COP28. Many thanks. I feel so honored for being invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi African Leaders Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, which we hope that we will get from you, Excellencies, tomorrow, will take a tour of the United Nations Secretary General Summit, then eventually to the UAE for COP28. What better way to start preparing the way for the declaration than by having the COP28 President-designate, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the COP28 President-designate, to address this summit. Dr. Al-Jaber is the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Ruto, Secretary General Guterres, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Your Excellencies, Heads of Governments, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, honored guests, colleagues, and dear friends. It is indeed my pleasure to be back here in Nairobi and to have the opportunity to share with you my thoughts at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where Africa is evidently championing a new vision for climate action. We're gathering here in Nairobi just 3 days before the UNFCCC releases the findings of the first global stocktake. And let's just face it, we already know that the world is way off track, and we know what this report will actually say and what it will conclude. The world is losing the race to secure the goals of the Paris Agreement. And the world is struggling to keep 1.5 within reach. Collectively, we must admit that we are not delivering the results we need in the time we need them. We must also accept that business as usual is simply not working, and that business as usual will not allow for a paradigm shift. We need a smart, pragmatic disruption. We need an integrated approach that delivers transformational progress. And we need a plan that leaves no one behind. That is why I have been and I continue on calling on all parties to unite around a plan of action that is fully inclusive, a plan of action that fast-tracks a just, responsible, orderly, and well-managed energy transition, a plan that will focus on people, lives, and livelihoods, and a plan will finally fix climate finance. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa contributes just 3% of global emissions. Yet, we all know that it suffers some of the worst consequences. Droughts, floods, and failed harvests have exposed 1/5 of Africa's people to hunger, tripled the number of people displaced in the last 3 years, and is dragging down Africa's GDP growth by at least 5% every year. But there is also another narrative that unfortunately is overlooked and in a big way undermined and underestimated, that needs to get out there. And that is Africa is also a beacon of hope, filled with potential and a global example of what pro-climate and nature-positive development should and must look like. Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative is enhancing food security and stimulating green jobs across the Horn of Africa. The countries of the Congo Basin are protecting vital rainforests and helping preserve the world's natural carbon sinks. Kenya is closing on its goal of 100% clean energy by 2030. And the number of sub-Saharan countries in Africa with significant installed solar power has grown 6 times in the last 5 years. This great continent is rich in the resources that can help not just Africa, but the entire world transition to a zero carbon and high growth future. That said, we first need to deal with some realities, and we must accept to come to terms with these facts. Almost half of Africa's population still have no access to electricity. Almost 1 billion people lack clean cooking fuels, and this energy gap will only increase as Africa's population grows. These basic energy needs must be met, and meeting them with low carbon, nature-positive solutions will meet Africa's development and climate goals at the same time. And the key to making this happen is, of course, finance, and finance, and finance. According to the African Development Bank, $250 billion annually is required to meet Africa's climate finance needs. Africa only receives 12% of that amount, and less than 2% of that is going to adaptation. We can all agree that this is neither just or equitable. We must agree that it is a big missed opportunity. The World Bank estimates that every dollar spent on climate adaptation brings an average of $4 in benefits. It simply makes sense for Africa to get a fairer share of global climate finance. That is why I am calling on donor countries to close out the $100 billion pledge they made over a decade ago and to replenish the Green Climate Fund. I will continue to press on these issues. I am also calling on donors to double adaptation finance by 2025. And that they already are exploring and experiencing. What was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh must be delivered in Dubai. We can no longer accept pledges and announcements without clear roadmaps of implementation. In parallel, we must upgrade our financial architecture. We need a complete upgrade. In fact, we need intervention of the global financial architecture that was built for a completely different era. IFIs and MDBs must step up, and they must up their game. They need to raise concessional capital and lower debt burdens. They need to attract and leverage private capital at a multiple, and the multilateral, public, and private sectors need to mesh together and work as true partners to accelerate the delivery of practical solutions and real impactful projects on the ground. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Arab Emirates has applied this model of genuine partnership to invest in clean energy projects in 70 countries around the world. We have always chosen to meet global challenges by building bridges and working with like-minded partners on solutions in the pursuit of progress and sustainable development. That is why I am pleased to answer the call made by African leaders to seize the opportunity of green growth. And today, it is my true honor to announce a new initiative between the United Arab Emirates and Africa that aims to unlock Africa's capacity for sustainable prosperity. Your Excellencies, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Etihad Credit Insurance, Masdar, the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company, and EMEA Power will join with Africa 50 as a strategic partner under the guidance of the UAE and African leadership to develop 15 gigawatt of clean power by 2030. Working together, we will deploy, and by working together, we will deploy $4.5 billion that will catalyze at least an additional $12.5 billion from multilateral public and private sources. It is our ambition that this will launch a new transformative partnership to jumpstart a pipeline of bankable clean energy projects in this very important continent. This initiative will target countries with clear transition plans, robust regulatory frameworks, and a real commitment to putting the necessary grid infrastructure in place. It will clearly demonstrate the commercial case for clean energy investments across this very important continent. This initiative is designed to work with Africa and for Africa. It will act as a scalable model that can and should be replicated. And it will support COP28's global goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. And here, let me take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of Kenya, and his government, and the African Union Commission and the EU presidency for championing this goal alongside COP28. It's through their leadership that they are choosing a path that makes economic and climate sense at the same time. And let me extend an open invitation to all Africa's leaders to join us at COP28 to help mark a new, ambitious era for Africa's sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as COP28 approaches, I am determined that it is a turning point that delivers for everyone, everywhere. We don't want to leave anyone behind. Climate change is a global fight, and it demands a global solution. If Africa loses, we all lose. And if Africa succeeds, we all succeed. Progress for one is progress for all. Let's unite, act, and deliver to turn the rhetoric into real results. Let's turn pledges into tangible projects on the ground. And let's launch a new and optimistic future that puts the world on a climate-positive pathway and offers an opportunity for all to prosper. I thank you all, and I look forward to receiving you at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi Declaration, like I indicated, will find itself to the UN General Assembly, and we are happy to have with us the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, who is both a politician and a diplomat who will guide the discussions and midwife the contents of our declaration to find itself into UN resolutions. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, dear President William Ruto, thank you very much for your initiative, your enthusiasm, and your leadership that brought us together. Asante sana. Excellencies, friends, an injustice burns at the heart of the climate crisis, and its flame is scorching hopes and possibilities here in Africa. This continent accounts for less than 4% of global emissions, yet it suffers some of the worst effects of rising global temperatures. Extreme heat, ferocious floods, and tens of thousands dead from devastating droughts. The blow inflicted on development is all around, with growing hunger and displacement, shattered infrastructure, systems stretched to the limit, all aggravated by climate chaos not of your making. It is still possible to avoid the worst effects of climate change, but only with a quantum leap in climate action. The people of Africa and people everywhere need action to respond to deadly climate extremes. First, we need far greater climate ambition, with countries hitting fast forward and massively accelerating action to limit temperature rises and impacts. And the largest emitters must lead. The blow inflicted on development is all around, with growing hunger and displacement, shattered infrastructure, systems stretched to the limit, all aggravated by climate chaos not of your making. It is still possible to avoid the worst effects of climate change, but only with a quantum leap in climate action. The people of Africa and people everywhere need action to respond to deadly climate extremes. First, we need far greater climate ambition, with countries hitting fast forward and massively accelerating action to limit temperature rises and impacts. And the largest emitters must lead the charge, in line with my Climate Solidarity Pact and acceleration agenda. And here, from a low-emitting continent, Africa, I make a very strong appeal to the large emitters, to the G20 countries responsible for 80% of the emissions that will be meeting this week in Delhi. Assume your responsibilities. Developed countries must commit to reaching net zero emissions as close as possible to 2040, and large emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, with support from developed countries to do so. And it's time to break our addiction to fossil fuels and invest in a just and equitable transition. We need to see credible plans to exit coal by 2030 for OECD countries and by 2040 for the rest of the world. And we need ambitious renewable energy goals in line with 1.5-degree limit. And we must bring affordable electricity to everyone on Earth, and particularly in Africa, while simultaneously reaching net zero electricity by 2035 in developed countries and 2040 elsewhere. Second, reaching these targets requires climate justice. Developed countries must present a clear and credible roadmap to double adaptation finance by 2025 as a first step towards devoting at least half of all climate finance to adaptation. And they must also keep their promise to provide $100 billion a year to developing countries for climate support and fully replenish the Green Climate Fund. And all countries must also operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund proposed at COP28 this year. Every person on Earth must be covered by an early warning system by 2027 by implementing the action plan we launched last year. And 6 out of every 10 Africans currently lack access to these systems. The Early Warning for All Africa Action Plan, launched yesterday under the leadership of the African Union, will be critical to addressing these needs. And more broadly, we need a course correction in the global financial system so that it supports accelerated climate action in the context of sustainable development. And we can't achieve one without the other. And this means an international financial system that is able to provide an effective debt relief mechanism that supports payment suspensions, longer lending terms, lower rates. And it means recapitalizing and changing the business model of multilateral development banks so they can massively leverage private finance at affordable rates to help developing countries build truly sustainable economies. The global financial system must be reformed to be an ally of developing countries as they turbocharge the just and equitable green transition that leaves no one behind. Which brings me to my third point, making Africa a world leader in renewable energy and green growth. This continent is rich in renewable energy potential. Africa is home to 30% of the mineral reserves that are critical to renewable and low-carbon technologies like solar power, electric vehicles, and battery storage. Of course, we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. To truly benefit all Africans, the production and trade of these critical minerals must be sustainable, transparent, and just across every link of the supply chain, with maximum added value produced within African countries. African leadership is also helping to generate innovative green economies anchored in renewable power. From the greater Horn of Africa, where over 85% of electricity generation comes from renewables, including massive hydropower projects in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sudan, to wind and solar projects in Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, to Mozambique, which gets nearly 100% of its energy from green and sustainable sources, to the increased installation of large-scale solar projects, including in South Sudan. At the same time, Africa is home to 60% of the world's best solar resources, but only 2% of global investments in renewable energy over the last 2 decades. Now is the time to bring together African countries with developed countries, financial institutions, and technological companies to create a true African renewable energy alliance. With adequate access to financial resources at reasonable cost and technological support, renewables could dramatically boost economies, grow new industries, create jobs, and drive development, including by reaching the over 600 million Africans living without access to power. Renewable energy could be the African miracle, but we must make it happen. We must all work together for Africa to become a renewable energy superpower. Excellencies, friends, just as the injustice of climate change burns fiercely here in Africa, so do the opportunities. I'm convinced that Africa can be at the heart of a renewable future. The summit and the solutions being discussed here represent a big step forward, but our countries must not be alone in this journey. At the end of this month, I will hold, on the way to COP28, a Climate Ambition Summit to summon the world's attention and committed action to climate change and the need to support developing countries as they transition to a renewable future. Ambition in mitigation must be in parallel with ambition in climate justice. Now is the time for all countries to stand as one in defense of our only home. Let's deliver the climate justice that Africans, the world and the planet we share demand and deserve. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, it is the African Union Summit in February that approved the co-hosting of this summit by Kenya and the AU Commission. And to speak to us next on his aspirations for the summit, let us welcome His Excellency President Azali Assoumani, President of the Comoros and the Chairperson of the African Union. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Amada Bako, Dr William Ruto, Président de la République du Kenya, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, Monsieur Moussa Faki, Président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des organisations internationales, distingués invités en vos rangs et grades, Mesdames et Messieurs, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Au moment où tous les regards sont tournés vers nous, l'Afrique, notre continent, se réunit pour trouver des solutions africaines concertées au plus haut niveau aux grandes problématiques liées au climat. J'espère alors que nous réussirons ici, dans la belle capitale de Nairobi, à donner collectivement une nouvelle impulsion à la dynamique visant à combattre les effets des changements climatiques dans notre village planétaire. C'est l'occasion pour moi de remercier tout d'abord
and it's the key lessons that have been drawn from that experience. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the shape and scale of the problem is well known, but too little discussed in mainstream climate talks. Rapid urbanization across Africa is being accelerated by climate change. At the same time, a legacy of colonial-era anti-urbanization policies continues the neglect of and underinvestment in African cities. The result is that, on average, 60% of urban residents in Africa live in informal settlements. And despite being the least culpable for the climate emergency, they are highly vulnerable to climate change impacts due to a lack of basic infrastructure and services. There's a fundamental mismatch between this high level of vulnerability and climate finance. Only 7% of international climate action funding has been spent on adaptation to date, and of that meager proportion, only 3 to 4% have been spent on urban adaptation. So urban upgrading, which is essentially place-based improvements in land tenure, housing, and basic services, is not new. It's been around for a long time. It's undergone decades of trial, error, and learning. And these are some of the essential lessons that have been drawn from that. You must meet people where they are. So trying to resettle them elsewhere almost always fails, and particularly when you relocate them far away from jobs. 2, upgrading is first and foremost a political, not a technical process. Without politics, upgrading will fail. It requires data and coalitions so that residents can negotiate with government. And our panelists can tell you a lot more about that. And 3, if you plan without the community, you are planning to fail. Residents have indispensable local knowledge and expertise essential for evidence-based planning. Engaging residents is essential for establishing their acceptance and support for planning processes. Co-planning with the community also induces social learning, strengthening local capacities for ongoing planning and implementation efforts. So building on these lessons that were gleaned over decades, Mukuru residents and their local governments and civil society partners undertook an ambitious participatory upgrading process known as the Special Planning Area, or SPA. And unlike many other plans with high hopes, some of that plan has already begun to be implemented, although it is still awaiting official ratification. So these lessons are well known by our panelists. They know them even better than I. But this process that Mukuru underwent taught us a lot, but it's not something that can be copy and pasted from place to place. It is essential to translate its lessons to distinct local contexts, even within Nairobi, even within the same city, right? So today we will discuss these challenges within Nairobi as well as for cities across Africa. So very briefly, some of the key lessons that were learned in Mukuru is that the meaningful engagement of residents to make planning decisions is essential. Participation at scale helps ensure community ownership, essential for moving beyond conventional upgrading to build both infrastructural and social resilience to climate hazards. 2, a genuine partnership. Thank you. A genuine partnership between government, residents, civil society, and academia is required. 3, there is a need to rethink conventional planning approaches and legislation to confront the vulnerabilities and resource scarcity in informal settlements. Essentially saying the way that the formal city is developed doesn't make sense in the informal city. And 4, recognizing the interdependent multi-sectoral challenges faced in informal settlements. Improvements in no one sector alone can solve them. It is crucial to develop sectoral plans in tandem, working together across disciplines. And finally, in the context of climate change, the complex environments in informal settlements require that adaptation look beyond hazards to consider root causes of risk and vulnerability. Adaptation must address socioeconomic resilience to protect residents against climate-related stresses, hazards, and shocks. In turn, upgrading initiatives must increasingly address current and future environmental risks. All right, so with that part out of the way, I want to turn to the panel discussion. We have 5 distinguished panelists with us here today, and hopefully we have someone on Zoom that you will be able to hear as well. So to save time, once they start speaking, I'll ask you to just introduce yourself. And I invite you to make this more of a conversation and to respond and engage with each other throughout the conversation. So we'll cover 4 topics today, hopefully. Briefly, the idea of upgrading as climate adaptation. Then we'll spend probably most of our time on the question of translating lessons from somewhere like Mukuru to other settlements, other cities across Africa. And then if we have time, we will talk about how to link local action to broader processes of national and regional climate governance. And maybe a few other questions. So I'll start with a question to each panelist, the same question. Very simply, is upgrading climate adaptation? What opportunities does framing it as climate adaptation provide? And do you also see any kind of risks to that, any downsides of framing this as climate adaptation? I don't know if Betty is online. No. Okay. Does someone want to take a crack at that? Perhaps Vera, you could lead us off.
Thank you, Brock. My name is Vera Bukachi. I'm an engineer. I have been a teacher. I have been an action researcher. I've been an activist, few hats. And today I come with a hat where I lead cities and resilience work at a sustainable global development consultancy firm called Arab. And I guess the first question is, what is a private sector person doing on a panel talking about Mukuru Special Planning Area? And I really think it's important to be talking about some of these things. For my entry point, in terms of the question you've asked, can upgrading be seen as climate adaptation? Absolutely, yes. I think it's really important for us, in the context we are, in the continent that we are, in a space where 80% of the infrastructure and the buildings that we need to get done in the next 27 years, between now and 2050, aren't done yet. And if upgrading is going to serve 70% of the people who will be in those spaces within that time, if we do not put adaptation processes into those upgrading programs, then we are putting in unsustainable infrastructure and buildings. So our work is to help and to make sure that any technical components outside the political, outside up and including some of the community-led components, are really leading towards putting in sustainable and resilient infrastructure.
Yeah, how about we just go down the line? Marion?
Thank you. My name is Marion Rono. I work as Chief Officer in charge of Housing and Urban Renewal at Nairobi County. And for the Mukuru SPA, I did coordinate the Mukuru SPA. I coordinated the government and the 42 partners. So straight to the question. For me, upgrading goes beyond climate because when I look at the example of Mukuru, issues of climate were only one of the thematic areas because the upgrading is actually looking at the total livelihood of the person. It's about livelihoods, it's about education, it's about health, it's about you as a person, it's about your income. But when you look at issues of climate, it's only one of the aspects. So to me, upgrading goes beyond climate.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Kilion Nyambuga. I'm an urban and regional planner and also climate change activist. I have a master's in climate change adaptation, working with Slum Dwellers International, and I was part of the planning team in Mukuru Special Planning Area. And the question that you've raised kind of took me back to a conversation that we had with the community members less than a month ago, whether there's a difference between upgrading and climate change adaptation. And from the community perspective, I think the terminologies doesn't matter. I think what the communities need is to be able to have access to clean water, is to be able to have access to safe housing, is to be able to afford quality education for their children. But these can only be achieved through a framework that also are provided by the government. And so upgrading and the adaptation discussion kind of synonymous or go hand in hand. And when it comes to kind of the second section of the question that you asked, what opportunities lies in terms of also addressing the issues that are being faced by the people who are living in these poor neighborhoods. So one of it is the climate change adaptation, or the adaptation planning approach brings with it the climate change finances that should be able to respond to the needs and priority of the local communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Brock. My name is Bosibori.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Can you guys hear her?
Yeah, so my name is Bosibori Barake, and I'm an urban and regional planner, like my colleague as well here, Kilion. And I worked on the Mukuru SPA project for about 4 years. But as I sit here today, I sit as a planning associate at Konkui Design Initiative, which is an organization that works as well with informal settlements here in Nairobi and just starting to look at other places within Nairobi. So I would say a lot of my experience has been in the area of informal settlements. And to respond to Brock's first question is that, yes, I believe that climate adaptation should be part of the upgrading process. I also concur with Marion's comments on the fact that upgrading is not just about climate adaptation, it's a whole integration of other things. But to bring it to the forefront in terms of the climate discussion, and also to, I think, echo as well what Vera said, we're looking at a situation in Nairobi where approximately 65% of people are living in informal settlements, and that is a very small portion of the whole of Nairobi's land. So if we are not doing the climate adaptation, if we are not integrating systems that are able to mitigate against the climate risks that people in these neighborhoods are facing, then what exactly are we talking about when we are talking about upgrading? So I think that would be my first reaction to that. And then secondly as well, let me not assume that we are all familiar with low-income neighborhoods in Nairobi. So I would say these places are the ones that bear the biggest pain of the climate risks and challenges that happen, not just because they're underdeveloped or they're overpopulated, but also because they're located in very vulnerable places. Most of them are located along the rivers of Nairobi. So this is where they feel the pain of the flooding the most. And like the president of COP26 just said, business isn't as usual. So for us, business isn't as usual probably in our neighborhoods where we live, because if it rains, the water drains and we don't necessarily see where it goes to. I just know that there'll be less dust in the morning, so I won't have to look for a place to wipe my shoes before I get into the office. But what does this really mean? Where does this water go? Who does it get to affect? Whose household is in shambles when these climate risks, this flooding or climate risk events are actually happening? So I would say that's one thing that we really need to factor, and the fact that there's a huge population living there, it means that naturally the upgrading conversation should go in line with the climate adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you. Doris Bosibori Moseti, a community member from Mukuru, a mobilizer of Muungano wa Vijiji. So I didn't participate for years, but I live in the Mukuru settlement. And yes, I say upgrading on my side is climate change, because initially when we were doing SPA, I didn't relate with it. But afterwards, for those people who know Mukuru, at the moment you can see their road access roads. For those drainage that have been done, the water flows so well and the houses do not flood. We have access to water, domestic use water for the boreholes that were drilled within the community. Those are climate change projects. So on my side, I feel like if all the slums will be upgraded and they are given access to clean water, drainages are done, pathways are opened, then we'll not face the hazards that we face during hot season. There are a lot of fire outbreak. During rain season, there are a lot of floodings. So it is something that I concur with Bosibori, that we live in areas that are not habitable, below the high voltage power, along the railway line, along the river, and those are risky places that are also affected with the climate change. Thank you.
That's great. I think we have Betty now, just in time. Betty, can we hear you? I don't hear her.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can now, yes. Great, welcome.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I think I'm very sorry I missed the first bit of your introduction. So if you don't mind to just go ahead and tell us, or tell me what the question was.
Yeah, so we're starting the discussion with a simple question: is upgrading climate adaptation? And if so, what opportunities does this framing provide? And or do you see any kind of risks to framing it this way?
Okay, right. Thank you, Brock, and thank you everybody in the space or in the room. Unfortunately, I cannot see you, but I hope that you can hear me and or see me.
We can.
My name is Beatrice Hati. I am an urban planner. I am also working currently as the Research and Urban Development Associate at the International Center for Frugal Innovations, whose branch in Kenya is housed by Nuvoni Center for Innovation Research. I also wear a third hat that I will try to bring in today in this discussion. I'm a PhD student, currently doing my PhD at Erasmus University and focusing on multi-level governance of disasters in informal settlements. So I hope with the few anecdotes I have here and there from my experience in the SPA planning of Mukuru, I can bring in some lessons and also hope to learn from Bosibori, Doris, Marion, Killian, and everybody else in the panel and in the room. So upgrading informal settlements within the frame of climate change, I believe this is a big opportunity. And one of the biggest opportunities I see is that the climate change agenda or the debates puts informal settlements in the world map. And what I mean by this is that already currently now we see in the African Climate Summit, the discussion of informality is already even now in the presidential debate going on right now. And we see informality being mentioned here and there, which is not a case that we have had before. So I think that the agenda to upgrade informal settlements while referring to the climate agenda provides a unique opportunity for informal settlements to be discussed, not only on a national level, on a regional level now in Africa, but also on a world level, bringing together partners on different scales. I think the next point that I had to highlight on the opportunity of framing informality and upgrading in terms of climate change adaptation is the fact that, I believe there is a big consensus now in the summit and broadly even beyond the summit that, of course, the world is at risk. And I know the UNDRR, the United Nations Disaster Risk Office, produced a report in 2020 highlighting all the risks that are there in the world and particularly in African countries. And informal settlements were highlighted as the first most risky areas or vulnerable areas to be living in. And I think when I joined in, Doris was already highlighting the vulnerabilities in Mukuru already. So the consensus that we have is that the world is at risk, that is given, and that of course this risk is not uniformly distributed and informal settlements are the most vulnerable. So the key agenda for us is to understand how we can add nuance to the climate adaptation agenda. How do we ensure that those who are most affected, but those with the least capacities to cope can be able to build climate adaptation? If you allow me, Brock, I'll leave it there and I will continue with more remarks as we continue the discussion.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'll just say, I echo some of the things you guys said. So upgrading, Marion said upgrading is bigger than adaptation. Killian said, to people in the communities, the terminology doesn't matter. And I think this really gets the broader idea of resilience, right? So if you have a secure livelihood, then you are more resilient to climate shocks. Okay, so I think we'll spend a lot of the rest of the conversation talking about the idea of translating lessons from one place to another. So Mukuru has provided a lot of really important lessons, but they're not something that can be copy and pasted, right? So how do we translate that from Mukuru to even other settlements here in Nairobi, like Mathare and Kibera? And then even probably more difficult, other cities in Africa. So let me start with Doris. If you can just tell a little bit more about your experience with the Mukuru SPA. In particular, there was this planning phase, and now there's this implementation phase. Any kind of differences you see there? And you have been somewhat involved, I think, in what is called the M-Spark process, which is the Mathare Special Planning Area Research Collective, which is trying to do some similar things as we're done in Mukuru.
Okay, thank you, Brooke. Our process started way 2012 after we got so many eviction notice, and it was very bad because village in Long KP had been, people were evicted, so we did rapid enumeration to inform us how many people are within the informal settlement. But later on, other organization came in, and there was a research that was being done by universities, that is Strathmore University, Nairobi University, Berkeley University, Katiba Institute. So there was a lot of data collection within the community. But mostly as Muungano wa Wanavijiji, SDI affiliates, we do collect human data, that is door to door. So we collected our data to inform us how many people live within the community, what services we have, what facility, how many schools we have within the community, how many hospitals we have within the community, and then use the data to do advocacy. So we started with the Ministry of Land. I remember then Mr. Orengo was the land minister, if it is the right word. And then by then Orengo was going out. That was 2013. Then again we followed up with the Charity Ngilu. It did not go well. We did change our campaign again from advocacy of land to women and sanitation campaign. So through the campaign of women and sanitation, we managed, Mukuru was declared a special planning area 2017. Women and sanitation campaign, we had to collect 15,000 signatures. We went to national government health office. We met with Dr. Obacho, which then he said they will not do much because they are policy makers. Only the county government can do the implementation of whatever we were asking of. So after the declaration of SPA, we had to organize community into different segments where people will bring their issue up, discuss the issues that are affecting them. We made Nyumba Kumi, 10 households, where issue will come to the segment, and then from the segment we'll share at a village level. And from there we were divided into different consortium because we started working with the county government, and working with the county government we had to be involved in different consortium, health, water and sanitation, so people will come fit in the consortium that they feel they are comfortable in. With different
so in the interest of time, can I ask you just how you see this potentially translating to Mathare?
So it cannot be copy-paste to Mathare. In Mukuru, it was community-led and other organization, but during implementation, some of us were phased out. So in Mathare, we are looking at it. It should be entirely led by community, implemented by community, because you cannot start as something, plan, and then during implementation it is given to a different person who cannot relate with what you were discussing for some years, more than 5 years, but during implementation you are put aside and you cannot do any correction.
Okay, thank you. Can we get a time check? I haven't seen the cards at all. 15 minutes? 20 minutes? 17 minutes. Okay. All right. Can we bargain for more? So I have a question for Bosibori and Marion. So there was an SPA, a special planning area, was declared also in Kibera, another settlement here in Nairobi in 2020, I believe. I guess I'm wondering, compared to Mukuru, there's been very little action in Kibera. And so I'm curious why you think that is. What are the differences between the two, and what may account for those differences?
Okay, I'll go first. I had hoped that Marion would go first, but it's fine, I can go first. So the differences between Mukuru and Kibera SPA. So first things first, I would like to take into consideration a lot of what Doris has said. And Doris is speaking from the perspective of someone who has lived in Mukuru. And she has basically taken us through a lot of the steps that were taken towards pushing and advocating and fighting for the declaration of Mukuru as an SPA, so that real change, real intervention would begin to happen to the lives of the people who are living in Mukuru. So let's take note of that as the first thing, that there was a lot of effort that has gone into the declaration. It didn't just happen overnight and it was declared. There was the peace campaigns, there was the sanitation campaigns, there was so much more going on behind the curtain that a lot of people probably are not privy to. Then secondly is that the declaration of Kibera as an SPA, Kibera and I think subsequently Mathare as well, Kilian, okay, yeah, subsequent planned declarations for other areas as special planning areas. And specifically for Kibera, it took place in 2020. This was at a time during the global pandemic where the public health situation and issues of cleanliness and sanitation and everything else was really so key. It was extremely crucial for people to be in clean environments at that time. So I believe part of the reason that influenced the declaration of the Kibera SPA was the whole COVID pandemic that happened in 2020. Not to say that there has not been deliberate plans, and Marion will step in at this point because I'm not sure what's been happening on the side of government. But what's to say is Konkui Design Initiative, like I introduced myself, I'm a planner from Konkui Design Initiative, has been working in Kibera for close to 17 years now. And some of the things that I would say was very crucial for us. Number one is that we've had an interest in the community that lives there. We have this partnership, we have a friendship with the people who work there. And so this became an opportunity for us to also be in a space where we can actually be part of the change that happens to Kibera and the people that are living in Kibera, our friends who live in Kibera. So some of the things that we started to do in preparation for the planning process to happen was to, get in touch with the Muungano Alliance, get in touch with the, Akiba Mashinani Trust, Slum Dwellers International Kenya, the initial consortium who was part of the Mukuru SPA process, just to learn the lessons and understand how did that go, what do you think worked well, what do you think didn't work well, and sort of exchange lessons. The other thing we have been trying to actively do since 2020 and that declaration is to have active partnerships with local stakeholders, have active partnerships with civil society groups and other NGOs who are playing a role in Kibera so that we are all moving as a group. Then I think something else that we're also recognizing, and this could also be influenced by our history as an organization as well, we go into informal settlements with a need to transform underutilized spaces into productive public spaces where people are able to access very crucial sanitation services, bathrooms, play areas for kids. So something which is really important to us was to recognize the importance of the environment, the rivers, and the people when it comes to this whole discussion about upgrading. And it ties back to the climate adaptation and upgrading process question as well. Finally is also recognizing the importance, and I think this one is a big lesson that we are also taking away from the Mukuru SPA process, that the upgrading process needs to be a bottom-up approach. I know we use that term quite almost like we laugh at it here in Kenya when we hear it because of the whole connotation it came with, but it is actually very important to build on local knowledge, to build on the existing social fabrics, to be able to upscale it into the bigger upgrading process. So in the interest of time, Brock, I'll stop there and then Marion can take over.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time quickly, so.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't talk too much. And let me correct, many of you may think I'm a planner. Many people think I'm a planner. I'm not a planner. I'm a land economist with a specialization in housing. So back to the question, when we look at both the Mukuru, the SPA and the Kibera, to me what came out, the main difference is the approach. Because as Dorcas had mentioned, when these research findings were presented to us at the county, I think the findings found a fertile ground. And it's on the basis of those findings that we actually declared Mukuru as an SPA. Already, there's work that had been done by the community and by research institutions, and we didn't need, as a county, to reinvent the wheel. The situational analysis was already known, and just to comment on the Mathare SPA, which is yet to be declared, the Mathare SPA already, we know there's a lot of research work that is going on, and I think the same way, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I had the benefit of sitting in with the NSPAC team
in Rotterdam last week, because one of the things that is coming out, and I think a lot of us in the urban sector know, there's too much research, too much. If you go to Mathare, you go to Kibera, there's so much work that has been done by so many people, but it's not coordinated. And I think if all of us in this room shared what we are in terms of our fields, we may actually realize that we can actually all work together and be able to make a big difference. Then secondly, I think when it came to Mukuru, Mukuru had a lot of partners. We had 42 partners that supported the process. The Kibera SPA, which we declared in 2020, there the government wanted to get a planning team and to be able to do the plan. And maybe that's why it has not succeeded. Then to the Mathare SPA, the Mathare SPA already, we can say, has more or less started with the research, although we still have not declared, but at least once we're able to have the repository of the research, then we can be able to move forward and be able to do the SPA. Back to the question, we cannot copy-paste because areas are different. The scenarios in Mukuru are different from what we have in Kibera, but to me, what we can paste possibly are the lessons, because we have great lessons for Mukuru, and let me say that even as a county, we have received a lot of requests, even from other countries, who are asking how they can also be able to learn about the SPA. So I think for me, it is looking at the lessons, what worked, what did not work, because you cannot just copy-paste even issues that did not work. So it's basically looking at the lessons and carrying them forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So very much an ongoing process in Nairobi and across Africa. Okay, so a question now for Killian and then Betty as well, who are quite involved in the MSpark process in Mathare. You know, I think it's trying to build off of the experience and the lessons in Mukuru, since you were everybody here has been involved in one degree or to another in the Mukuru SPA. So how did lessons from Mukuru inform your approach now in Mathare? And what are the challenges that MSpark is facing right now, from data collection to advocacy to partners to collaboration to, you know, what Marion talked about in terms of coordinating all these different stakeholders?
Yeah, I think I'll start, and just to take you back, I think I was much involved in the Mukuru process, right from supporting communities to be able to generate evidence that supported the whole planning process. And through the whole stages that Doris has described. And one thing that I agree with all the speakers is that the approach or the methodology cannot be replicated anywhere. And one thing that, one difference that, notable difference between Mukuru and Mathare, one of them is on the land ownership. So in Mukuru, we were dealing with a situation where 96% of the residents were tenants and only 4% were structure owners, but they did not have ownership of the land. In Mathare case, I think the land ownership, the dynamics is different. Most of the people own land, even most of the people have titles, and a number of, there's a good number of people who are also tenants. But then the situation is a little bit different, because also the level of the level where this is coming from is a little bit different. So initially, I think organization had assumed that the success of Mukuru would lead to success of the special planning area in any other settlement, not knowing that the Mukuru case came from the community. Community were leading the process from the beginning of it, right from the eviction, the time they were facing eviction, participating through the data collection process, through the planning process to bring the ideas into the planning process. And I think also to some extent to the implementation process. But then I think we have different situations where organizations are taking leadership of processes that are meant to be community-led. And those are some of the issues, those are some of the things that probably are delaying the processes in other areas. But I also wanted to bring an example, a different example away from the city, why probably it may not be replicable in other areas, and bring in the case of Kisumu City. We are currently working with Kisumu County Government, and our initial thought was to explore how to develop this, develop an integrated plan through the special planning area provision. And we found out that this might not be possible because if you look at Kisumu, all the informal settlements are actually part of the city. And ideally, a county government, a new county government coming in, have a plan for the city, for the development of the city. So the SPA now also the declaration providing for freezing of development for a period of 2 years may not be feasible in that case. Yeah. So if you look at other issues to do with, if I come back to Mathare again, I think ideally right now the communities, our work is to strengthen the capacity of the community to be able to take the leadership of the process. And I think when communities talk to the government directly without having to go through the organizations, it makes it a little bit easier for community to experience changes in their locality. Thank you.
Great. So I think, Betty, you can speak to the same question, and then we'll just skip the rest of the questions and go to one final question and final remarks after that.
Thank you, Brock. I think one of the challenges of coming last is that all the fantastic new points have been said. So I can as well say everything has been said. But to take up from where my colleague Killian left, I think there is a big agreement that Mukuru has served as a model, but a model not to be replicated, but a model to learn from, a model to serve as inspiration for the other SPAs. So just to speak about Mathare, when we were trying to, take lessons and scale what happened in Mukuru to Mathare, most of the things were not working out. And I think I draw 3 key things to highlight what things we are trying to do differently in Mathare and to see how we can learn from Mukuru to influence different approaches in Mathare. So here it goes. Sorry for that noise. So Mambo ni Matatu. If you're in the audience, you know where that phrase is coming from. If not, please use it as a point to network after this. First, I think it's situational politics. Brock, you first mentioned that politics, I think in the introductions, cannot be separated from development, which is true. Politics shape development and upgrading informal settlements, and as well upgrading is also framed by politics. So what we are trying to do in Mathare is to actually use politics as a tool that we can leverage to kind of quicken the steps that are happening in Mathare. I think, as Marion had highlighted earlier, of course, the government is the one that has the mandate to implement and to lead even a special planning area program, because that is their mandate decentralized from the national government. So when we are trying to frame all these arguments around upgrading in Mathare, the key thing is to find out who are the particular people that can stand with this in the government level, that is at the county government and possibly later in the national government, and how can they better support this process. I think we saw this support happening in Mukuru, where while we say the whole government supported the whole SPA, I think we had critical persons in the county government offices that were really supporting this process, and I think we call them street level bureaucrats, and I think one of them is here with us, Marion. So if you don't have a particular political figure supporting also your upgrading processes, I think you could also be planning to fail, as was highlighted earlier in the discussions. I think the second point is using research as a premise, and Doris has highlighted this. But in Mathare, we are not only curious about producing research that informs the SPA, but also looking at the past, the current, and the futures of research. Already, Marion has asserted to the fact that so much research is being done in informal settlements. If anything, for a long time, informal settlements have been treated as a gold mine, almost, where people just come in, get in data, get their professional growth, get benefits, but the people in the informal settlements do not get that benefit. So we have framed this problem in Mathare as research waste, and we are trying to tackle this head on, trying to look at what research has been done in Mathare before, and has it benefited the community? If not, we're actually directly reaching out to the people who carried out this research and asking them, of course, your research highlighted different things that you want to help change in Mathare, but that has not been seen. So what can they do now? So in that regard, how do we hold research producers accountable for what they produce? I mean, it makes no sense to come into Mathare to produce new research where already so much more exists. And more practically, in my office in Boni Center for Innovation Research, we started by mapping all research that has been done in Mathare, and at least for the past decade, the last 10 years. And we found out there's 234 plus data points or research that have been produced in this settlement. But the problem is, how do you have all this data but it cannot yet be used for upgrading or even for influencing development in Mathare? So with MSPAC, we are now trying to interrogate this repository of 234 materials to see what is useful for upgrading and what needs more to be collected. There is absolutely no need for people to come in and collect data that already exists. I mean, we risk having research fatigue.
Betty, can I jump in real quick? So we only have 5 minutes left. And I'm very interested in
Sure,
what you
and
say.
I only have 1 point left, so I'll just say it in a second. I think the last point is understanding how to sustain partnerships. I think in the Mukuru SPA, we mentioned we had over 48 partners, but where are the partners now and what are they doing together? I'm not sure if that partnership is still there, and so that's one of the lessons we are trying to take to Mathare to see how can we sustain these partnerships, how can we create a community of practice, so that someone who was there with Doris in 2012 can still find some relevant contribution in Mukuru now in 2023. So creating a community of partnerships between actors. So Brock, over to you. I think that is all my remarks.
Thank you. So we are almost out of time. So I will ask one final, and what I think is quite a tough question, to all of our panelists. So you can respond to that and make any final remarks. Apologies, we did not get to the Q&A. So the question is, how can upgrading practices go beyond addressing existing gaps in service provision? So, you have a lack of basic infrastructure and services in a lot of informal settlements. So just filling those gaps in service provision makes people more resilient. But how can you go beyond that to confront future climate risks as the climate impacts continue to get worse? So how can you build on resilience to invest in adaptation to future risk? I think we'll start with Vera.
I'll try, and I had a few other points, but I'm going to try and sneak in as well. Sorry, Brock.
That's okay.
I think one of the things that's really important here, and a lot of us here from very different places, is, and allow me to be a bit controversial, special planning area approach is an answer to a particular question, or it's an approach to a particular question, and our question here is around upgrading. So if SPA is the answer, what are the other routes or innovative routes to approach the kind of things that we're already doing? So for example, in these creative entry points, the SPA is one, very, very critical one that has allowed us to start to think about innovation, start to think about kind of some of the climate aspects. Some of the other ones have been around infrastructure and kind of infrastructure-led development or infrastructure or service-led alongside communities, how we can move forward and how we can think about what their particular needs are. And I like Killian's point, the community won't say climate change, but they will say we don't have water here when we used to have water. Or when Marion spoke about how services are sometimes linked, and public health is directly linked to water services and flooding. So there is an intimate link between climate and services. Public space, like Bosibori spoke about, again, a very useful entry point to start to speak and to have conversations around upgrading. And of course, the aspects of housing and services. From a political perspective, especially in Kenya, but in a few other places in the world, that's one of the key ones. So bringing us up a few levels, Mathare is one informal settlement amongst several in one of our African cities. We have 100 cities. We have 885 little cities, 10,000 plus secondary cities. In 2050, we will have 1.25 billion urban residents. 1 billion of those will be in the informal settlements we're talking about. So for me, it's not even a question of how, but a question of whether we will be making sure that climate and climate resilient type aspects are absolutely core to any of these entry points we use, whether SPA, whether infrastructure, whether top-down, whether bottom-up, but ultimately ensuring that the people who are going to be, that 1 billion people who will be living in that particular type of context are really able to do that in a sustainable and resilient way.
Great, thank you. Marion?
Thank you. For me, I would say, I would be very simple. Give people an opportunity to be heard, let them drive their process. As simple as that. The communities know what is best for them, they know where they are ailing, so give them an opportunity to articulate their issues, to bring their issues to the forefront, and let us listen to their issues. Then my parting shot, I think when we all look at the planning law, it's clear that the Director of Physical Planning has a mandate to declare areas as special planning areas, so long as they have special development characteristics. And I think to the planners in the room, I think it's time that we declared our informal settlements all over Kenya as special planning areas because they have peculiar development characteristics. If we continue being too rigid, if I want to put 10-meter road in a slum, it means I'm affecting more people. So I think as a country and even as a region, let's think, do we just declare some of these areas as SPAs? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think in many countries there's a provision for something similar, right? A zone of exemption to build an industrial port, to do something else. They can be applied to our cities as well. Sorry, can I go to Betty? You have less than a minute on the Zoom, because I don't pay for Zoom. If you can speak quickly and then you'll probably get cut off, sorry.
Yeah, sure. I think my parting shot will be related to the previous speaker before Marion. I quite couldn't get who that was. But I think you asserted to the need for multiple languages. How do you understand what is necessary for an informal settlement? And going back to Mathare, we see a lot of gangs, people call them gangs, I'd like to call them social entrepreneurs, trying to do different things to sustain the settlement. How can we better engage these people also in development and to be able to continue these processes of upgrading? So I think my key point would be to highlight what the previous speaker has said, to understand the multiple languages of different informal settlements and to see how we can use that.
Okay, yeah, so we are out of time, so if the final three speakers can just try to be very succinct.
Maybe I'll start. And I think the all planning approach provides an opportunity to integrate issues within the informal settlement. And learning from Ukuru, it has provided an opportunity to allow the community members to dream about how the future settlement looks like. And I think the same can be, is applicable, that whole process, that process of visioning is applicable in other areas. And the most important thing is that the urgency to act lies on those who are facing these challenges that we've mentioned. So strengthening their capacity to be able to take lead in those processes is the most important thing in this game. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Just be a minute. I think we need to plan ahead using the resilience lens. We need to think about better spatial planning. We need to think about better services. We need to think about capitalizing on local knowledge. We need to think about partnerships, multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approaches. And we also need to think highly participative. I think I'll leave it at that.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'll just start with the one word. Plan with us. Don't plan for us.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you to the panel. I realize now I didn't introduce myself. I'm the moderator. My name is Brock Hicks. I think you can tell by everything that people had to say, we've just scratched the surface. So I encourage you to find all these people and follow them wherever you can and try to take some of these tough questions home with you. Thank you.
Hi. We're going to get started with the next side event. It's the Oxygen Energy Climate Nexus, and it's going to be with Johns Hopkins University, the Institute for Global Perioperative Care, the Society of Critical Care Medicine, and Direct Relief. You're all welcome to stay, but we do need our very large delegation to have some seats, please, and to let our MC here start. Thank you all.
Yes, those are your slides. Yeah, your comfort slides are there. Or confidence slides. Oh, okay. All right, you ready? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you here today. My name is Mark Lenhart, and I am with the Society of Critical Care Medicine. And for those of you who may not know who SCCM is, we're the largest non-governmental medical organization dedicated to promoting excellence and consistency in critical care. We currently have 17,000 members across 100 countries. SCCM focuses on the intensive care units in hospitals. Those are the ICU units, where the sickest of the sick patients are treated and taken care of. While we're based in the United States, we're moving to expand our global impact thanks to a strategic partnership we have with an organization called Direct Relief, which is a large non-governmental humanitarian aid organization based in California. I want to personally thank Jeffrey Samuel, who is here today representing Direct Relief, so thank you, Jeffrey. SCCM's mission is to secure the highest quality of care for critically ill and injured patients. And we quickly realized, as we were looking around, that we were not able to do this because there was a lack of access of medical-grade oxygen and clean energy solutions that allowed us to provide patient care in these underserved areas around the world. So to address this need, we formed SCCM Global Health. And we partnered with Direct Relief to create our first oxygen and energy plant project called the African Infrastructure Relief and Support Project, or called AIRS for short. This project offers a unique and novel approach to the nexus between oxygen, energy, and health. Today's workshop really brings together a coalition of partners who support our AIRS project, and I just want to take a few minutes to highlight just a few of our key partners. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Minister of Health for Liberia. And today we are honored to have the Minister of Health herself here, the Honorable Dr. Wilhelmina Jola, who is here today to speak. So I would like to thank Dr. Jola for being here with us. Dr. Jola is only the second Minister of Health to attend a climate summit, so we're very honored that she was able to make it today. I would also like to recognize ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West Africa States, Johns Hopkins University, and of the Lancet Global Oxygen Commission. Now, our first presenter I'd like to bring up is Mr. Abdul Latif from the African Diaspora Forum.
Thank you. My name is Abdul Latif Balanta. I am the Executive Director at the Diaspora Africa Forum. I'm also a Pennsylvania attorney in the United States. The Diaspora Africa Forum has the unique distinction of being the only diaspora organization which has received full diplomatic accreditation by a country, and that country is Ghana. Ghana has given all of the diplomatic privileges because we represent the diaspora as if we were representing a country. That includes a diplomatic passport for the ambassador, as well as diplomatic immunities and waivers from taxes and other liabilities. The Diaspora Africa Forum has been involved in this project as well as in other projects by actually helping to mobilize the diaspora to both give back or to look back to the continent. This is our mission. We actually report to the African Union, and our primary aim is to support their aims and objectives. But every so often we get an opportunity like this to work with a group of organizations or members who are doing good things on the continent. And in that respect, what we do is we say, make sure you use diaspora doctors, make sure you use diaspora suppliers. In this case, you're going to hear about a program where they're actually installing oxygen in hospitals and then powering that oxygen with solar panels. Both the piping company that is piping the gases, the oxygen to the hospital beds, as well as the solar company itself is a diaspora company. What we do when we go to a country, we don't impose our will upon them and say, this is what we have, take it or leave it, but rather we seek their advice and their counsel in terms of what they're looking for. And the three countries that we've gone through that we're working on right now is Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. And in each one of the countries, they had a different approach. One of the countries said, please provide oxygen to our largest hospital. Another one of the countries said, please provide it to one of the middle-sized, more teaching hospitals, mid-size. And then yet another country said, please, there's a rural hospital that's far out, it's not even on the grid, and they need solar panels as well as the oxygen that you speak of. So when we bring a project to some country, we make sure that it has a diaspora component to it, but rather that it speaks to the needs of the local country. In this case, we have a case study that you'll see which speaks particularly to the Liberian situation. And everywhere, even if we have a progressive and a minister with foresight, as in this case, in those cases, we try not to impose any burdens on the government. Our business model is to provide what we call direct investment in public health, which means that we don't involve the government we don't burden the government with the burden of administering the project, but rather with their blessings, we provide the resources and the solar panels and the oxygen direct to the hospital, direct to the people who need it. So we thank you, and we hope that you'll enjoy this presentation. You'll get an opportunity to make some of the decisions that went into our decision-making process as we decided how we were going to help these countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to bring up Dr. Redit Smells Workna. Dr. Smells Workna is an Ethiopian anesthesiologist and is an SCCM African member. She's also one of 20 people in the world chosen by the Lancet Global Health and is a oxygen commissioner. Dr. Lancet.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending this interesting event. Oxygen. Yeah. Oxygen is a breath of life. Medical oxygen is one of the essential medicines listed by the World Health Organization as one of the essential ones, and it's irreplaceable. Every hospital needs to have oxygen available to treat all sorts of patients that include newborns, pregnant women, elderly patients, patients who have chronic conditions, patients who have asthmatic attacks, patients who have sustained trauma and need to have surgery, for routine care of anesthesia, for any routine surgery that the patients need, for cancer patients, and even recently, our COVID-19 patients. Without oxygen, those patients could not have been treated. Better access to oxygen could have prevented that devastating death toll of 20 million. That is, these patients, if they were availed oxygen to, much of these deaths could have been prevented. In a study done in 64 intensive care units in Africa, this was a study done in 10 countries, they showed that 1 in 2 patients died being denied of oxygen. That is 50% of the patients that needed oxygen didn't get it. Can you imagine yourself being in that situation? These are not just critical care patients. These are patients who are who were waiting at the emergency room to get oxygen. These are asthmatic patients. These are children with pneumonia. These are treatable conditions with just oxygen, and they were denied care. These were patients who are oxygen access denied. And COVID-19 pandemic, I would say thank you to it. It has shown us that there was a huge gap that needed to be filled when it comes to oxygen therapy. And many hospitals they have realized the need to avail oxygen, so they're planting oxygen plants, and much investment is going there too. As our Lancet Commission says, access to oxygen is a measure of health equity, and access to oxygen should never be denied, as oxygen is a breath of life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to bring up Dr. John Sampson from Johns Hopkins University.
Good afternoon. So today is going to be a wonderful interactive day. We're going to interact with you. Everyone should have a clicker. And we're going to be talking about oxygen decision making. But I want to give you just some little bit of background information on oxygen generators. We're not really going to talk in this session about what's called cryogenic oxygen. Cryogenic oxygen is liquid oxygen. And honestly, most of the locations that we've looked at, most of the countries we looked at in Africa, cannot afford this particular one unless they have some really deep pockets for funding. We're going to be talking about the type of oxygen generation that is more commonly done at healthcare facilities in the continent, which is either pressure swing absorption or vacuum swing absorption, either PSA or VSA. So those are the technologies that, although expensive, are more affordable and more likely to be something that you can access. So we're not going to go into the details of the technical aspects of that, but just talking about those particular types of oxygen generation for your interactive workshop. So make sure everyone has your clicker.
Thank you, Dr. Sampson. Now I'd like to bring up Dr. Serena Cruz, who will take us through the workshop. Dr. Cruz.
So just some housekeeping. Raise your hand if you need a clicker. Okay, this person here needs a clicker, this person here needs a clicker, the person in the back needs a clicker. All right, keep those hands up. It's clicky time. Okay, so we're gonna do a case scenario. Everyone in this room is a government stakeholder. We need a clicky here. And your role is to make policy decisions that directly affect the life of your patients in your country. So you're going to be given 5 oxygen plants in a particular region, okay? The scenario is that there's going to be biomedical training available, and the plants are going to need to be maintained after they're created, okay? Are you ready, government officials? Okay. So the idea behind this is that you have to make these decisions in certain contexts: urban, peri-urban, or rural, okay? All right, question number 1, government stakeholders. Based on these beautiful pictures, you're going to have to choose what type of oxygen generation plant this is. They're all oxygen generation plants. They all have a common technology. They're all being deployed in the 3 types of contexts I told you: urban, peri-urban, and rural. So, when you're ready, are we ready, Jeff? Please pick your oxygen generation plant. With your clicker. We can't possibly only have 6 voters. There's no wrong answers here. 8, 9, 11. Keep going. Come on, voters. Your leaders here. 13. Raise your hand if you have not managed to do the clicky. 14. All right, I'm going to cut it at 15. Let's go. Come on, number 15. All right, what do we got? Okay, the majority here of our leaders have decided option number 4. What does that mean, Mark? Who's next?
I don't know. You tell me. So I'd like to bring up Okonkwo Mubagwa, who is CEO of Winco Solar, who explained the consequences of the various choices you just made.
So let's have a look at the consequences of your choice in terms of energy consumption. choice number 2 seems to lead to way less consumption than all of the other alternatives, which in consequence, Jeff, means less consumption of fuel, which has a direct impact on your cost of fuel per month and per year. If we look at the difference between the extremes, choice number 2 is $15,000 less per year than choice number 4. We looked at consumption. Let's look at emission. Once again, choice number 2 seems to lead to significantly less emissions of carbon dioxide than all of the other choices. That has a direct impact on the yearly amount of carbon credits that you need to buy in order to offset your emissions. Comparing the extremes, that leads to a surplus of over $3,000. So what is it? What is it about technology or choice number 2 that makes it that it consumes way less fuel and hence costs less in terms of fuel and emits way less carbon dioxide than all of the others?
So now I'd like to bring up Tim Bolton, CEO of PCI Gases, to explain. Oh, I gave you a promotion.
I'd love to be. I'm just the sales and marketing director for Europe, Middle East, Africa. So if the CEO heard this, he'd fire me. Just a brief recap. The oxygen that we all breathe is 21% or 20.9%. So of the oxygen we breathe, about 79% is not necessary for us to live, so we breathe it out again. So if we then go to the next slide, there are differing technologies. These are on-type technologies, so the basic principle is the same. You have a tank full of what we call zeolite. This is a filter for filtering the ambient air. You pressure air through the filter, and you get out your medicinal oxygen. So the systems, the common systems known are PSA, pressure, swing, absorption, and vacuum swim absorption. Both the processes filter out the impurities. We call them impurities. So a major part is nitrogen, the other gases, but also CO, CO2, hydrocarbons. It's a completely regenerative process, i.e. you take some of the oxygen that you've produced and you blow it back down through the sieve and you clean it, and then the process then restarts. The difference between the two systems, and this is why we're talking about power consumption, is the difference between the two systems is the PSA is a single stage, which means you take the total volume of ambient air, which includes the 78% nitrogen, you pressure it through, and you make your oxygen. But then you have nitrogen in there. So then you have to exhaust the 78% nitrogen. So you're throwing away something that you've just pressured up, which is not power efficient. The VSA system does it in 2 stages. So you make your oxygen first at a very, very low pressure, and then you take your oxygen and you pressure it up to the pressure that you need in your pipeline system. So there you can see, instead of pressuring the total volume, although you only need 1/5 of that volume, you are taking only the oxygen and you're pressuring that. So I'd like to show you now a short video where you can see these systems in operation. On the right-hand side there, you can see one of these systems. That's a 500 liter per minute system, which is enough for about a 500 to 700 bed hospital. And these are the oxygen generators. This is the process of VSA, which is very, very simplified, as you can see, with just the inlet blower and the power consumptions you can see here compared. This is the actual system, so you can see the size here. This is the intake blower, which only works at less than 1 bar pressure, which is very, very good because you don't need to dry the air beforehand. All these systems make oxygen 93. As you can see here, the concentration is measured, also the pressures. Another picture of this type of system, and this is the connection between the blower and the electric motor which is driving the blower. The system is pressure driven, so that we censor the pressure in various parts of the system to keep it in operation. So here you have now the comparison of the two. As you can see on the left, there's the PSA system, quite complex with a lot of valves. You need a dryer to dry the air before it goes into the system. And you also have this is the comparison. That was rather quick we were comparing also the valves that were there and the moving parts that were there. These are just 3 examples of systems installed. China, Toronto, Canada, there are 4 systems there, and also Brazil you can see at the bottom. Thank you very much.
But what about our surplus? What about the $15,000 that we didn't spend on fuel by choosing number 2? And what about the $3,000 that we didn't spend on carbon credits? That's a total of over $18,000 that we can allocate within the healthcare facility. What do we do with these diesel dollars?
So to explain how we can spend that money, I'm going to ask Dr. Linda Bafi, who's representing the Ghana Health Services and also EcoWise, who's also today speaking on behalf of EcoWise RCC Chairman Dr. DaCosta Abuja, who isn't able to attend today. But she'll explain how we can use those diesel to dollars that we just captured.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone, for coming. So you would all agree with me that the healthcare system in Africa needs every single dollar it can save from diesel, because we all know the many challenges that we are experiencing in the midst of very scarce resources. These diesel dollars can be used to support preventive health, obstetric care, surgical care, among others. When we look here, we have a picture of a woman undergoing pap smear, which is a procedure that is used to detect abnormal cells in the cervix before they become cancerous. Using these diesel dollars to support such preventive health programs has the potential to save a lot of women in Africa. Currently in our continent, cervical cancer ranks either first or second among all female cancers. But globally and in high-income countries, the cancer doesn't rank that high. Why? Because of support for preventive practices in high-income countries. So let us adopt the vacuum oxygen technology, save some diesel dollars, invest in preventive health, and save our women. Obstetric care. We have a picture of a beautiful pregnant woman here. Pregnancy and delivery, we all know, are natural processes. That's supposed to be a happy one. But our maternal mortality is alarmingly high. Currently in Africa, we are losing as many as 430 women for every 100,000 live births, compared to 12 per 100,000 live births in high-income countries. And most of the causes of these deaths are preventable, such as low blood level or due to infections. So why don't we save some diesel dollars from adopting this oxygen technology and use it to address these critical healthcare challenges to save our women? Access to surgical care is limited in all areas of Africa. When you come to urban areas of Africa, rural areas of Africa, there is limited access to surgical care due to a lot of factors, commonly due to either ill-equipped operating rooms, shortage of medications, shortages of surgical equipment. Saving diesel dollars can be used to address this scarcity, to make access to surgical care easy for Africans. The importance of hospital infrastructure development, I cannot overemphasize it enough. We all experienced COVID-19, and we are here because we survived COVID-19. The early part of this year, we all heard of the massive earthquake that happened in Turkey. During disasters, hospitals are usually the first point of call. That is why in Africa, the largest growing continent, we need to invest sufficiently in our hospital infrastructure to take care of the health needs of our growing population and also respond adequately to future health emergencies and pandemics. Why don't we adopt the vacuum oxygen technology, save on the money that we would use to purchase diesel fuel, to invest in hospital infrastructure? Lastly, I want us to know, as participants of this summit, let us seize the opportunity that this vacuum technology has offered to us, let us save diesel dollars in order to save lives, especially of our women and children, both now in Africa and in the future. Thank you.
I don't really know what to say. Linda, that was really intense and beautiful. I'm getting caught up in wires. So what have we learned so far? We've learned that there's a technology that allows us to move away from diesel dollar waste and invest in healthcare dollars and infrastructure. By doing that, we're going to cut down on a couple things. We're going to cut down on the production of carbon dioxide, and we're going to lower greenhouse emissions, okay? And that's the real climate impact. Next slide. Okay, with that background, we're going to talk about best practice 1. What we've learned is, as government officials, don't worry, this workshop's not over, you're going to click again. You now know you have to plan for energy efficiency. So the theme is convert your diesel dollars to healthcare dollars. Okay, what's next? Decision 2. All right, so everybody, you 2 walked in later, so we need some clickies here. Okay, so decision 2, and just a recap for our late blossoms, we want you to know that you're government officials and you need to make informed policy decisions. Our previous government officials, are you ready to make another decision that's going to impact the lives of your patients? Are you ready? Are you sure? You sound tired. Okay, this is the quiet people. All right, so question for decision 2. How will you power your oxygen plant? Are you going to power it with a grid? Are you going to use some diesel generators, folks? Or is it possible to transition in a context that's urban, peri-urban, or rural to renewable sources? Are you ready? Are your clickers at hand? All right, start. Six, really? Come on. Let's try for 15 again. 15, 1-5. Come on, folks. We're only at 8. Let's go. What's it going to be? Power grid, diesel, renewable. Can we get it to 10? Oh, sorry. Is that me? Oh, that's you. Okay. All right. Who hasn't clicked? Raise your hand. Who has clicked? Raise your hand. Okay. Is that 8 hands? All right. Let's see what we've got from the 8 that clicked. I'm so glad that you picked that after this first part. All right. What do we got next?
Let's look at the consequences of your choices. If you chose number 1, grid-powered energy, well, you don't have to consume any fuel, it's true, but you have the yearly cost of your electricity bill, which is $7,000. You do not emit any carbon dioxide. If you chose choice number 2, to use fuel power generators, that means you need to pay for your fuel consumption every year, upwards of $20,000. And on top of that, your fuel consumption generates over 50,000 tons of carbon dioxide every year. However, if you chose for renewable energy, you don't have to pay for fuel, and you do not emit any carbon dioxide. So it seems obvious that choice number 3 is better in terms of dollars for diesel and environmental impact. There's a desperate need for energy in Africa, the fastest growing population in the world. If you look at all the countries in red, they have less than 20% of their population has access to energy. This impacts their lives daily in terms of sense of isolation, in terms of productivity, in terms of safety, and in terms of healthcare, where people are dying, every day dying. So there is urgency. Solar energy is the only energy technology that is leverageable at any scale. It is decentralized, so it can be deployed rapidly than any other alternative. It is the energy solution for our continent for the next century. And most importantly, it is sustainable. Sustainability also has financial implications. The Kyoto Protocol operationalizes the United Nations framework in terms of countries committing by regulation to limit their greenhouse gas emissions to a certain target. Countries can buy carbon credits in order to reach that target from other countries that generate carbon credits by going beyond the target that is stipulated by regulation. And thus, there is a market for carbon credits. There are then real financial implications and a real economy behind sustainability.
Okay, best practice too that we've learned is in planning the efficiency and seeking to convert diesel dollars to healthcare dollars, we want a renewable energy source in combination with the vacuum swing absorption, right? Because it's less energy wasteful. All right, so after this best practice, I think we have another, Mark, do we have another decision to make?
Yes.
All right, this is our last decision, so get those clickers warm. All right, you're gonna answer this question. Now that you know that there's a VSA technology, and now that you know that there's solar, we want you to consider how you're going to design your oxygen plant, okay? So scenario number one is you have a centralized oxygen plant, but then you're going to truck in tanks. You're gonna bring tanks to the facility, okay? In cylinders that are quite heavy. Or you're going to invest in a plant that's on site. So by doing that, you're going to make a decision about design. Are you ready? Are we ready? Please vote for one or two. It's coming. We're at 8, okay. Are we gonna get to 10? We've got somebody nodding. She's like, yes, we're gonna get there. We're at 9, come on, let's get to 10. Come on, leaders, this is your chance to demonstrate how much you care. Are we stopping at 9? What do you think, should we, no, you want us to keep going? All right. Well, we've decided to do hospital-based oxygen pipes. What does that mean?
Well, let's tell them. So I'd like to now bring up Stephen Domingo, who is head of partnerships at Winco Solar.
How are you guys doing? So now that we have seen what you guys chose, I think we'll expand a little bit about the cost of diesel and the impact on climate change with regard to emissions. So I'd like to direct you to 3 relationships between the different oxygen delivery options. So if you were to truck in the oxygen, with regard to the amount of diesel that you would spend per year, it's almost $20,000 compared to 0 if you had your site on, if you had the plant on site. Moving forward to emissions, almost 52,000 tons are emitted in that process as compared to 0 if you have the plant on site. And that just addresses CO2, which doesn't address the other greenhouse gases that are also emitted in that process. And finally, there's another financial implication that has to do with the carbon credits that Akon touched on before. And to offset the emissions that are happening in that process, it's upwards of $4,500. And so now to take like a wider lens, next slide, Jeffrey, please. And to expand on what that means, there are 3 sort of verticals that also differentiate the 2 types of options. With regard to the environmental changes, I touched on the CO2 emissions, but also methane, nitrous oxide, hydrocarbons and volatile organic compounds are also emitted during this process, which has a negative effect. Additionally, there are safety hazards. Pressurized gas is extremely dangerous, in addition to the other sort of physical hazards that could come because of the strenuous activity. In addition, the costs that I talked about, which range to almost $25,000, also have associated costs with truck drivers and the other things that cost in the moving of the oxygen. As Dr. Bafi stated earlier, as that bill rises, there's a direct negative effect on healthcare because the dollars that are spent on diesel or the moving of the oxygen from outside plant to the hospital are dollars that are not able to be spent on healthcare. And I think that will lead us to our third best practice, which Serena will touch on.
Essentially, what we've learned from this discussion, these presentations, is there are 3 best practices, right? Practice number 1, we need to plan as leaders for energy efficiency. We come back to the same point. Let's convert our diesel dollars to what? Healthcare dollars, please. Our best practice 2, we need to combine the most efficient way of, in our case, providing medical oxygen. And we do that with a VSA technology. We do that in combination with solar, battery, renewable solutions, and best practice 3, where did it go? Where did best practice 3 go? That's right. We want to aim for things that are on site. Oxygen and energy lose their value the farther they are from where they need to be. So point of care and point of dispersal is key. That's best practice number 3. All right, thank you.
All right. So, to put a conclusion on our workshop, I'm going to bring up Honorable Dr. Wilhelmina Jala, who is Minister of Health for Liberia. Dr. Jala, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all. You have to do better than that. Good afternoon to all. Now, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Wilhelmina Jala, the Minister of Health from Liberia. Now, if we were speaking about COVID-19, I'm sure this room was going to be filled. And I can tell you as a witness, during the Delta variant, we lost a lot of people because we did not have medical grade oxygen that we needed to save a lot of lives. But at the end of the COVID-19, when I was asked, what do you want as the Minister of Health? I said I wanted oxygen plant. But since I was not well educated and I didn't have good advisors, we did purchase about 10 oxygen plants. All of them were PSA plants without solar. So a lot of them have to rely on diesel for powering up or the grid, which we see is very expensive. But I am so glad that I met up with the African Infrastructure Relief Support Project. They were able to introduce to me this new technology of the VSA plant. So even though the 10 plants went to other counties, and I was asked, where should we put this particular plant? I decided that we put it in the southeast of Liberia, where the rural people deserve the same kind of health care that the urban people deserve. So this facility, this plant is going to an 86-bed referral hospital in the hard-to-reach area that takes care of other 5 counties. They take care of people from Grand Bassa, Grand Jida, and all the other counties around Sino County. So can you imagine when we get this plant up and running, the kind of diesel dollar that will turn into healthcare dollars? The budget is not already big to take care of that county. So I'm sure at that rate, we'll be able to make sure that we are part of the elimination of cervical cancer. We'll be able to see our maternal mortality rate go down in that area. We see our neonatal mortality rate go down in that area because we will have a plant that will pipe the oxygen directly into the facility. But to top it off, we'll also have a whole solar farm that will not only power the oxygen into the hospital, but will also provide 24-hour current for the hospital. And as we save on the energy that will be generated, we might be able to supply even the houses that is around the facility. So this is great news for us. When I heard it, as in your position while you were clicking, I was clicking on the right buttons. So I can smile and say that I, as a government official, made the right choice for the people that live in that county in Liberia. So I would like to thank all of the supporters that they showed on the screen, but most especially the IGPC, the SCCM, Direct Relief, and Johns Hopkins University. Now, to close, I would like to say that to close, we are very, very proud. Liberia is proud. Sino County is proud. We are proud to have a complete renewable package with the plant, the solar piped in, and it comes with training, because you can't have this beautiful system and your biotech technicians are not trained. It comes with training for us to take ownership of this particular plant. And I would like to appeal to all of you to make sure that you have good interest. When somebody comes to you and say we want to do health system strengthening, make sure that the health system strengthening portion includes renewable energy, because health has a role to play. I know we have been on the sideline for a long time, but we need to be sitting at the table to be able to make some of these decisions. We all know that Africa uses emits less chemical into the air, but we are going to be the ones suffering. So some of the decisions we have to make have to be correct decisions where we can smile and save diesel dollars to healthcare dollars and make not only Liberia, not only Africa, but the world a safe place for all of us to survive. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Minister of Health, Liberia.
Yes, thank you so much, Minister Jala. Thank you. That's wonderful, wonderful testimony. And this is someone who is living the project, and we'll see the results of the great work that this team is doing. So I'd like to thank you for joining us here today, and I hope you get a chance to see, or you've now seen. Did I skip ahead here? No.
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So we would like to thank you for coming. We hope you get a chance to see that the impact that our AIRS project is making, that it really is changing lives, saving lives. And as someone who is going to echo the comments of Minister Jala, we would welcome the opportunity to speak with anyone who is interested in becoming one of our project partners, a connector, or a funder of any of our projects. We are actively looking for new projects. We would love to talk to you, so please come up to me or anyone else on the stage here and ask us any questions you like. So again, thank you very much. I think we've got time for just a few questions.
I can take questions at this mic, please.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, good evening. Good evening. So as a leader of my great nation, and I'm looking at what you're talking about, cutting costs, I need a little bit of clarification. So when you bring this amazing technology on the ground, what about maintenance? Have we looked at, are we going to be saying we are saving dollars, saving diesel dollars, but at the end of the day, the maintenance cost is higher than how much it would cost to just operate the way we were? Also, are you going to offer technical training on ground on how to use this machine so that then we don't have them on ground and then we don't understand how to use them, so they then become like a flower we all just look at? Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to a robust maintenance package that is implemented by our Ghanaian partner, so a Ghanaian partner having an African partner that will have the relationship with the biomedical technicians in Ghana, Gambia, and Sierra Leone, we also are working with a biomedical training program to actually create a new biomedical training system specifically for vacuum swing absorption technology that will actually certify the technicians in competencies related to maintaining that. So while in addition to certifying them, we're going to also be training them to be trainers to train other people in how to maintain this type of equipment. And with the iterative process, in other words, they get trained again, then they do the training while we watch them, and then they train totally. So that's what our process is for oxygen. We have a similar process for solar. So we're using, for this program, we're actually using an international solar company, training company out of Colorado that does both online training and in-person training. And each of the biomedical technicians being trained has an iPad loaded with data so that they can even do the online training while they're at home. After they pass that, then they will have an in-person, hands-on training on managing solar facilities that are connected to a grid, as well as solar systems connected to a battery. So we're really putting a lot of effort so that we can do this type of training programs, and hopefully those people will also be resources to other facilities, to other places in Liberia that have oxygen generating plants, or other places in the area that may have solar that need to be maintained as well.
I think we're out of time.
Okay, good. Well, thank you so much for coming, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you, leaders. We just need to get our clickers. Have a wonderful rest. Good job.
No, they wanted us to stop at the 45 so that the other people could transition. That's what they told us.
Okay, colleagues, we are now preparing for the next event, so please, those who are outside and they plan to join this event, please come in because we are constrained by time. So please, for those of you attending, please take your seats. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Please come in, find space. We need to start as soon as possible. Okay, colleagues, good afternoon. My name is George Wamkoya. I'm going to work with you in moderating this session, which is a very, very important session that brings together the interaction between the biodiversity, the climate change, the people, and the certification. Very, very critical in the ecosystem. So since our time is very short, we want to start by first having the film. Are we ready there? Yes, so please welcome you to watch the film. Very, very important film that is actually the people themselves, the local community themselves are talking about the challenges they are facing and the type of solutions they are looking out for. So you're welcome. Please go ahead.
Climate change is a reality. You know, initially it was something that we used to hear in publications, but now it is something that we are living with it.
Last year we got a very hard time because the animals are dying around, both the domestic and the wild animals, because no rain.
Last year we had a very dry spell. The drought was very severe, and we lost a lot of animals. Like now you can see the grazers here, there are a lot of carcasses here.
Unprecedented times are upon us. Iconic landscapes and species are threatened by drought and climate change. We have the responsibility to bequeath the world to the next generation. I think that together we are up to the task. Room to Grow is a new and visionary approach to overcoming climate change in Africa, with people and elephants leading the way. Landscapes have suffered across Africa due to fragmentation and land use changes, which make them vulnerable to the negative impacts of climate change. The communities and wildlife that call these lands home are already experiencing the impacts of climate change, especially the effects of drought and unpredictable rainfall. This undermines their ability to access food and water throughout the year, causing hunger and thirst, diseases, and sometimes even death. But wildlife conservation provides a powerful nature-based solution to these challenges by creating climate-resistant landscapes in which people and animals can thrive together sustainably. Across Eastern and Southern Africa, IFO is working with partners and communities to create room to roam. Room to roam creates connectivity between conservation areas.
The vision for Room to Roam is to create a series of corridors from Southern Africa to Eastern Africa in which elephants will be able to roam freely, safely, and to thrive despite the challenges that they face from climate change. But to do so in a way that human beings also thrive through the conservation of those elephant habitats and through the resilient livelihoods that they're able to develop as a result of the program.
As droughts and climate change force wildlife to move farther and farther in search of food and water, community lands act as crucial dispersal areas critical for their survival. Community engagement is essential to connectivity, and communities are the true stewards for the wildlife they live alongside. We partner with them to create a landscape in which people and animals share space in harmony, reducing human-wildlife conflict and continuing age-old coexistence in the face of modern challenges. Elephants are the architects of the savannah. Protecting and supporting existing populations of elephants helps to mitigate climate change.
Elephants have a critical role to play in both maintaining and improving biodiversity in the landscapes where they live, as well as in addressing the problem of climate change. Elephants are what we call ecosystem engineers. Elephants transform vegetation into a form of carbon that can be taken into the soil. And that is what we call carbon sequestration, which helps address climate change. It's really important that in order to preserve biodiversity, to ensure that landscapes flourish, and also to sequester carbon and to address climate change, that we create space for elephants to roam and to perform the functions that they do as ecosystem engineers.
Protecting, restoring, and effectively managing biodiversity and ecosystem services that nature provides are critical to building climate-resilient landscapes.
When we talk about a climate-resilient landscape, what we mean is a landscape in which the vegetation, the ecosystem is going to be resilient to the challenges of a climate in which there is increasing temperature and more variable rainfall. One of the most important things for securing climate resilience within a landscape is to protect that landscape from degradation. So we do that by using a number of different approaches, such as integrated water and resource management. This is planting trees and putting in water catchment devices like dams or trenches within the landscape to, as we say, slow it, spread it, and sink the water in the landscape so that it can be retained from one rainy season to the next. By protecting ecosystems, we are helping to protect carbon and keep it in the ground so that it doesn't escape to drive climate change and drive global warming.
Resilient landscapes benefit both people and animals.
We're working actively with communities to help them to build the capabilities and the skills to be resilient to that climate change over the long term, but also to those drought disasters that happen intermittently. And we're doing that through an approach called climate smart agriculture, where we're supporting farmers to adopt drought resilient crops, new types of production methods, and to be able to sell their products in the market to get cash that they can then use as savings or assets in the times of disaster. We're also helping them to develop new skills for business, so this can help them to maintain an income when there's a drought or if climate change causes stress for them.
When communities are respected as the custodians of wildlife and assume leadership roles, we have a win-win situation as community empowerment and conservation go hand in hand.
It is, we must say, the developed world that has largely caused climate change, but Africa plays a critical part of the solution by maintaining its biodiversity and restoring carbon within the landscapes that it has available. Africa can be at the forefront of delivering low-carbon, climate-resilient development and be a leader to the world in how to do so.
Now is the time for Africa to establish a unifying vision of climate-smart conservation. Together, I am lucky to live on a continent that is endowed with wildlife. I have seen it firsthand. My children have been able to witness the magnificence of our biodiversity. But what about the next generation, my children's children? We are responsible for this planet. It was granted to us by our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. Now, it is up to us to hand it to the next generation in a state that will benefit all of us. Long into the future.
Thank you very much for that film. At least it's good to see the people who interact with the resource speaking on what they feel and think should be done. In order to elaborate on that vision, I now wish to invite the CEO of IFO, Mr. Azzedine Dons, to come and elaborate on that vision and see how all of us can contribute to that. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for coming. Resist the notion that across Africa, people are simply the victim of climate change. Resist the notion that wildlife is simply the victim of climate change. Everything that you saw in that video really depends on the people that live with wildlife. We're at a climate summit. There's a lot of discussion about financing. Where is the financing in climate discussions to ensure that the people that live with wildlife are healthy? All of the policy discussions, all of the financial discussions have to be translated into the daily lives of those people that we rely on at IFO, our brand being animals and people thriving in the place that we call home. We rely on those people. And during the discussions I've had here already, I hear the stories of people who wake up every morning and don't have the energy or the will to look their children in the eye and give them hope that we can be successful. And Room to Roam requires hope. to be successful. Without it, we will not be successful. All of the things that you saw in the film gives me hope that we can be successful. But it requires everyone outside of the conservation world to be aware of the decision that we must take. And it is not an option, in my view, it is not an option to decide whether or not we are going to save biodiversity. Nature is one of the themes at this summit, and I'm optimistic that we're going to make more progress. Of all of these side events, I think there are something like 90 side events. 4 of them are based on nature. 4. Saving biodiversity is saving ourselves. People must be healthy in order to help us save them. And so that's the message I want to leave you with. And I say resist because we're all here to prepare for Dubai. And it's going to be discussions about finance. This morning I read in the Washington Times that there is a new bond related to climate. And you know what the bond is called? Catastrophe bond. Catastrophe bond. There'll be so much money to be made from catastrophes. So that's why I say resist. Resist. The wealth of Africa is beyond compare. It's beyond compare. And I ask all of you who are here and all of you who are going to Dubai to make sure that there is room to roam. And that you don't go focused on how money can be made just by having nature and biodiversity in a side event. It must be part of those negotiations. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that resist. But it was also interesting, which we haven't analyzed, that out of more than 90 events, only four relate to nature. And yet nature is very, very important. To help us discuss this and see whether there is enabling environment, a policy enabling environment to roam, creating that room, are our distinguished ministers, and therefore I want to first welcome the Honorable Ministers, the host, Honorable Minister Malonza. Please, you're welcome to join here. And Honorable Nzovu from Malawi. Honorable Uzi, Michael Uzi from Malawi. Sorry for that. Malawi and Zambia very close. And then we have our colleague from Zimbabwe, Professor Matonti. Please welcome. He's the Chief Director. Please join. We're expecting some, but we'll continue with this. So, Honorable Ministers, and particularly I'll start with the host, Honorable Malonza. You've seen the film, and you've heard the message from. And you've heard from the as a dean about room to roam, which means it needs a broader landscape approach as opposed to the traditional small parks and reserves that we have. What is the strategic thinking of the government of Kenya with respect to addressing and creating room for wildlife and biodiversity?
Thank you very much. I must appreciate this session and for giving me this opportunity to speak about the government of Kenya, and also appreciate the President for the work that he is doing, not only in Kenya but across Africa, and also for the passion and zeal that he has shown this afternoon I just want to agree with his remarks that we need to create room for wildlife to roam. In Kenya, we are already doing, we are addressing what we are calling the root causes, and I want to believe that as we create the room is part of addressing the root causes of climate change. And basically, it's because Kenya has gone through a very tough period in the last, I think, 4 years of drought, very prolonged drought. And as I came in, we began thinking about how do we address these climate change effects in a way that is sustainable. And we have already constituted a team that is working under the chairmanship of His Excellency the President, and of course has the ministry being the implementers and coordinators. We've already looked at what are the challenges around the room to roam in our country. And we've come up with 4 thematic areas that are addressing some of the core issues that we are realizing as a country are really impacting and limiting the space. Because one of the questions that we had to ask ourselves was, the population of Kenya is still growing, and the wildlife population is growing, given that when we come out of drought, of course we expect everything to progress well. And so one of the issues that we are doing is relooking into area of land titling in this country. We have national parks that have no title deeds, and so we are streamlining that area with the Ministry of Lands. We are also looking at opening the corridors, the encroached corridors, and so we are also addressing it with the Ministry of Lands. But we've also gone a step higher to reclaim the corridors that have been encroached by our people. And so we already are mapping out these corridors that are encroached and reclaiming some actually from those who had encroached. And so this is an area that we are also looking at the whole sector of wildlife and wildlife economy as a third thematic area that we need to address. And basically also addressing the other immediate challenge that we have of when faced with drought, when faced with catastrophes, and I want to borrow the word from the President, how do we manage it in a way that is sustainable? And so we are relooking into our ways of mitigating some of the challenges like water and drilling water for permanency, where we are employing on technology actually to monitor the levels, and not only the levels, to look at how much water do we need for the wildlife that we have in every space that we have. And so these are some of the 4 areas that we have really realized if we address them, then we will be creating more room for our elephants and everybody in the planet Earth to live on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You can see that Kenya is now looking at the current regime of management of wildlife to create that landscape approach. Honorable Usi, coming from Malawi, which is within the SADC region, and SADC region, you have been the pioneer, actually, of this transboundary, transfrontier type of wildlife conservation areas. How do you see that approach and the approach that the President has elaborated on succeeding or being implemented in Malawi and generally across the SADC region?
Thank you very much. And let me start by saying thank you for the program. First of all, let me say the subject to roam, giving more room, arguably is a prescription that is intended to address a problem. And that problem has been illuminated through the videos here. But at the center of the problem, there is man. By way of example, what the Honorable Minister here said regarding the issue of making sure that the land, the national parks, are protected. That protection makes sure, from the perspective of government, that people don't encroach. In fact, that's the word that was used. Encroach. To government, encroach is a negative word. Somebody is coming in. So animals to roam, that is a prescription intended to confront that problem. But if you flip the coin, look at the man who is at the center of it. That fence, you are preventing him from accessing what is due to him. So already there is conflict. You are right, and they are right. Now, because each of these parties are right, it is critical that we should come together to reason, so that the strategies that we are deploying are supported. And what I'm saying, we need to have people buy in the strategies. Otherwise, if people are not part of that, there's also a problem. We are under, maybe it's true or an illusion, that the world is developing very fast, and as such, we tend to ignore people that we regard as indigenous. Well, they don't understand, but they have a voice to be captured, which can help add value to our strategies. So, coming home to Malawi, what we have done, and I'm happy, very happy that IFO has helped us. We did engage them on this issue, and they quickly understood, and we moved on together to say, whilst we are taking care of the, in fact, the IFO is the International Fund for Animal Welfare. The animal doesn't know that they've got a fund, but the people know that the animals have that fund. The beneficiaries are ignorant. That in itself is a problem that needs to be diagnosed and should be treated. The people, they have to understand that although their name is not in that term, but they are beneficiaries also. Deliberately talk to them that they should understand that IFO, although it is illuminating animals as beneficiaries, but they are also beneficiaries. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is, let us focus on the people that are supposed to be a danger to the animals, to be facilitators of development. After all, when you talk about development, it's people-oriented. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Minister. Yeah, and I think you brought in a very important context. How do we deal with people in order to create that room to roam? And now this comes to Prof. Zimbabwe for a long time has been known for campfire, which brought together communities playing a role into conservation. And you've heard what Honorable Minister has said. How do we make sure that there is that synergy and collaboration and partnership between the room and roaming and the people over to
Yeah, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be on this panel with honorable ministers. Let me say that this topic is quite exciting for us, room to roam, but I would add a caveat to say also to retain or restore and relive. And this speaks in particular context to issues of biodiversity at this juncture of the climate crisis. And there are multiple crises that we face in terms of biodiversity. And for us in Zimbabwe, we believe that we need to have a proper framing around how we do our interventions and how we cooperate at national and international and regional level. We are fortunate to be part of the Kasa Okavango, one of the largest biosphere with the largest elephant population in the world right now. and of course with diverse wildlife, but also diverse people with different cultures, ways of living, and also impacted differently with climate change, but also with the key developmental questions and poverty that have not entirely been addressed. So that combination gives a very complex region where we have got Namibia, Angola, Zimbabwe, Zambia, cooperating at a regional level. So there are particular principles that needs to underpin the work that we do, either in terms of our action, but in terms of what I describe as the political diplomacy, or the climate or environmental diplomacy that is played at multiple levels, local, national, and international. Yes, having the largest elephant to roam, but also having people to roam and live their life matters, and restoring that biodiversity matters. You look just from the Zimbabwe side where I come from. We have got one of the largest parks, Hwange National Park. You just Google it right now as we talk. The landscape is almost gone because the elephant population can't be accommodated in that space. The elephant requires to roam. But at the same time, you have communities that also face inordinate poverty that are also equally struggling for a number of reasons, where probably our interventions going back to the campfire days with nostalgia still exist but is not effective. And this is where we now thank partners like IFO and AWF for coming together to try to assist us as a region. So there are key particular principles that needs to underpin our interventions. The principle around regionality, and we have answered that question around the CASA. What we have not answered is the actions that we require to address the environmental and climate challenges as we face COP in UAE. Second is the principle of subsidy. What are the financial answers to the climate question? I like your idea around resist, which I will put in a different context. Yes, we want to resist being victims, both wildlife and humans. We want to resist lack of progress. Yes, we want to do that. But what are the rooms and terms of maneuver at the global diplomatic climate diplomacy level, where we sit on the table and negotiate concessions around the 1.5 degrees, around emissions reductions by 2030, and all these questions that affect all of us. Some of us, we struggle because of for a variety of reasons, and we have to find answers to that. And in Zimbabwe, what are we doing? We are doing that. We need to find alternative financing for climate mitigation. One of the answers is around carbon credit framework, and we have developed one for Zimbabwe. We have developed a legal framework. Just in another session this morning, I was at a presentation outlining what we've done in terms of raising alternative financing to address some of those problems. And carbon trading has to be looked at a regional level. That cooperation is required at the level of CASA or Kavango. We haven't yet had that conversation, and that conversation needs to be inspired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very, very useful. And thanks for elaborating on the kind of transboundary cooperation that you're having and the principles that underpin that. I think it would be unfair if I don't give you an opportunity to ask a question so that the honorable ministers are not about to leave, but I think let's give the audience, anybody with a, we normally say a burning question that must receive the attention of the honorable ministers. And then number two, as I'm looking for that, I just need to correct Honorable Dr. Michael Ussi. The correct title is Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change. You moved?
No, I was there, but now I moved.
Yes. Now he's saying he used to be there. That was the correct title, but now he has moved, and now he's the Minister for Natural Resources and Climate Change. Correct? Was your hand? Yes, I need one. Any other from the floor? Two? Is that all? About nature? That's all? Okay, third, and then, okay. So let me start with here, then I go there, and then this one and the lady. Please go. Is there a roving mic? Any mic? Please give the mic quickly because of time constraint.
I can speak loudly. I would like to, my name is Simon Addison, I work for I4, but I would be keen to link the comments made by our President and CEO, Azadeen, on the importance of trying to raise the issue of biodiversity, conservation, and the role of wild animals in our climate negotiations, and the remarks that you have just made, Professor, along those lines too, and about how can African countries come together at these next COP negotiations to really raise the issue of how to build these climate resilient landscapes in ways that benefit people and nature through the deployment of nature-based solutions at scale. Here we're having very detailed, very large-scale conversations about carbon finance, which does not, in many cases, deal with many of the issues that we're looking at in this session, about how really to protect and conserve nature along with carbon, to really put biodiversity first. I know that in the Africa group of negotiators there has been some challenges around negotiating around the issue of nature-based solutions, despite the fact states have all signed up to the UNEA definition on nature-based solutions. So I wonder if you as ministers have some, maybe you can give us some ideas about your strategies for COP28. It would be great to hear them.
Okay, let's take quickly, very brief, and if you can direct it to a particular honorable minister or speaker, that'll be fine. Quick.
Thank you very much. Benny Asini from Malawi. I just wanted to request the honorable ministers just to mention whether there are options to do with payment for ecosystem services as one of the financing options in terms of this. Thank you.
Okay, payment for ecosystem services. There was Nick, move quickly, and if you can, and then Madam.
Thank you for that discussion, very insightful.
Looks like Winnie.
My name is Kamweti, Environmental Incentives. Mine is very simple, general question to any one of you. I think we have an issue with valuing our own natural ecosystems and our natural capital, natural resources. I think we need to address that. Without that, we can't show the world that we are rich, we are wealthy in natural resources. What are we doing for that? What are we doing to convince the world that, you know, it's a capitalistic world? How can we spend that money here? To develop those resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Winnie. A colleague of mine for many years. Please come this side. Yeah. She's leading an important research institute. So.
Yes, Dr. Winnie Cairo from Pala Research Center, Honorable Minister Habariako, and ministers from Malawi and other countries. Thank you. So, from the research perspective, we in Africa, and you've all mentioned our people. Our people value the space that we have, but the spaces that are available for wildlife are really pastoralist, vast lands that are mainly semi-arid. And for us to show value so that they are not seen as empty wastelands, which is what seems to come through, we really need to use research to be able to value those resources. And so my question to the honorable ministers is, as you articulate these issues very well, when is Africa's voice in research, when is Africa's voice in terms of using our data to value our resources going to be heard?
Okay. Yeah, so allow us, we give the honorable ministers and the panelists to give their final remarks, but also where possible respond to some of the comments made. So I'll start with Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Probably I'll begin with Winnie's question, which I was also to come back and also cite that Kenya is also using research. Because as much as we talk about room to roam, really we have to monitor and manage our species as well as the environment. How much land do they need in the first place? And that is a question that will be answered by research. And therefore, I want to invite you all, because on 26 to 27 in Kenya, we'll have the first conference, scientific conference to tackle these issues that we are talking about. And so I want to commend that is an area that really, if we had to go forward in terms of creating room to roam, then we need to engage research. So much in the area of not only the resources and the pasture and the water, but also for the space and the species that need to be in an ecosystem going forward. But also to input on that area, I think we can also borrow from Kenya, because our president has also come up with a housing project, which I think is also in a way to say that we are trying to concentrate people to free spaces out there so that we can have the spaces used probably for wildlife and other uses that can really benefit. And he did on the second question, and that will be my last one, just to touch on it. It's true that we have not really valued our resources in Africa. And I think that is the discussion that began today. And if you listened to our president today, he was actually speaking into that space. But in Kenya, we've already made progress because we have signed into law the carbon credit law in this country. And I know that is just a small portion in terms of managing and valuing what we have in terms of biodiversity that we can actually put into table and say this is the what we have as resources as the wealth of Africa, so that we can actually gauge with the rest of the continent and what they're bringing on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Usi.
Thank you. Let me start with the issue about research. I'll give an example. When I was Minister of Natural Tourism, Culture and Wildlife, I worked with IFOR for quite some time. Now, when I changed position, IFOR knew. Because when they came to Malawi, they didn't find me in that office, they found somebody. They knew, they had that information. We come here, they did this mistake here. Knowledge management.
Apologies.
It is knowledge management. I'm just giving this as a small scale, at a small scale. Now imagine this was at a bigger scale. There are so many institutions, organizations in Africa, Asia, America, Europe, that are doing very, very well in many respects, but poor knowledge management. Some of the issues that we are grappling with here would not have been problems if we managed our knowledge. Knowledge that is encapsulated in your mind needs to go to other people. But we are not doing that. That's why our good lady there did ask about research. The answer is we have research documents in government offices. They are collecting dust in government offices. If you ask a question, somebody will say, wait, they'll go there, find the answer, give it to you. Why do you have to raise your hand to ask a question when that research, the reason, because the research is about curiosity. When you are doing research, it's because you're curious. And there is a research question, which you are trying to address a problem. Now, when the results are out and you keep them, why did you do that research in the first place? So knowledge management is one of the challenges that we have. But I am very happy and grateful to IFOR because every time you raise an issue, they capture it and then they correct it. Next time you come, you find that my name, my title has been corrected. They are very good at that. Finally, we must understand that Africa is beautiful. The people of Africa are beautiful. Some people think Africans are hard-hearted. No. It's about communication. You know, in communication, what matters is not what you think you are saying, but what the people that are listening think you are saying, because that's what they transact with. So we should deliberately in these programs have sensitization programs where people should understand you from your perspective and you understand them from their perspective. In such a way, you don't say, oh, I misunderstood you. So these issues of roaming, encroachment, you don't have to even spend too much money on that because the traditional structures will take care of that. There's discipline in our village. When the chief says, don't do this, don't do that. You don't need your money to go there to stop the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof, very briefly.
So I'll be very quick. I think what we need is how to manage, to generate and manage large-scale data. That will answer your question around access and benefit sharing, ecosystem services payment, carbon credit, because our greatest challenge is how to measure. We need to know the quantum of what we have for us to be able to value it and know what matters around it. And therefore having large-scale data capabilities across our institution matters. For instance, our carbon credit framework and our legal framework, including the development of our national carbon registry, is all done by government. We decided not to engage consultants. And for that, we have got firm control of, as a regulatory authority, around the data that we need to share. So that's very fundamental. And when you negotiate globally, I talked about climate diplomacy at COP28. We'll be talking about numbers around the IPCC. We'll be talking about the numbers around our emissions reductions and our NDCs. But the question is who's generating that data and with what particular political interest? And that is what we are going to negotiate, where things either progress or fall off the table.
I had the opportunity to meet with President Ruto, thanks to the Honorable Minister, and this is what I said, and this is what I will leave you with. Please ensure that protecting biodiversity is part of negotiations on climate. When biodiversity is depleted, there will be violence, there will be starvation, there's malnutrition, and there's violence against women. That is what is going to happen. There is migration against people's wills, and all of the people that we're talking about living with wildlife, with climate change, those animals will move, and so will the people. They either will move or die. So this notion that it's an option to include biodiversity and nature protection in climate negotiations is a massive mistake.
Yeah, and with that, my final comment is this. Just like I've been your moderator, I have some convening power. And therefore, we'll be convening our usual pre-COP 28 session, where we'll be looking at agriculture and other things that I lead. And I can assure you that we will have something on nature-based, so that we get the right people like Professor and others to come and craft a position. Unfortunately, we don't have a common African position on nature-based solution in the climate change negotiation, and that's why it has been difficult. But I can assure you that mid-October, we'll have that meeting here in Nairobi, and we'll have that position, and you can be assured that there will be something about what we're talking about as an outcome in COP28. Thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Ministers. Can we give a hearty clap for the Honorable Ministers for your time? We really appreciate it. Simon, join us. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
nikasema sijawahi lima hii. Hata kuna rafiki mwingine amelima mtama, alikuja jana akaniambia
Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Thank you. Could we please take our seats? Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Nakunza. Welcome. Oh, sorry. Welcome to the session on catalyzing solar markets in Africa through blended finance. A brief introduction about Intellecap. I'm sure you're all seeing the banner behind me. Intellecap is a global advisory organization building ecosystems to deliver change in impact sectors such as climate, clean energy, sustainable agriculture, healthcare, gender, circular economy. In the last 20 years across Asia and Africa, we have delivered over 700 advisory engagements and facilitated $750 million in capital towards sustainable development goals. Yeah. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the panel that's going to be speaking to us this afternoon. I'd like to start with Mr. Wilmot Allen, the Managing Director of DGrid. Just come on stage. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Victor Ndige, the CEO for Kenya Climate Ventures. Next speaker, Mr. Anas Sharafi. I hope I haven't butchered your name, sir. Senior Investment Director for Project Development of Africa 50. And then Mr. Justus Musio. Again, I hope I haven't butchered the name. The Managing Director of BBox. And finally, the moderator for this session, Mr. Santosh Singh, the Partner and Managing Director at Intellecap. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the session. Apologies for slightly delayed start, but I think we are all convening after the lunch session, so we have to be mindful of that. So I have like very esteemed speakers with lots of knowledge, lots of experience, and the way we have structured the session is to have conversations around what challenges solar sector faces or what challenges the larger solar sector. When I say solar sector, I include all solutions, so not specific solutions. In scaling up, and I think the biggest challenge that we know is financing. So in this session, we'll try to see different perspective from different speakers. Speakers have on-the-ground experience of building ventures, financing ventures, and creating the ecosystem, and that's what we will be talking about. The way we have structured that, each speaker would provide initial remark, and they would give their perspective, and I think we have a presentation. So apart from one speaker having presentation, we all have been kind of using our notes to speak. And after that initial remark, I'll pick up certain threads and try to kind of get insights extracted from that. But before I do that, let me just give you a quick overview of why we are talking about that. I think I was in a session in the morning, and the one point I was hearing from everyone is that in terms of energy access, Africa is probably the most deprived continent that we talk about. At the same time, we have the highest potential for solar. The total potential for solar that we have is roughly around 60 gigawatt till 2030. That's huge. And if we have to kind of realize that potential, we require investment in the range of around $60 billion. And globally, when we talk about the investment in the solar sector or renewables, Africa receives less than 5% of total renewable energy funding in this continent. And that to go to only a few sectors, not to kind of all the sectors that require funding, but a few sectors are the prominent receivers of those funds. If we talk about the geographical spread, only a few countries are getting majority of the funding. Now, we have a challenge that there are people starving of energy. They need energy access. We need energy to enable multiple services as well. We need energy to enable the productive use cases in agriculture. We need energy for enabling healthcare. We need energy for enabling food security. And yet, we don't have that kind of pathway that we see that we can solve this problem in next, say, 5 or 10 years. If we do that, we would be very lucky. And it's not that there are not many kind of success stories. There are very many success stories. The institutions have built their businesses. You will hear from entrepreneurs here. The investors have taken those kind of calls and focused on the sectors. But considering the problem that we have, this is not that kind of in the quantum that we can say that we can safely address that in 5 to 10 years. So I think there is also discourse about that, how much capital it requires. I think I'll not give the number for energy sector, but for the climate, the number that we talk about is in trillion. So we talk about that additional financing of 4 to 5 trillion is required every year to meet our climate goals. Now, that's the money that is not yet available with the public sector or philanthropies. So the challenge is that, can we get the private sector? For those, to give you a context, the private sector manages more than $430 trillion. So they are the one who can come to the rescue and giving you additional capital. Yet that money is not flowing because of the several challenges, either at the geography level, at the sector level, or at a business model level. So in this conversation, we'll try to extract those insights and find out what we can do together. So if I can invite my first speaker to give a slightly more detailed nuances of the sector. And I think you have presentation, Mr. Wilmot, so if I can ask you to get with the presentation and provide your initial remarks. And when you're doing that, you can briefly introduce your firm and give context about your own journey so that the audience knows about that. We just did not introduce everyone knowingly that we want to hear your journey from your own mouth. So over to you.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be with you. My name is Wilmot Allen, and I wear a couple of different hats. I am, for this panel, here in the capacity of Managing Director for Africa for a cold storage company, solar-powered cold storage, called D-Grid Energy, out of Potomac, Maryland. I'm based here. And we have a short presentation. If it's difficult, I definitely can speak off my notes. Okay. And what we're going to show is the Solar Cool Cube, which sounds really good about now, given I have a towel in my hand and I'm sweating. A Solar Cool Cube system that is part of our investment into the renewable energy ecosystem that we hope to also bridge with the to address the financing gap through the mobilization of carbon credits. So Solar Cool Cube system, again, is a product out of Potomac, Maryland. We have a presence here in Africa and have sold across Africa. It's a system that I will tell you more about. Next slide, please. I think we all know the problems. That's why we're here. And we're here also to talk about the solutions. But let me just briefly underscore some of the financing gap. We know about energy poverty globally, particularly as it relates to agribusiness. And we understand how that disenables growth and constrains the flourishing of livelihoods. I always say that among sectors now that a lot of the private capital is investing in, consumer wellness and health is probably the most urgent one. And we saw that not only because of COVID, but because if you're not healthy, you can't use that FinTech app, or you can't go to that amazing school, or buy that amazing whatever outfit through an e-commerce property. And so we see that there's a tremendous financing gap that's needed across the world, and particularly here in Africa, we will focus on that. Next slide, please. This is our solution. I'm not going to bore you by going through every word of the slide. I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. So it is something that we came up with about 5 years ago. And it's adaptable, it's modular, it's resilient in terms of, in the context of extreme temperatures and bad weather. It's easy to install as well. Modular, 20 cubic meter up to 100 and more. Next slide, please. And it can be on the grid, off the grid, or hybrid. Next slide, please. And this slide is really to communicate a couple of things. More of the universality of the challenge. It's not just in the developed world, but also in the developing world, but also in the developed world, particularly in what we call in the US, domestic emerging markets, where we see, in terms of the global challenge, 2 billion people currently face food insecurity. In Washington, D.C., where I'm from, 1 in 10 residents deal with the same issue. And the IMF estimate that 120 million people are projected as food insecure as of last year. Next slide. So what is our commitment to this? It's to provide carbon sequestration technology that will be used in agriculture, dairy, and horticulture supply chains. We aspire that this will reduce hydrocarbon usage through renewable energy and methane elimination. And we're deploying these products across the continent. We have a unique model called cooling as a service, not original in that it's, first of all, a terminology that's used for software, but cooling as a service whereby we promote ecosystem interventions, whereby we provide units, large units to fish hubs, agricultural hubs, even to telcos actually now. And that provides an opportunity for the end user to lease that space out or the service out to others so that there's a wider and larger footprint of impact. And we also are exploring other models with this, and you can see and read better than I can probably explain it, some of the other points there. But the bottom line is that we have tried to make this cooling access something that's cheaper for a broader part of the population across the continent through various partnerships that we have and various customers we have along many different verticals. So I'll stop there. And let me just say a couple of things, just from the standpoint of an entrepreneur on the topic of financing. What we find is that in talking to the investment community, the number one thing that they're looking for is aggregation. So a challenge for most entrepreneurs is that I have a great product or a great solution, but the scale of it is not large enough, particularly we're finding this out in cold storage, to attract private capital. Now I think we are beginning to see that the need is so great that there are facilities emerging and more capital providers are now starting to take a look at this. My recommendation is this. I formerly worked at the IFC in infrastructure. I also wear a hat as a partner in a diversified healthcare and customer wellness private equity firm out of South Africa. It's this, that the development finance institutions, the fund of funds, should now require the GPs if they invest in to have a carbon strategy. What I mean by that, so if you look historically, IFC has been one of the innovators when it comes to ESG and made it sort of customary standard now for every fund to require an ESG strategy. Also, we, very late, but we've come to understand the importance of a gender lens. And now it's not just impact investors that have that criteria now as an important part of an investment strategy. For Africa, just as we saw technology and entrepreneurship get ahead of policy, I think now the time has come for more capital providers to require that of the GPs that they give money to so that we can see a wider diversification of deployment of capital throughout Africa across very many sectors. This is the last point I'll make, and that's this. Even with our healthcare fund, when I first joined the fund, it's a family of funds out of South Africa. The fund very sort of myopically invested only in healthcare infrastructure, hospitals, and also some clinics. But in response to the market need, not just because of COVID, but also the various applications of healthcare to consumer wellness, the investment strategy has expanded so that now we are considering cold storage and other renewable energy dimensions of healthcare that previously were not as important to healthcare sector focused funds. And I think that if we all take a look at wherever we stand as a capital provider, as an entrepreneur, and understand how all things are possible now, given technology, given human will, given resources, that this is not a very big pivot, so that whether it's an incubator, a capital provider, or wherever you stand in the ecosystem, to have a carbon strategy is not just something that's marginal, but it's core to what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilma. I think the point you make about the best practices and what we should be looking while we are investing is well put. I think we should be focusing on the carbon strategy, the gender strategy, and focusing on those sectors which require attention. And I think the venture that you represent here is very well a kind of needed, considering the kind of situation we are getting in. From a venture that you are setting up to kind of moving on to a venture that has done brilliant in terms of scaling up, in terms of showcasing what a startup can reach scale in a very, very short amount of time. So I would like to invite Justice from BBox to talk about his journey and his kind of insight that how we can scale investment over multiple rounds, how we can get the market and regulatory challenges overcome to achieve the scale that we are looking at. Over to you, Justice.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Justus. Just a bit of background about myself. I come from BBox. A few years ago, when I was a university student, I started doing a project with a group of students from Imperial College London, doing solar energy kiosks to address access to electricity in a remote community somewhere in Rwanda. And among those students, out of them, 3 of them would become BBox founders a few years later. And I've been lucky to be on this journey for the past 10 years plus. Our mission is to create impact and unlock opportunities in the different communities where we are. So we've been able to impact over 4 million people, more than half of those being children, and primarily on electricity access in rural communities. BBox is now in more than 10 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. In East Africa here is mainly here in Kenya and in Rwanda. And we have presence as well in the DRC and multiple of other West African countries. So to your point, what can be done? I think, I might be a little bit controversial here, but I do actually think that as a sector, there was a glimpse of hope a few years back, and that really accelerated the birth and the growth of so many entrepreneurs in the market. But I would say that it's much more, unfortunately, it's much more difficult to raise money today than it was in 2019. And I think I would say that investors or the different partners that play a role in the funding space, I would say that they've not taken full responsibility. If you look at the climate community, the impact community, and I do agree with you that the private sector can put most of the funding on the table, but I still think that there is a big role to play with the impact community and the climate community, with governments and policies to be able to unlock that funding. In our experience, as I said, it's been a bit difficult to raise funding. We've been successful in different ways, but I would say that for our customers specifically, they are still the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. I'll give an example in Kenya, and we saw bits of that in Rwanda with the past 3 years, seeing droughts in some parts of the country. That simply means for the rural person is that their income drastically drops, and they get back to poverty. What it also means for businesses like ours serving those people is that their ability to pay is affected. So if they were paying for your product or using it, putting the payment aside, actually using it because they only got it because they need it as a basic need. If they were using it 85% of the time, that goes down to 60% of the time when they have to prioritize food and other needs. So how do we address one side? If entrepreneurs are innovating and bringing all these solutions, if there is no investment to address the impact of the climate change on those people, to make sure that they are able to still plant and harvest in dry seasons, then businesses like ours will suffer. So for me, we need joint efforts from the different players, including impact investors, multilateral institutions, governments. And I never leave out governments, for sure. Nothing happens until a government is really willing to make it happen. And I think, for me, I've been encouraged with what I've seen in the private space in terms from the entrepreneur point of view. There's a lot of willingness, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of youthful, creative, new ideas of doing things. But they haven't had enough funding to explore, and I don't think what they are trying to solve, not many people are trying to solve this. So there are a few people who are trying, and I don't think they are getting the right attention. So I'll stop at that. And give it back.
Thanks, Justice. I think you make some very valid argument for the role of different partners to come together to solve the investment challenge. It cannot be done only by the private sector. It requires the philanthropic capital, it requires the government, public finance, and it requires the right kind of approach to support the entrepreneurs. And we are all privy to that changing environment of investment, that how it is happening. And I think that leads to my next speaker. Victor, if I can ask you to provide some insights on what are the kind of barriers that you see in this driving investment in solar sector, and if you have any role of local capital or the other form of capital coming together to drive these things. If you have any insights on that, you have been working in that space, so happy to hear from that. And I'm just kind of giving a heads up to Anas to think about your response about how the blended finance can be leveraged, because you have been managing funds, and there were a number of comments from Wilmore and Justice that highlights that what role the financing ecosystem can play in this. And obviously the fund ministers are not the only one who can drive the change, but we can surely think of the better ways of doing this together. So first Victor, and then Anas. And Victor, if you can stick to the timeline, I think I want to get back to all of you. One more round with a very quick remark. So if you can stick to 4 to 5 minutes, that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. My name is Victor Ndiege. I'm the CEO of Kenya Climate Ventures. We are an impact investor based here in Nairobi, currently investing in Kenya only, but have ambitions for the region as well. So I want to give a bit of, what is out there is that statistics is telling us that by 2030, we need to triple the energy access levels to be able to keep up with the demographic growth, with the economy, with all aspects that relate to improvement of livelihood, so that we can grow as a continent. So that's bottom line. So whether we do something about it or not, it is coming, and it's in the next 7 years. My experience working at Kenya Climate Ventures and previously working for a continent-wide challenge fund is that most of the opportunities for realizing reasonable energy access lie with small and medium enterprises, and in certain cases also with growth stage enterprises. Now, an example, I have a privilege of witnessing the growth of Bbox from a small town in Kenya here in Homa Bay County to a regional enterprise that requires to grow from time to time. And I saw them grow amongst other enterprises which faced a lot of challenges. And one of it is just the fact that, when you are small and beginning to grow, there is a lot of perception about how risky you are as an enterprise to be able not only to absorb money, but to use that money to achieve the kind of impact that you're talking about. So you don't have a track record yet, and you are beginning to tell the market that I can do it. So that's a big limitation. And solving this limitation does not only require, the conventional approach to offering capital, but it requires a more appropriate kind of capital, which in this case has been blanketed as blended finance, but it has more into it than blended finance. So in my context, blended finance would be, the nature of capital, the kind of instruments and the kind of businesses that are targeted with the kind of finance that is in the market. So for such businesses to be able to thrive is not an easy one, and more so in the energy sector, where there is a lot of focus on established and large-scale projects. So that is one of the reasons why the growing, small and growing businesses cannot access capital so easily, because every capital provider would want to associate themselves with success. And it is success that very few investors are willing to grow with. And so you find a lot of capital is available for mega projects, but not for the small and growing businesses. So just the fact that you're small and growing is already a risk. The other aspect is about the investment horizon. So every time, investors put money into enterprises, this is dictated that we are giving you capital for the next 3-5 years. But the growth pattern of these enterprises and energy projects are quite different from what some of the investors prescribe. So then the enterprises end up either losing the money or taking the money because they need it, but end up not supporting their own growth path, which should be more organic so that they can grow a proper track record. So part of the problem is us investors. And a last one, one of the panelists mentioned about the public sector, and I want to say that local capital is very important. And local capital in the context of local currency, but also local investors trying to put money into enterprises that are domiciled in their own geographies for them to grow. And I want to put it that for any meaningful growth of businesses in the energy sector, we still need to mobilize more of local capital tailored to the effect that we use it to leverage other investors from outside the region so that we can grow. And that is what Kenya Climate Ventures is trying to do in the Kenyan market. Thank you.
Thank you, Viktor. I think you made some very valid point and some concerns that have been always there, that the small and medium enterprises often get kind of a very poor supply of capital because of the inherent challenges that they have. But in order to kind of make these enterprises succeed, we need to think of a different strategy, what that he was talking about, having local currency capital, etc. But Anas, coming to you, in fact, you have been looking at the sectors and very, minutely, and you have a large fund that you manage. 2-3 points, I think, as an investor, how do you see the energy sector playing it up? And some of the challenge that we are talking about, lack of local capital. What I hear is lack of capital in local currency. So capital that is coming into local currency, not into the currencies which are not. A second thing is that, is there any learning that we have got so far so that we can do things differently to catalyze the solar space a bit more rapidly than what is happening? And third, any insight that you have from your journey as being a GP, being the fund manager, what is your call to the pools of capital, that how they should kind of enable you to deliver the goods better than what you have been doing so far?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anas Sharafi. I'm a senior director at Africa 50 for energy. I oversee the development of projects in the energy space. So my colleagues here gave some good perspectives around what I would call decentralized solutions. I'd like to provide a bit of a different perspective on larger scale projects, because of course they are a big part of the solution. And what I would start by saying is that unfortunately, despite the immense potential that we see in Africa, which is real, it's widely distributed, what we have seen so far is somewhat limited in terms of investment. So over the last decade, we're talking about 10 gigawatts of solar power coming on the grids, about $20 billion of investments. So depending on where we're coming from, those might look like big numbers, but in fact, Africa could easily accommodate hundreds of gigawatts of solar power today. So why is it that we haven't been able to make much more progress? There have been some good successes, but as my colleague said earlier, quite concentrated on a few countries, including South Africa, Morocco, Egypt. So in Egypt, for example, Africa 50 developed and invested in a 400 megawatt solar. There's a 1.5 gigawatt solar park that has been quite successful. There have been good initiatives in Senegal, in South Africa, etc. But these have not been deployed enough at scale. So the main issues that we've seen these large stages. And there, we would like coming to fill this gap, and we are seeing some initiatives. I think blended capital can play a big role there, because if you have a purely commercial approach to project development and expect commercial returns, those can be quite high because the risk is quite significant. The risk of failure when you start developing a project and spending capital is real. And so a blended finance approach there can be very successful. So at Africa 50, we are working with the African Development Bank to launch the Africa Green Alliance for Infrastructure, which is exactly going to take this blended approach, mobilizing philanthropic capital from foundations, etc., some commercial capital, in order to operate in the project development space, and so be able to do so for green projects, with lesser return expectations, and with tools that are a bit more adapted to developers. The second issue that we've seen is the issue of public sector capacity, and of course that's not necessarily at the same level of severity everywhere, but it is definitely an issue. These projects are quite complex, require quite a bit of technical expertise, but we've seen that this can be bridged quite well by using advisors. So what we've done in some of our projects is either mobilize financing for advisors that advise the governments, or in fact pay for the advisors ourselves, with the advisors having a fiduciary duty to the governments. And so that enables governments to be equipped to negotiate with developers, and it can really help. Another way is to bring in institutions that can bring trust into the processes, and so that's where DFIs, particularly institutions like Africa 50, which are owned by governments but have the commercial mindset, can help bridge this gap. third point that I would mention is the power system constraints, which can be quite real. In many cases, the resource is there, the demand can be there, but the grid is not robust enough to support solar projects. And we think big investments are needed in that space. Transmission should be a priority in parallel with investments in generation. We believe at Africa 50 that we could mobilize private capital quite successfully into transmission. So for other countries, such as India, for example, has done so quite successfully, Latin America, etc. And we're working here in Kenya on one pilot, a first project on the continent that will be developed as a PPP project. So these are some thoughts, and I can add more.
Thanks, Anas. I think just to give a broader perspective, when people talk about blended finance, the key principle is that public finance or philanthropic finance leverages private capital. Typically, we have seen that if $1 comes from public sector or philanthropies, it gets $4 worth of private capital moving into that space. So it's critical to see the volume coming there. Second, I think the point I want to highlight that a lot of people have talked about risk for those who are not looking at the risk in a very different way. I give an example of if you have to invest into solar in, say, Germany, the expected return that an investor looks for is around 7 to 8%. If you are investing into India, the expected return is around 14 to 15%. If you are investing into Argentina, it's around 54%. So the geography, the kind of thing plays a big role because of several risks, etc. So local capital and local kind of capacity building is critical, but the role of philanthropic capital is there to minimize the risk or make the risk return appropriate for the private sector to come in. So that's the one point. But I think I have very little time left, and just wanted to highlight that we were working with International Solar Alliance to set up a blended finance facility for Africa, which has been kind of put in action. It should be launched sometime this year. This facility enables the private sector developers and investors to get risk capital and risk mitigation instruments so that it lowers the cost of capital, as well as provide them some technical assistance and grant so that the project economics can be better. So look forward for that when it happens. The second thing I want to highlight is that we have very, very esteemed speakers on this, so I'll open the floor for a couple of questions. But before that, I want to kind of get a response from each of them, a very short response. And so let me start with Justice. Justice, you have been looking at the investment. You have got the B-Box to a scale. Now, you said that the investment environment had changed, right? Now, what a startup, what a venture that is right now looking for capital should do? What is your experience? And very short, like a 2-3 lines that they can think of as a guiding principle that they can take. And what is your ask from the pools of capital? In a very crisp one line that, okay, this is what we require. It can be as simple as saying that, okay, we are getting capital at 15%, we should get capital at 10%. Or we are getting equity, we should get debt. Or we should get as simple. So we get some clarity, that message can be delivered. Over to you, Justice, and then we'll...
Good one. Yeah, I think maybe I would say two things. One, I'm not this panel as a finance, I'm not on this panel as a finance expert, but with my experience and the B-Box in general, what's happening at this moment, what are we looking for? I think one, we need investors that understand what we're trying to deliver. I think at this stage of the organizations, you can get desperate for funding and attract the wrong guys and take your business in a completely different direction. So we need the right guys who understand the problem that we are talking about and have real interest and patience in addressing that problem. For a young SME, there's still, you don't have a track record like my colleague said. We have some track record. It's different from 5 years ago, from 7 years ago. But we are looking for affordable capital and patient capital. What we are getting now, we are exposed to FX exposure because we are unable to raise enough local capital. And even when we have had some partners come in to provide guarantees, it has also come at a cost. So we want it really affordable and understanding. I think that's a broad thing, but I think it's really important that people stick to what are we trying to solve in the first place. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Wilma, if you can pick up the mic that working with there. So if you can tell me, like you have been using solar not as a solar energy, but solar as kind of productive use. It is enabling something else, right? Do you see challenges different when you are working in that space? Because a lot of discussion we hear about solar as a power production, projects where you produce the power supply to grid, etc. But you are talking about a very different set of solar solutions. So, is there anything that you see drastically different in that segment because you are having a new kind of technology, new business model? And what is your ask from the larger ecosystem to enable that segment if it is something very significantly different than what typically we talk about solar?
Let me start with the latter, the ask. We should talk after this. I think, being a company that's in the productive use space, it's proving the integration between the needs of the end user and what we offer. And investors have to see it as a bundled package. We don't, raising for our company as a corporate is very different than raising a facility for the ecosystem. We actually are engaged in both right now. And so I think it's that symbiosis between making sure what we're doing is valuable to the supply chain, the value chains, but also this is another point I want to highlight, is that I think for SMEs, it's really important to stay in the zeitgeist of the moment and go with some of the trends that seem to be driving capital aggregation. What do I mean by that? For example, right now, we are aligning what we do to something called the African Growth and Opportunity Act. It's a bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Kenya, and for those of you who do know it, it's due to expire next year. In 2025. But assuming it's going to be reinstated and extended for another decade, that is a boom opportunity for energy suppliers in terms of connecting what they do to the broader value chain of trade to find investment, to find customers, to find a way to advance sustainability.
Okay. So I think, if I just very crisply summarize what you and Justice are saying, they're saying that investors need to understand our business better and understand the nuances so that, so I'll come back to that, to the investors in the last. But Victor, you talked about the Kenya Climate Venture and your focus on MSME. What is the one thing that you are doing differently when you are treating micro and small enterprise for investment? What is this one thing? This is just for the larger audience to understand that how you're doing differently than you do it for the large projects.
Thanks a lot. So our focus, as you said, is small and medium enterprises in the climate change space, and energy is part of that. And two things we are doing differently. One, we are deploying local currency financing. That's number one. And we do this because we want the SMEs to prosper within their own environment and within their own geography, within their own market. The second thing we do differently is to look at investment in a package. So it's not only capital, but it's also business growth support, because we realize one of the major challenges of small and medium enterprises is the capacity to be able to uptake and deliver on their mandate. But a last one that is important is that there is a big gap, because as a local impact investor, we deploy in local currency. The investors into KCV would really want to listen about receiving or hedging the local forex risk. So, I mean, that is our biggest problem as an investor, and it's also, affecting the extent to which we can invest in SMEs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think for the point you made about the capacity building support for enterprises, Intellicap has been supporting almost like 200 enterprises to make them investment ready, and that's a learning that capital is just not enough for them. You need to kind of handhold them so they can absorb the capital and go to the right kind of a stage. And as quickly from you, you heard the ask from the entrepreneurs, right? We need to understand the businesses, their challenges, and see that in a very nuanced way rather than looking at a sector in a one unified way. When you are going to raise capital, is there any insight from the pools of capital that they're saying that, hey, solar is already we know how to invest in solar. And that is causing a challenge for us because solar has a very different kind of mindset, the large scale solar. Is that a challenge that large scale solar is kind of overshadowing the smaller segments that are emerging?
Thank you. No, I don't see that as a big challenge. I think, capital is readily available from what we see, at least for the large scale side, for, well-developed projects. And that includes solar. I mean, sure, returns have gone down and, it's become easier such projects have become easier. But there is still appetite from global pools of capital for such projects. I think, the concern again that I want to emphasize, the issue really is in getting enough projects to the stage where they can be presented to investors. Again, that is the crucial issue. I think that's where the bottleneck lies today. And I would just emphasize again the need to raise more capital for these earlier stages of projects, which are riskier, for which there is a bit less appetite, and particularly concessional financing that can really help leverage. And we're talking really high potential leverage. For $1 invested in the early stages of the development of a project, that can leverage perhaps up to $20 eventually in investment. So it's really quite interesting, and that's our message, to continue pouring more resources into project development.
Thank you. I have time for 2 questions. So very crisp, and then we can get, can we get a mic to him? And one there. So 2, 1 here, 1 there. And while the mics are being kind of circulated, I think just to summarize in 2 lines, the small and medium enterprises, the smaller solar segments require approach that they need to be handheld before they are taken to the investors, and they need to be kind of provided concessional and high risk capital dedicated to that so that they can go to the stage. Yeah, please. Thank you. You can use this one if that is giving you trouble.
Thank you. Eric Gonte is my name. I'm a circular economy expert. I think when it comes to financing and access to financing, my recommendation would be we need to become uncomfortable for us to become comfortable. Looking at this market, Africa market and Kenya to be specific, when you talk about MSME, then it comprises 2 groups, the informal and the formal. The risk assessment for both parties then differs. When it comes back to the financing, then we are talking about energy assets. The issue to do with management of waste that are accrued from the technology that we are talking about. The financing part, the financing for that management is not there. So BBOX end up struggling to finance that activity. The fortunate thing is I've been able to work with BBOX both in Rwanda, Kenya, on the issues to do with waste management, e-waste to be particular. And also, my brothers have mentioned about the innovation in Kenya. So we are seeing institutions struggling to finance the other side of waste management, even when financing component of this aspect was factored in the financing. Then it is easier to talk about assets and just in transition to energy. Thank you.
So I think that's a comment, so I'll take it that it does not require a response. Well appreciated. The one more question there, you can just pass it on or somebody can keep it. You can come here and then.
Hi, this is excellent. So just I have a quick, the comment or maybe the question. Like I've been hearing that all of you are talking about there are 2 sides of it, the supply side and the demand side. The market works in that way. So here we are all talking about the supply side, that how the money can be brought on the table. But what about the demand, like that how the people for whom you are trying to bring the money, are they capable of accepting this money? Are they completely knowledgeable how to use this money and how to approach to get this money? I think that is also sometimes a kind of neglected side. All the time we talk about money, but we don't talk about that how to make the people ready to accept this money. I think that is also one important issue to be taken care of. And the second point is that I would like to specifically ask you that you mentioned about that when you are providing the funding, you also need to see that whether the market is de-risked. Now the question is that when you are talking about the SMEs or the small size companies, it cannot be the responsibility of that small company to clear up all the sharks who are roaming around him. So it is better, like, I think that there should be some system within the facility, right, that de-risking the whole market so that the money can be easily given to them.
So if I can give a quick response, because I get the question. So just quickly, because we're running out of time, most of the blended finance structures have a provision for de-risking instrument that come from the grant and that do that. The first part of your question, that how to kind of get the demand side of that, I think that's a separate conversation altogether. That's a very important point, but I think was not part of the purview of these things. We're focusing more on the supply side. So with this, I think I would like to thank my panelists and the audience for being very patient and listening to all the insights that the panel has. I think one-line summary, we need to focus on those enterprises which are in early and kind of not at a scale that they can be taken to the investors, so that we can build their capacity, we can provide them risk capital, we can provide them the capital they can absorb. And that's critical for making the solar sector growth to the next level, because a lot of onus is on the decentralized solutions to come to the party. The large scale solar we have somewhat kind of figured out, so probably we can call for that. Investors need to focus on understanding the entrepreneurs, their business model, their geographies, their economics, so that they can not only bring the capital, but also kind of guide them to the growth and stage. So with that, I would like to thank my panel, thank all of you, and we would like to thank on behalf of Intellicap and KEPSA and ACS, and I would like to kind of invite you, if you are in Kenya or you are, traveling to that time of the year, we conduct a forum called Sankalp, where we invite every entrepreneurs working on impact, investors. We have been doing for 10 years. So probably I'll meet you, some of you, when you are attending Sankalp next year. With that, thank you very much and have a nice day. Thank you.
right, good afternoon everyone, and a warm welcome to all of us who've been able to join us for this session on reducing food loss and waste for people, nature and climate, and this is World Resources Institute. My name is Barry Lajuang. I will be the moderator today. And I think one thing we haven't perhaps just to understand is that food loss and waste is creating a lot of environmental, social and economic, and also other climate-related issues that are pertinent and are urgent and need to be addressed. And so today, in this session, what we are doing is we want to showcase the ongoing local effort, which includes research to create evidence on food loss and waste. We also are looking at policy shifts and stakeholder convenings that could also help us set targets towards food loss and waste reduction. And also the third component is actually action, where we talk about providing technical and financial support for innovative solutions around food loss and waste or circularity. Today I will be joined by various actors who will share their experiences. And to open the floor for us, I will invite Professor Jane Nambuko, who is the Associate Professor at University of Nairobi and has done a lot of work on post-harvest management. She specializes in horticulture, but she's done a lot of research and which she also shares through outreach activities with the local communities. She's a big champion of food loss and waste reduction, and I will invite her up front. Welcome, Professor John Nambuko.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so today I won't even talk about what I do, but just highlight of this session, why it is important. And so I have to say I'm really happy to be part of this conversation on food loss and waste reduction and why it is important and why it matters actually for people, for nature, and for the environment. And we have to thank WRI for actually elevating this conversation to this level, because usually food loss and waste never comes up on matters climate change, okay? So we have gotten WRI thumbs up for raising the profile of this conversation, and we hope we stay there. So when there's COP, the voice of food loss and waste champion has to be heard, right? So why? Because food loss and waste is actually a very key piece in the puzzle towards addressing food and nutrition security in sustainable food systems, which are also environment friendly. I say that there is no doubt that we can produce enough food. Our smallholder farmers can produce enough food to feed us and even export. Is that true or false? It is true, yes? But as you'll be hearing later from the other speakers, yes? A lot of that food never gets to the consumer. It's never consumed, yes? So we use already stretched production resources, yes, whether it's water, land, yes, and production inputs, agro inputs, you know, the labor that goes into it. We use that. Those are already stretched production inputs. And then that food never gets to the consumer. And worse still, some of that food actually ends up where? In landfills. Is that true? Where it causes even more damage, okay? So it is really important. As we talk about sustainable food systems, as we talk about climate change, we really must elevate this discussion to where it matters so much. So the efforts to reduce food loss and waste must be embedded in all the, you know, whether we're talking about food and nutrition security, whether we're talking about better livelihoods, whether we're talking about economic empowerment of youth, of farmers, yes, climate change, sustainable cities. Talk about the 17 SDGs. Tell me any one of them and I'll tell you how food loss and waste contributes to that, okay? And so, of course, we know, we are probably the people in this room, we are familiar with the SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production, which is the SDG that anchors our topic on food loss and waste, okay? But there are other SDGs that are actually affected or impacted by food loss and waste. So SDG 12 has set targets, 12.3, to halve losses by the year 2030. We have cascaded this to the continental level, and we have, maybe some of you heard about the Malabo commitments on agricultural transformation. So we have targeted to halve the losses by the year 2025. This is about 2 years from now. What are we doing? For us to achieve those targets, we need individual and collective action by stakeholders in the agri-food sector, which is you and I, okay? We all have a role. And there is need to push for investment. Just like everybody here is pushing for investment into climate smart actions, we need to push for investments in efforts, interventions to reduce food loss and waste, whether it is prevention of food loss, whether it is redistribution of food, whether it's reuse and recycling of food. All that requires innovation, okay? And we must invest in that. But for us to attract or to push for investment in that, what do we need? We need evidence, okay? We need evidence, because for sure, I know Ambo is laughing because this is my story. You see, we can't go and just say, hey, food loss is important. Where is the evidence? Yes? Where is the evidence that in fact, food loss and waste, if we rescue the food, we can feed people? If we rescue the food, we can actually save, address climate issues. Where is that evidence? It's not there. What is there? What we're currently using are estimates, okay? Because this evidence is not there. Yes, we have innovations, we have technologies that could be used to address food loss and waste, but some of it is there, lying uncommercialized. Some of it we need to do our own adaptive research, but nobody's investing in that, either adaptive research or commercialization of this research and innovation to address food loss and waste. So we must make a case. We must make a case for investment in food loss and waste reduction interventions. And for us to do that, we must generate that evidence, yes? So that people can understand. When I'm talking about food loss and waste, I can say, this is how much you're losing. This is why we're losing it. This is where we're losing it. And this is the impact of these losses, whether it's on climate change, on food and nutrition security, on whatever aspect. So we must stop looking at food loss and waste as an end in itself, but a contributor to greater societal problems. Like here, we're talking about climate change. We must link it if we're going to address it. So I was telling some people during lunch that I still go back to the data, the evidence, that somebody called me last week and they were asking for if I have some good data because they want to model the impact of food loss and waste on climate change and greenhouse gases. And I said, I don't have it because nobody is financing that collection of data. We have capacity as researchers to collect it. We can collect this data. We can collect the required evidence, which is important, but we need to make a case for it so that somebody can invest into it, so that we can collect that data, so that when we are talking, we're not talking generalities, we're not talking estimates, we're talking facts. Okay, and that is where we come in as researchers. So all said and done, I know I need to hand over the mic. We all have a role, yes? As stakeholders in the food sector, we all have a role. So let us all do our part, complement each other's effort, and we'll achieve the required impact on food loss and waste, and what we desire for it to contribute to climate change, to food and nutrition security, to empowerment of our farmers, and improving livelihood. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Let's give a round of applause for Professor for setting the stage for us when it comes to food loss and waste. As I invite Dr. James Wangu to provide even a more extensive framework in terms of why does it matter and why does it require action. I'm going to ask a very simple question in the house. How much does Africa lose in billions? So this is in monetary terms. How much does Africa lose every year when it comes to cereals? How much does Africa lose cereals annually? Anybody in the house? Any attempt? James, as you're coming up. Do we know? Globally then, how much do we lose globally? Great, then let us be ready to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Beryl. I'll take it from there. So my question is simple. Why must we address food loss and waste? And I hope this works. Yes. The first and the most obvious reason is that food insecurity and poverty. And for those that are keen on the issues of food and nutrition security, is that over the last 5 to 10 years, food loss and waste, or rather food insecurity has been going up. That map over there shows you the trajectory. 2015 is when we adopted the SDGs, but as you can see, rather than improving the situation, we've been getting far, far worse. The question was, how much serious do we lose to food loss and waste? And the question is an estimate of 4 billion. Actually, it's billion, sorry, it's not million. And this amount of loss could feed up to 40 million people every year. So this sort of shows that the idea is not just about feeding the people, it's also about alleviating poverty, especially given that most of our communities depend on agriculture for their livelihoods. I'd like to also mention, this was, actually we intended to have a Mentimeter to prompt this question to you, but our system hasn't been successful. But when it comes to fruits and vegetables, we lose up to 50%, yet 1 in 2 children in Africa are suffering from malnutrition, especially micronutrients. The second reason is one that is very much connected to this climate summit, and that is that we lose food and we lose food, we waste food, yet this food has been, or rather people have spent a lot of resources, land resources, water resources, energy resources. And the second most important thing is the expansion. If we don't have enough food, people would like to find other ways to produce food, and often it's usually not this rather technological innovation like agrophonic, or rather, I don't know if that's a correct word, but it tend to get into expansion, into forests, into natural ecosystem, and this obviously drive degradation. Oh yeah, the last one. Again, connecting to climate summit. Food loss and waste obviously negatively impact climate, and the numbers shows that if food loss and waste was a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter. So this was supposed to like emphasize on to why we really need to address food loss and waste. And I believe the next presenter will be sort of showcasing some of the innovations that are out there to address this issue. So I'd like to invite Tarash, and I can ask the technology to do the thing, and over to you, Tarash.
I quite enjoy my day job because we've heard doom and gloom, and I hopefully am here to offer you some solutions. My name is Talash Hybris, and I'm the CEO of InsectiPro, and I'll tell you what I do a bit later. But first, what is the opportunity? So 1 in every 5 people will be African by 2030, and 1 in every 4 by 2050. And this means we need more food, we need more everything. But for us, the most interesting statistic to look at is waste. So here I'd just like to highlight 2 things. 19 of the world's 50 biggest dump sites are found in Africa. And right now we're doing 174 million tons of waste, but that number is expected to increase to 516. What are we going to do with all this waste? Just keep this in mind for later. What we're looking at is the food loss. So food loss you find at farm level, in terms of storage, ugly fruits and vegetables, failed crop growth. It's a very interesting angle. You have food at the market level and at consumer level. And as Professor Jane mentioned, all of this ends up in dump sites. So we've been looking at the different kinds of interesting innovations in our field, and I'd just like to highlight a few of them at these different levels. So the first one is Kafresh. It's going the wrong way. Change hands. The first one is Kafresh. This is a company in Uganda who are manufacturing a sort of liquid spray. It's made out of only 4 ingredients. It's completely natural. And you spray it on your fruits and vegetables, and in ambient temperatures, even in very hot temperatures, I don't know if anybody here has been to Kampala, you see it stays fresh for 14 days, and with avocados and mangoes, they've gotten them to a 30-day shelf life period. So you have less fruits and vegetables being wasted due to bad storage conditions, and you have more going to the market. Another cool innovation is from our friends in Kenya, Farm to Feed. They collect all the ugly fruits and vegetables from the farmer, so the farmer still has income for his, I guess, offcuts, and they take it to the marketplaces. You can find them in Art Cafe, but they're also being used for like industrial food processing, so this is less food loss, less food wastage. The third interesting innovation we've seen in our industry is Ugavi. Ugavi is a marketplace that directly connects farmers to the marketplace without brokers in between. So here you kind of see direct marketplace connections, less food loss, less food waste. Are these interesting, Professor Jane? Gladly. And now I get to tell you a bit about what we do. So I come from InsectiPro, where we deal with food waste. We were founded in October of 2018, and the biggest, most interesting fact here is right now I care for over 1 billion insects. I see a lot of you are pulling faces because you're like, oh, doo-doos, but doo-doos are a very important part of our future. Just a short video to see what we'll do, and please laugh at our puns. We find them very funny. Am I fighting with the controller? Oh, there we go. We're in Limuru, Kenya. We're a team of 150. Our bugs are fed to animals. We also have bugs for human nutrition. I think there you saw 2 different types of bugs. No, can we skip forward? We believe by implementing insects and insect products into our current food chain, we can produce more food on less land. More food with higher nutrients, and more locally sourced food. Nina looks very happy, so that makes me happy. We have 2 change makers at InsectiPro. You saw them in the video. We have the black soldier fly, which eats waste and transforms it into high-value protein and fertilizer, and we have our crickets for our human nutrition program. The rest of my presentation will focus on BSF because they are the cool insects that are creating circular economies within food systems. Like I said, yeah, animal protein, so they're replacing fish meal and soy in animal feeds. But what I want to show you is that very cool graphic there. So over the past 5 years of InsectiPro, we've upcycled 15,000 metric tons of organic waste, which was headed to landfills, and transformed it into fertilizer, which goes back into horticulture, used in regenerative agriculture practices, and then protein, which replaces fish meal and soy in animal feed. I think till now we've fed over 1 million chickens and irrigated 3,000 acres of land. Looking at my team and they're nodding yes, so those numbers are true. What we see our bugs working in are feed, like I said, food. Nina, too many graphics. Consult and agri. If you can get to the last one. feed. Sorry, this is very messy. So black soldier flies are cool. First, the bottom fact, the adult flies don't have a mouth, so they don't have the ability to sting or bite people, and that also means that they can't transfer diseases. They are also really cool because they're more than 40% protein, making them a very good replacement for soy and fish meal, and all the things that you need to grow are found in large quantities in the black soldier fly. After a protein transition, our next biggest problem will be energy, and energy comes from fats, which you also find in insects. What we've been seeing in the field is that our bugs are producing better chicken and fish. So chicken are taking 2 weeks less to grow. Fish are growing 37% faster, and pigs are taking 4 to 6 months to grow instead of 6 to 8 months to grow, so then farmers can also do more cycles per year. This is some really interesting coming out not just of the lab, but also like field tests with all our different farmers. Our second solution, and what is really exciting us right now at InsectiPro, is our agri work. So insect poop has a lot of value. We're seeing 30% increase in yield across the different cash crops in coffee, sorghum, tea, and maize. And then what we're also seeing, and what is very exciting, is we're seeing that the BSF have this shell, so every time they grow, they leave behind a shell. The shell is full of chitin, and chitin is showing to have a bit of disease eradication. So in our potato fields and our cabbage fields, we got nematodes down to 0%. And then we're also seeing effect in aphids and different bacterial responses in the soil. So our agri work is really exciting me. As you can tell, I'm trying to talk a bit faster. It's also what wakes us up in the morning. And this is Anne, and I'll let her tell you her story.
Juu nikiangalia miaka hiyo ingine nimelima sijawahi lima hii. Hata kuna rafiki mwingine amelima mtama. Alikuja jana akaniambia your work is good. And I was very happy.
Mimi naitwa John Kiambati Rokaria. Kwetu ni Rwanyange.
Na mimi naitwa Ana Kiambati huyu.
Hii mbolea ya tunaona ni nzuri kwa sababu hata ukiangalia hii sorghum tumepanda,
ile imewekwa na ile haijawekwa iko na tofauti kubwa. Ile imewekwa still iko green na iko na weight, ukiangalia iko na weight, iko hiyo ingine, na najua tukivuna hiyo itakuwa na uzito mingi kuliko hiyo ingine, juu inaonekana hii fertilizer ni mzuri. Tena kwa rotuba itakuwa nzuri juu inaongezea mchanga rotuba zaidi ya ile fertilizer ya kawaida tunanunua.
So she started off in a quarter acre. We got her from 400 kilos harvested to 660. So quite a big yield increase, and all of it was done, with a bit more regenerative agriculture practices. We saw better water retention in the soil, and we saw thicker sorghum stems so they could withstand more wind. So what we're hoping to do is use small bugs to make big impact. In feed by 2025, we're hoping to feed 9 million chicken with sustainably produced feed. And then, like I said, they have a lot of poop. This translates to 13,000 acres a year under BSF poop. And this will cost us 120,000 metric tons, which is around 100,000 tons of carbon that has been offset. With our consult program, we've trained 3,000 farmers, looking to train 10,000 farmers in the next 2 years. And then food, which I haven't really talked about, but is a very big part of our business. We're looking to feed 10,000 children on, sustainably produced insect porridge. What does this mean in terms of future protein implication? We need to scale. We're big, but we're small. We need consistent raw material supply. We need to do a bit more B2C knowledge transfer with our European partners. We need a bit more of a friendly regulatory environment. But if you look at the market, there's huge potential. BSF is expected to hit 2.6 billion by 2030, and the edible insect market is growing 47% year on year. And we live in Africa, so we have the perfect climate to grow insects. And we believe InsectiPro is where sustainability and profitability meet, making us a company of the future. If you're still bugging for more, please see Nina.
Thank you very much, Talash. Let's give a round of applause for Talash and for the good work. Yeah, so this is demonstration of locally led innovations and how much impact it can have. We have similar experiences happening across East Africa. And for the next session, I'm going to invite different experts to join me up. And I'll begin with Dominic Savio, who is the CEO of Golden Insect, from Rwanda. Sorry about that. And I will also be joined by Winnie Egon, who is a food systems analyst, and her work focuses, and her work focuses on assessing various components of the food systems and improving it. And currently she's leading work on supporting Kenya to develop a post-harvest management strategy. Winnie, join us up front, please. We also have Wamboi Mbarire, who is the CEO of we call it RETRAC, the Retail Trade Association, and she's well respected in the region when it comes to retail issues. She's currently championing food safety when it comes to sourcing, transport, and distribution. But she's also working with other stakeholders to look at the possibility of amending or working on policies to allow for food redistribution as a way of mitigating food loss and waste. And I also have Dr. Robert Mbeche from JKUAT, that is Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. He is a social scientist, but with a wealth of experience in leading and conducting multidisciplinary research. And he's worked a lot on agri-food systems, climate change issues, and resilience. And lastly, I have Makena Ireri, who is director at Global GIAP. Yes, it's a very hard abbreviation. She's laughing. She'll help me with that. Yeah, but it's energy for people and planet. At least that one you will find it. And so, allow me to begin with Dominic. You have seen what Talash has presented in terms of the work that she's doing in Kenya, and a lot of progress has been made. It's been very impactful, and there's still more opportunities for this. Kindly tell us, what is your experience in Rwanda, and what are you doing when it comes to circularity of food systems?
Thank you very much. I've lost my voice, but still I can make it. I'm Dominic Savio Imbabazi, agriculture engineer academically, professionally, and insect breeder in Rwanda, and the pioneer of insect breeding in Rwanda. I run a company called the Golden Insect. What do we do? I do correct biowaste, food waste from hotels and restaurants, from households, and also I correct farm waste and animal manure and agroforestry. Apart from what Tarash does, I do vermiculture. This earthworms, still something that is distracting, but earthworms, the red worms or the California worms. And I take all the food waste, then I put there the red worms. The red worms, they eat and they eject high quality organic fertilizers, which is able to substitute chemical fertilizers. And with that, I give the fertilizer to farmers, and farmers, they produce food, and the food goes back to the hotels, and the hotels give me the waste again. So it's a cycle. In brief, this is what I'm doing. And up to now, I'm able to produce, we are producing organic fertilizer that is able to fertilize 1,000 hectares in 1 year. This is where we are now.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting. And we will come back to you so that we have a bit of comparison in terms of the challenges and maybe the opportunities for private sector. But allow me to move on to Winnie and to ask you that you have seen what Talash is saying, and especially in the last slide. And I'm asking where you are sitting, and as someone who's leading the post-harvest management strategy development. What is it all about, and how does it fit into this whole matrix of food loss and food waste reduction?
Thank you, Beryl, and congratulations to Talash. That is very impressive work. I think you should give her a clap. These are the young people giving us solutions to the problems that we have. We are indeed working on a strategy that is going to contribute to supporting actors like Talash, among others, in addressing food loss and waste. And it fits in strategically. It is a strategy and it fits in strategically
because the strategy is addressing a need and the need is already being met. However, we took a step back and we asked ourselves, so we do have interventions going towards addressing food loss and waste, but you don't have a roadmap. So it becomes really hard to track progress if you don't have like a guiding framework on what we are doing, because beyond what Talash is doing, beyond what a colleague from Rwanda is doing, there are so many interventions across the value chain. So we took the value chain approach within the agri-food system space. So we have actors that are addressing food loss from the production end. We have those that are addressing it from the redistribution. We have those that are utilizing the food waste. But when you look at the hierarchy of addressing food loss and waste, we first start with prevention. Then we go to the redistribution, reuse, and recycling. So we recognize that in Kenya we do not have a roadmap to track the progress. So various organizations are addressing this issue, various partners, a lot of investment is going to it. But going back to what Prof mentioned on data, without a strategy, it becomes hard to coordinate all these different actors within this space. So the strategy is really coming in to support the coordination of efforts so that we can track the progress. And just to mention, the strategy is also anchored to the SDG goal 12. It's also anchored on the AU strategy and the IGAD strategy. So the strategy is coming to support needs that are already being met.
Thank you so much for highlighting the place of the strategy in terms of addressing this food waste. I want to move on to Wambui, in terms of a component of what she's saying is actually the redistribution, right? But before we get to the redistribution, I'm curious to see what is the private sector or retailers, what is their place and role? Because I think along the food value chain, we have consumption, we have production, distribution, and then we have, you know, the retailers where now households buy from. What do you think would be their place?
I like to start the conversation with asking, how many people had lunch today? Put up your hand if you had lunch today. I can't see the hands. It needs to be higher if you had lunch. Okay, how many people left food on their plate? Again, honest answer. So they say the largest source of food waste is on your plate. In Kenya, the statistic that Jane likes to quote is that every Kenyan loses 99 kilos of food on your plate. Because you serve, sip, and think, doesn't taste the way I wanted it. And it's self-service. So I always say, finish your food if you served yourself. So the role of retailers is to bridge the gap. So one of the things we have seen, if we take fruits and vegetables, for example, brought into the supermarket, how do we ensure that what we receive is fully utilized? One, when you sell, there's always remnants. So to absorb that, a lot of the retailers, and let me specifically talk to the supermarket, then use whatever is not sold at the end of the day to cook, because we have ready food that's been sold in a supermarket. That's how we deal with. And then fruits, we do juices. We're looking into also processing dried fruits, etc. In terms of FMCG, now this is flours and jams, etc. There we have a challenge. For most retailers, their supply agreement says within 2 weeks, send it back to us. Within 2 weeks of expiry date, send it back to us. But we don't know what happens then. So we've taken an initiative to try and bring in policy to ensure that we have what we're calling guidelines and a framework for redistribution, because that is good food that could go in, that is suitable for human consumption, but normally would get lost or wasted, or God forbid, repackaged and come back into the market, and we're not sure about the safety. So to put in line safeguards to ensure that that food that is fit for human consumption goes to human consumption and does not become pig feed as normally happens.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that elaborate response and for creating awareness in terms of the solutions that could actually be provided. To you, Dr. Robert, do we have sufficient evidence? Are there gaps that we need to fill? Are people aware? Because when I began, I asked a question, and it seems like people don't even know the magnitude.
Thank you very much. I think I wish to begin by saying that there is something that we know. We know that a big part of our food is lost or wasted. That we know, but whether that evidence is solid is, as Jane mentioned earlier, it's indicative in most cases, but we know that, for example, we have more losses in fruits and vegetables compared to, for example, cereals or grains. We also know that over the last 10 years, for example, the methodologies of assessing food loss and waste have been improving, have been more strengthened. For example, in 2019, the FAO Food Index, a number of other organizations, WRI that has put together this, has developed a protocol, Wageningen and others, that are trying to standardize the procedures. Nonetheless, the evidence, especially in our context in sub-Saharan Africa, is far and in between. It's like when I look at cereals, for example, maize, you look at 2013 is when we had the most robust study. For mangoes, maybe 2015. So 7 years later, we do not know quite what has happened during that period. The other thing that we have a clear gap is that there are these global protocols, but we have not been able to contextualize them to our context. Often, we have not even contextualized them to the specific value chains. Reason is because there will be differences in which food is lost or wasted across different value chains. And lastly, and not least, is that the understanding of the impacts of interventions is very, very limited. All we are working with are and without prejudice claims, is that this is able to deliver this. And I think if, for example, the evidence was solidified, then there can be more investments into these interventions. And also the trade-offs that come, because when you reduce food loss or waste, they can have another negative impact elsewhere. And because of time, I'll stop. And
thank you very much. Thank you so much. And to McKenna, what is the place and the role of energy?
Energy is crucial, and not just because I'm from the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. So there you go.
Thank you, Jill.
And I say it's crucial because at every step of the value chain, you have energy interventions, right? Whether you're producing the food itself, or transporting it, or processing it, or storing it. There are energy interventions all the way. But not just any energy. I mean, we are at a climate summit. We're not going to talk about energies for energy's sake, right? So it needs to be clean energy, because if we continue powering our agriculture with diesel, we are not only exacerbating climate change, but we are also unnecessarily taxing farmers as the price of diesel keeps going up. And there's a lot to be done here with cheap renewable energy. And so at GIAP, one of the things we are working on is reducing the cost of that energy, coming from 60 cents per kilowatt hour, which is the current cost of renewable energy, to around 20 cents. And that will really outcompete diesel. Diesel maybe is at 40, 50 cents per kilowatt hour, and we know as scarcity and as everyone pushes to net zero, that's just gonna keep going up. So if we wanna not only support food loss prevention, but also enable our farmers, we need to invest in that low-cost energy. But what does the energy do? So practically, it can be used for processing. We heard about the grain losses. Those can be converted into a form that can be kept for longer or sold in other different forms. Cold storage, the fruits and vegetables, if those were stored as close to the farm as possible, in the right kind of environment, we could save a lot of that. And I'm smiling at Jane because the first cold store I saw was at the Nairobi University lab, and now there are many across Kenya. And so I think there's a massive role for energy here. And we are working both at the ends of reducing the cost, but also integrating this technology, funding it, and enabling it to get into farmers' hands. Because not only is it about food loss, but it also has this added benefits of climate resilience, helping farmers to adapt to this changing climate, localizing our food so that we don't have to import as much as we usually do, and increasing their livelihoods. So centering people as we think about how energy can support food loss.
Thank you so much. You have heard from our panelists on the interlinkages that exist in policy, research, energy, and also private sector engagement. I want to take one or two questions from the audience. Okay, you were first. Yes, you could go. I don't know if there's a microphone. Oh, Okay, you might have to come up.
Hi everyone, I'm Zinzi from UN and other organizations that I'll not mention because of time. I have two questions. My first question goes to Professor Jen. We keep complaining as researchers, as scientists, that we do not have enough data to support our indications, our probabilities, our suggestions. What are we doing to bridge this gap? How are we involving young people in research so that we put as much output and evidence there? My second question goes to the lady with a very tough name. Yes, in my community work, I've realized that most people complain that they want to recycle waste, they want to use waste for other purposes, but they cannot find enough waste, which is ironic. I don't know if you experience the same problem and how you're addressing it when it comes to organic waste. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Jane, very, very short to the point in terms of data, and then Talash will take half a minute, and I'll also ask Dominic to to have half a minute so that we have variety of opinions.
Okay, for me, like I said in my statement, that we have capacity to generate that data. Just like Prof there said, as a research institution, we have students, and part of the work we do is research. And we could actually, let me say, we could actually generate that evidence. We just need some investment, because collecting data requires resources. So, yeah, that is my short answer.
Thank you. And Dr. Mbeche, is that the same feeling?
Yes, I wanted maybe just to add that as part of this challenge and through the support of WRI, one of the things we are trying to do is to contextualize the protocols that are at very global level so that they are contextualized in the local context and develop guidelines. And we will be having a discussion with the retailers, with private sector and other people, so that then we can develop protocols which can actually collect credible data. So that is the step that I think WRI has chosen to support. And if that can be done, it can be a step forward in delivering this more credible data. Thank you.
Thank you. For additional information, they are available. Talash, how do you manage the issue of waste?
So I actually agree with what your colleagues think. Aggregation is a very big problem in the industry because you have household waste, you have industrial waste, you have consumer waste. So what we did is we started with the easiest waste form, which is industrial, because it comes already pre-segregated. But if you want to move into like more household waste, then you need to think about separation locations, what are you going to do with the materials that you don't want to use. That becomes a whole other thought process.
Thank you. And Dominic was telling me his approach to getting waste, right? In half a minute.
Yes, thank you. Me what I do awareness from household to household. I also train hotels and the restaurant, the managers, so that I don't need I only need bio-waste. So the other stuff, they stay there, and the companies that are in charge of collecting waste, they take these ones to the dump site or to where I don't know. Me, I need the bio-waste. This is the mode I use. But to do that, I collaborate with the local readers. They just give me letters to present to household, because you cannot go to knock at every door. You say, I need the bio-waste. They won't accept. So but once you have a letter from local authority from my country, they accept. And then I train them, and I show them the impact. And then after, I do sometimes give them bonus, small bonus for them, so that they give me the food waste. For farm waste, still the same. When it's a growing time, I go and I tell farmers I will need this. For example, bean straw, maize straw, these stuffs. Still for the animal farmers, I do the same thing. It's campaigning, because most of them, they don't even know the value addition for the food waste. So I tell them what will happen. But the other things, like back, I give them high quality organic fertilizer from what they gave me, and from that, they use them in their farms. They do for you. And as the time goes by, they start believing in me, and they keep giving me things, because they will believe they'll be having the final product of high quality for their farms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Winnie, you had a point, but I hope your question is answered. Winnie?
Yes, I just wanted to add a bit on the data. The challenges with standing of different methodologies and different protocols. While developing the strategy, we did find data. People have data. Unfortunately, we keep the data to ourselves because at the beginning of every program, you will do a baseline. But where do the baselines go? So that is one of the solutions the strategy is seeking to address by proposing to have like a way of coordinating all the actors within the space addressing food loss and waste to collect the data, have a data repository so that we can share the data. I'm sure in the room we have people that are actually collecting the data. So I think there are different angles to approach the data. We do need to collect the data, but what do we do with what we already have? Because you can't keep saying we have no data.
Thank you. I think that goes to the point where we say there is some data, but the bigger question is it sufficient or do we need to fill it up as we go, right? I'm going to take one final question if there is any burning. Otherwise, I will direct a couple questions to the panelists. Okay. All right. To you, McKenna, are there any interventions already in food loss and waste and that you think could be scaled up as we wind up?
Yeah, I think the most ready or the one we've seen a lot is the integration of cold storage as close to the farm gate as possible. Because we do have cold chains in some African countries, not extensive one, but there are some that are there, but they do start very far away from the farmer. So between the farm gate and where the aggregation center is, you find there's a lot of post-harvest loss, especially in that space. So bringing renewable energy, especially decentralized renewable energy, putting it together with a cold store as close to the farmer as possible. We have companies in Nigeria like Cold Hubs doing that, Inspira Farms in Kenya and Rwanda, Soko Fresh also in Kenya, although they also support at the other end of the value chain. But I think this has a lot of promise because you're plugging into an existing chain, and also because these tend to be very high value produce as well, very nutritious, very high value. So it's a kind of waste we really want to avoid.
Thank you so much. Allow me stop there, and thank you very much, my panelists. As we end, how much do Africa lose in terms of cereals? $1 billion. How much? Yes. 4 billion. How much do we get? How much GHG emissions do we get from food loss and waste? 0? No, X. What's the GHG emissions from food loss and waste globally? All right, let me rephrase my, sorry? 4.4 gigatons, right? Or an equivalent of 8 to 10% of the total global GHG emissions. Thank you so much for your time. I think what's coming out of this is one, there's definitely opportunity to increase our data collection and data coordination, right? We could think about platforms, think about protocols and how that could help us to measure and then to target and then to reduce. Because if you don't have sufficient evidence, you cannot take action, right? And the second thing is that developing strategic policy like what we're calling the post-harvest management strategy provides a framework for different actors to plug in and to actually actively be engaged in post-harvest reduction. And then also the retail sector has a lot of promise. In fact, they are the first target we should think of in terms of reducing food loss and waste. And the private sector is not left behind, right? They're already doing something. And I think in another conversation, we were thinking about standards. How do we ensure that this produce can actually be sold and be available even in supermarkets, right? So right now they're sort of siloed, but how do we ensure that they're available for those who want to actually use organic farming? And so there's a lot that can happen, and there are things that we need to do, and it is for us to think about those solutions. Thank you all for coming and for joining us. May you give a round of applause for our panelists.
Welcome to Surge Trader, where profitable traders can capitalize on their skills and amplify.
because I was planning on calling him up, because that's Mr. Neil. Do you know his first name? Philip. Philip. Okay, so and Jennifer Morgan?
She's gonna come.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are just awaiting one of our panelists who's en route. Apologies for the delay. We should be underway in the next 3 to 5 minutes. We should be underway in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you wait, we do have QR codes for the Kenyan Green Hydrogen Strategy and Roadmap, which was launched today by His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, alongside Team Europe partners, including the European Investment Bank and other Team Europe member states. They are being distributed, so you're welcome to scan the code and have access to the Green Hydrogen Strategy and Roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your patience. We're just awaiting the arrival of one of our panelists. In the interim, if there is anybody who requires translation services, kindly just raise your hand and they will be brought to you. ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed attendees of the Africa Climate Summit 2023. Welcome to this official side event, connecting policies and investments to tap into Africa's green hydrogen potential. I am Olivia Otieno, your moderator for this very insightful discussion. Today, we have a panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights on unlocking green hydrogen investments in Africa. Before we dive into our discussion, allow me to provide a little bit of context. The Africa Climate Summit is a platform for leaders from across the globe to come together and design solutions for the pressing issue of climate change. Today's event is significant as the Kenyan government has unveiled its green hydrogen strategy and roadmap, a crucial step towards decarbonization. Our objectives are threefold. Firstly, we aim to explore best practices and lessons learned from green hydrogen strategies and roadmaps that have already been developed in various countries, building on the launch of Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. Secondly, we will exchange ideas on how to create an environment conducive to unlocking green hydrogen investments in Africa. We will also discuss potential collaborations and partnerships that can facilitate these investments. Lastly, we will delve into the potential and planned green hydrogen projects across the continent, identify the hurdles to their implementation, and discuss financing and investment solutions. Without further ado, and thank you so much for your patience, I would like to invite the panelists up on stage. We were to have Dr. Barbel Koffler, Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Germany, was to join us. However, in her place, we have Mr. Philipp Nell, Director, African Department, German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Mr. Nell previously headed the climate unit at the ministry. Mr. Nell. I'd now like to apologize for the delay of Mr. Davis Chirchir, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Kenya. He is in another panel, but he will be joining us hopefully momentarily. I'd also like to apologize as Ms. Jennifer Morgan, State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Action, German Federal Foreign Office, is also on her way and tied up shortly. They will be walking up in good time. We now have Mr. Thomas Ostros, Vice President, European Investment Bank. Mr. Ostros. We were also to have Mr. John Titus, Director of Energy, Ministry of Mines and Energy from Namibia. However, Mr. Titus is predisposed. Now let me also welcome Mr. Koen Doens, Director General, International Partnerships, European Commission. Mr. Doens. We have an impressive lineup of experts from various sectors, and their perspectives will undoubtedly shed light on the path of green hydrogen investment in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of a green hydrogen economy is critical to achieving our global goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Africa has an abundant renewable energy resource. And countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and Namibia are already taking significant steps in this direction. Kenya aims to achieve a net zero economy by 2050 and sees green hydrogen as a key tool for decarbonizing crucial economic sectors. Namibia is positioning itself as a green hydrogen superpower with plans for extensive green hydrogen production and export. There are just a few examples of the existing developments in Africa's green hydrogen sector, and we will explore them further during our panel discussion. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize the importance of this conversation. Green hydrogen has the potential to transform Africa's energy landscape, drive economic growth, and help combat climate change. With our distinguished panelists, we hope to chart a course that will unlock the vast green hydrogen investment opportunities in Africa. I was to announce a keynote by the CS for Energy, Mr. Davis Chirchir. However, as he is not yet here, we will begin with our discussion, and when he arrives, we will continue with that. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, if you will have your microphones, I would like to now start with Mr. Nil. I've just received word that Ms. Jennifer Morgan, State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Action, German Federal Foreign Office, is walking up the stairs, so we will be welcoming her. A round of applause. We were going to have a round of applause, and I don't see why not. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Ms. Jennifer Morgan. So we will start with you, Madame. Germany has recently updated its national hydrogen strategy and announced the inclusion of an import strategy. How does the strategy envision fostering closer collaboration with African countries to jointly advance green hydrogen projects?
Well, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. Apologies for being late, but why I was late is because I was just part of the Accelerating Renewable Energy in Africa event. And so it really is a huge priority for Germany to be working together, whether it be on energy access or now really thinking about green hydrogen. I think we see green hydrogen as a key element in the global energy transition, as well as working to have us meet our climate goals itself. And we see that because both green hydrogen and the derivatives really create new possibilities for decarbonization, particularly in industries where electrification is difficult. And we have some of those in Germany. We have updated our national hydrogen strategy just recently. And so we're setting a framework for the new phase in our hydrogen market ramp up. We see this very much as investing in the future, both in climate protection, but I think here, as we're hearing, just as in Africa, it's about opportunity and chances in Germany as well. We're looking at the job creation and the security of energy supply. So we have our 2.0 hydrogen strategy to really give investments in a reliable basis. We've just a couple points about the strategy, and then the link obviously to Africa. We've increased our own domestic electrolysis capacity, the target in 2030 from 5 to 10 gigawatts, and we're looking at how to build an efficient hydrogen infrastructure and hydrogen applications in the different sectors, and also to have the coherent, obviously, legal frameworks as well. But despite the national strategy, we are also now working on our import strategy. And that's very important because despite the fact that we will be working very hard to meet our own, build out our own renewable energy of 80% by 2030, about two-thirds of our we will continue to import. And I think that's particularly where we'll be working together in different projects already in Africa. I mean, that's the German part of it. I think, if I may, in closing, talk a little bit about the African part of it, because a great priority for Germany in this work is to create the local value creation in the places where the green hydrogen exists and can be developed. so that we really create a new alternative development model, one that moves away from just extracting resources to creating value on the ground, creating the jobs here, and working in a number of different countries. Pleased that we're actually today announcing to open a hydrogen diplomacy office in Nairobi. So we'll be the first East African hub for us, and looking forward to all of the collaboration, learning about what's needed here so that we can be partnering shoulder to shoulder. Thank you.
That is brilliant. Earlier this morning, Kenya's President Ruto alluded to this event, the Africa Climate Summit, being more like a dress rehearsal for COP28. So with COP28 approaching, why would you see Africa, how would you describe Africa as such a strategic partner in the green energy transition?
I think there's so many different elements, but I think maybe just two to start with. I think one is that as we move even more to action, to scale up the amount of climate finance that is coming to Africa, to be getting, as he was also saying, why is it 5 times more, right? So to get that moving down and to work intensively, and this will require intensive work between now and then, to develop some of the financing mechanisms. Denmark and Germany are working together on that with a number of countries and IRENA, so that we can actually get real about the financing piece in between now and COP, and for Africa and Germany and Denmark to be working together on that. The second is for that to really be a model on why a global renewable energy target would be a good and positive outcome for Africa, for Europe, for the world at this COP proposal by the incoming COP presidency. But I think bringing that forward to send the signal to investors. This is the future. This is the contribution that Africa can make to the world, but also for its own economic development. I think those two things being quite practical, but then getting that signal for investors out there. We're going what IRENA and the IEA are telling us, we need 11 terawatts by 2030, keep 1.5 in sight. That's what we need.
Brilliant. A round of applause, please. Staying in Germany, given Germany's commitment to international cooperation and climate action, what initiatives or partnerships does the country see as essential for promoting global cooperation in research, in innovation, and policy formulation to accelerate the growth of green hydrogen industries, especially in developing countries? This question is for you, Mr. Nell.
Yes, thanks a lot for being here tonight. Let me stress on the outset again, there are 6 ministries actually involved in Germany in the hydrogen work. So this is really a whole of government endeavor, and it is needed because it is so complex with different aspects in partner countries, in Germany, on research, on foreign policy, on development policy. So this is, and there, for us, me speaking as a development expert, we really want to also strengthen the value chains in African countries on green hydrogen. There's important work going on. Actually, again, in 6 countries in Africa so far, and I'm sure that it will continue with more countries. Morocco, to name it first, because we are in the Atlas Mountains tent, I understand. In Kenya, in Namibia, in Tunisia and Algeria, and also in South Africa. Let me, by way of example, mention 2 of these countries more specifically. On Namibia, there's a big German consortium working on a big investment, which is so big that it can even be changing a lot the way a certain region, Lüderitz, will develop. So we are not only working then on these investments, trying to have it done in a proper way, but we are also working on urban development issues and challenges around it when it comes to development aspects. Let me mention a second example, which is Kenya for sure here. Just today we were able to commit a 60 million loan for green hydrogen production and finally for green fertilizer production. So this is a very concrete project which probably will be driven and propelled by geothermal energy, where still open questions need to be clarified, but it is a clear commitment on financing. The frameworks are very important, but also it is important to have concrete projects, and that is one example. When you said what are the initiatives you work through, one certainly will be very well explained by the European colleagues here, so I skipped that one. But I want to emphasize we want to work very much joined up with the EU. Secondly, there's the GetPro project, which is really looking at the facilitating environment, the policy environment for hydrogen in countries, which is very important, as I said, really to unleash the investments finally. There is work with CONEX, which is a program that speaks to, for example, African countries to strengthen their negotiations with private investors. So really, in order to have a well-balanced negotiation on these complex projects, there's a concrete line of support there as well. So there are different aspects. And finally, we really want to embed this in a broader energy, climate and development policy, which looks at specific alliances, for example with Kenya, for example with South Africa, JETP, so-called climate and development partnerships, where we embed this work. And we hope to hear later on from our Namibian, our Kenyan colleagues, really how this works on the ground. Thank you.
It is true that frameworks are important, but it's important also to have concrete projects, and I think that amount of investment deserves a round of applause. Mr. Thomas Ostros, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. The EIB is the European Union's climate bank and one of the world's largest financiers for climate action. What risks does the EIB perceive in the investment prospects associated with green hydrogen projects, specifically in Africa?
Thank you very much for that question, and thanks to the host for inviting me. Of course, there are risks, but of course there are also a lot of opportunities. And I've never experienced such a change in the sentiment when it comes to the carrier of energy that we see now. That focus that is now put into hydrogen in many African countries, and not least in Europe, of course, where a lot of attention is being brought into the play. And I think that is extremely necessary, because we need governments and the Commission and decision makers with a long-term perspective and their conviction to support this process to come into commercially viable investment in this field. So we are acquiring expertise, but we are also acquiring experience now by doing some projects in our home turf within the European Union. We are cooperating with the Danes on green hydrogen. In Spain, we have projects on green hydrogen based on solar. And in Sweden, my own home country, we are finalizing the discussions with something unusual, a greenfield steel company to be set up in northern Sweden, based on green hydrogen as the input, to be basically a carbon-free steel production facility. And this is interesting, I think, because if we look from a bank's perspective or a financier's perspective, we need to see the commercial viability of the project. And one of the challenges is, of course, the cost issue. I mean, we have a rather mature technology, but we need technological development and scale to see examples where costs of producing hydrogen comes to a level where we actually can see that this is commercially working. And I think the first steps will be seen by industrial applications. So this example in Sweden is interesting because you integrate quite large production of green hydrogen right into the steel making process and make it thought through from the beginning. And from these type of examples we can learn a lot on how to take the next steps. On Africa, I must say the Kenyan initiative now, which we are very eager and interested to support, the Commission is of course there, the German authorities are there, is I think very well placed. Kenya, and we have been active in Kenya for many years supporting their investment in renewable energy, geothermal, wind, hydro, and of course almost 100% now reliant on renewable resources. At least that's the target, coming from 90 plus something. That type of starting point is not bad if you want to do a real push for green hydrogen. What we would like to see is of course, the systematic approach that is needed. Everything from regulation, government engagement, into off-takers and the idea on how this is going to be commercially viable. And I'm quite convinced that what we are seeing now is examples of investments that will change how we think about energy going forward. Namibia is, of course, another very strong example, but it was mentioned also other African countries. India, we have an agreement with India to take it further. Chile. So this is something that for us will be one of the main tasks going forward. Let me end by saying one of the main reasons why we are here today is that the production of renewable energy, the cost of that has gone down dramatically in recent decades. And that is really creating an environment where investing in green hydrogen also can become an economic, viable way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osros. We would like to now acknowledge the arrival of Mr. Davis Chirchir, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum in Kenya. Mr. Chirchir was to deliver this session's keynote, so without further ado, Mr. Chirchir.
Sorry about this. I was telling the moderator she may have to help me to deliver this because before I sat down. Good, thank you. Sorry for coming late. We're just on some dialogue for the COP28 consultative second round to see preparation for COP28 on how we are going to meet our targets of 1.5 degrees. Let me continue welcoming us to Nairobi, Kenya, to do what we are doing very well, and to congratulate you, all of us, for making this Africa Climate Summit very successful. So far, I think it is, what the comments are here is that it's going on very well, and it could not have gone better as it's going without everybody really accepting our invitation to participate in this Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi. I guess this is a GIS roundtable. We are running from one to one, and I just want to confirm that really we need to pay attention to the new frontier developments in power generation. I see green hydrogen being a very interesting development from where I sit, because for up to now, I've just come from a session where Dr. Sultan is saying, give me projects to develop. And I don't know whether renewable, to be very honest, as minister, without baseload today, could be a solution to the power needs for Africa. Because the challenge we face as a country, we have 3,300 megawatts today, and with a renewable of about 20%, the intermittence sometimes gives us a challenge. I've been really crossing my fingers because About a week ago, I had a national blackout, which lasted for 15 hours in this country. And so my president asked me, how are we going to run the Africa Climate Summit with all the guests in town if you cannot support the power requirements and you can switch off the country for 15 hours? And we have not quite established how it happened, but intermittence can be a challenge. Intermittence can be a challenge, and so we really need to work on, as we scale up renewables, how are we working together to quickly bring the battery storage, to bring the form of storage in green hydrogen into perspective at the cost that really can support the economic pricing of power, because even as we sit here today, access to power in Africa is very low. And even when there is access, the kilowatt hours used in every household, the per capita use of power today still sits at 200, 300 kilowatt hours, which is also not acceptable. You can have power without having it, because I used to work in telecommunication, and when Safaricom came into this town, one of the leading cellular providers in the continent, they said this is a prepaid market because of our level of GDP. So they put us on prepaid. Today we put everybody on power on prepaid. So when the tokens are finished, you don't have power. So there is access to power, and yet because of the GDP level, you don't have access because you don't have you can't buy the tokens. And so with the advent of green hydrogen, which we see as a way of commoditizing or a power storage, storing power, apart from, of course, the battery storage, it is really a breakthrough in terms of what we are able to do to be able to come out of the least cost power development plan, which is the frameworks that we employ today. And that is why, even as we say, give us projects, the question is, if we give you a PPA and sign a license to generate power today, and the off-taker is like the government, if we can't sell that power and we have to pay, the few guys who are buying that power will have to pay twice the price, 3 times the price, to be able to support the independent power producer. But with the advent of technologies like green hydrogen today, we are able to take excess power out of the least cost power development plan, take the excess power to green hydrogen, store it as green hydrogen for export to other markets, or move it to green ammonia, move it to fertilizers and agricultural economy, and be able to do green agriculture, transport that power. Where we hear today there's challenges in a very weak transmission network, we should then be able to transport this commoditized green hydrogen to market, to load centers, and be able to green our environment in steel manufacturing, green jobs, and so on and so forth. So I really want to confirm, like, even as we run that conflict that I started with by saying, generate renewable for who? We are able today, like Kenya runs the grid at 49% geothermal. Because of the take-or-pay frameworks, I don't know how many people are in power sector here. When we sign the PPAs, we sign take-or-pay on renewables, because solar availability, though it looks good in this country, it is 8 hours because we have sun 8 hours. And even in those 8 hours, you can have a cloud. And that basically means 25% availability of solar. So most of the projects in renewable are take or pay. And therefore, when it is there, you have to take. When it drops down and you're running industry, you need to support it immediately. So what is this power plant that you are able to ramp up immediately? It is either battery storage, which is still expensive today, but I know the prices are really coming down, which will help us on this journey on climate change. But the engines that can ramp up immediately are the diesel generators. So we start up the diesel generators to be able to levelize the drop. And when it picks up, you have to bring down your diesel generators, because you know the synchronization in power system you cannot provide too much supply where there's no load. So you need to balance the supply to the load. But why am I going into all this technical jargon? The point is, green hydrogen today helps us to be able to store power and take it to market in terms of export to the other countries, in terms of adaptation, who are not able to move the gigawatt, tons and tons of gigawatts that they need to generate in adaptation or in moving migration to renewable, and we are able to support West Africa. So today, as we sign the strategy and roadmap with the EU on green hydrogen, we already have a program where at night, because of the take or pay, we have so much geothermal that is not being used because we are asleep, and sometimes industry has gone a bit slow. So we are moving off-peak geothermal to green hydrogen, and we already have programs that we are running, and move that green hydrogen to ammonia or fertilizer, green fertilizer, and take it to market. So either green hydrogen as energy that can power the industry, that can run transportation, that can go to green manufacturing, and therefore I do see a breakthrough in terms of those of us in power from the least cost power development, where supply and demand must be built together to manage the cost of power, given where we come from the economics of affordability. And therefore, even as we talk to the challenge of GDP, I want to confirm from the power sector that we can really go almost full blast to green hydrogen. Of course, we have to manage the cost. We do know that if green hydrogen is expensive, we don't manage below a certain cost. And then the final, of course, there is world prices of ammonia. And therefore, if we are not able to play below the cost, the world pricing, it becomes a challenge. So it's nice to be here today to listen to the panelists on what we are doing together in this space. But I want to confirm that Kenya, we want to be a frontier developer of green hydrogen, and we are very focused. So even as we signed this morning, it's not just signing a piece of paper. We're going to put that paper into action. We've got a roadmap, and we want to deliver. Let me stop there and allow us, because we need to listen to all of us to participate. Thank you very much, and welcome again. Thank you for making Africa Climate Summit successful by having you in Nairobi to do what we can do better together to address the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. To continue with Mr. Thomas Ostros, Vice President, European Investment Bank, having heard the words of the Cabinet Secretary, and yesterday having heard the words of the President of the African Development Bank about Africa's potential, however, you cannot eat potential. Please advise how African countries can attract financing that will optimally tap into this potential.
Yes, I think the Kenyan example is very interesting in that respect, because we have now a road supporting this development, and we have Germany as one of the countries coming in. We are very interested in to see how can we come into play here to finance specific projects in it. And it is an ecosystem that must be built up. So we can take different types of responsibilities, but there must be a strong leadership and commitment to build up that ecosystem. And the Minister very wisely also pointed out how important this development can be to stabilize sometimes vulnerable electricity systems. The more dependent we are on renewable energy, the more we need of the need is of smart grid solutions, storage possibilities, to see to that we can smoothen out the supply and demand over the 24 hours or over the months and years. And hydrogen can be one part of that. But it is also about the derivatives. What type of derivatives are you interested in producing, and what is the demand for those derivatives? Where is the market for those derivatives? We are ready to go in with our technical assistance and support to take part of that discussion.
Fantastic. Can you provide certain insights into African countries that are leading the way in terms of green hydrogen, and what MDBs such as the EIB are doing to support them?
So I think there's a great rally now around hydrogen. Some countries are a little bit ahead. I mentioned Namibia, for instance, that has a great engagement and substantial projects. We are also there engaging. So I don't want to point out sort of who is leading the race, but we are very open in having that conversation and be part of the dialogue on how to create the circumstances. And the Commission is, of course, also taking a strong lead on that. And we have a tight cooperation with the European Commission.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Thomas Ostros, Vice President, European Investment Bank. We were to have Mr. John Titus, Director of Energy, Ministry of Mines and Energy from Namibia, and indeed, as they aim to be a superpower in green hydrogen, it would have been nice to hear perspectives from him. However, right now I'd like to invite Mr. Koendoens, Director General, International Partnerships, European Commission. Green hydrogen has become a key element in the global energy transition. From your perspective, with regards to the geopolitical implications of the green hydrogen revolution, how could it potentially shape the future energy market?
Well, that's quite a question. Look, I think the geopolitical and geoeconomic implications are pretty straightforward. I think we are living in times where geopolitics and geoeconomics are forming a very straightforward continuum. Basically, we see that not only when it comes to energy, but in a number of other areas as well. We had a bit of a taste of it when COVID-19 hit us first, and we felt the fragilities that are built in a system of global economic integration. And I think that what we've been living now since 2 years, ever since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the huge impact it has globally on the energy markets, not just for Europe, but really globally. I think it's very well understood that the kind of on fossil fuels basically makes us vulnerable. So this is where ultimately geopolitics, geoeconomics and economic development nicely come together in this drive towards giving renewable energy a much more important place in our energy mix. And that's extremely good news, I think, for Africa. We've heard a very articulate, strong and passionate play this morning, opportunity for Africa, not just to empower itself for energy production, primary production itself, but also for the whole green industrialization, and subsequently even Africa's position as an exporter of renewable energy. And that's where, again, the whole link between Africa's economic growth, the geoeconomics of energy and the geopolitics play a role. And that's very important. Important for African countries themselves, who, I mean, the number of countries that are actually fossil fuel producers are much more limited than the number of countries that have a real potential when it comes to renewable energy. So basically, it allows each and every country, or a much bigger number of countries, to enhance their energy dependency, or to actually reduce their energy dependencies. So that's one big advantage. It also allows plenty of others to diversify the partners from which they import energy, and all of that done in a way that actually helps our global communities fight against global warming. I would just want to add one point when it then comes to green hydrogen. What we will be seeing more and more is actually the need subsequently for global cooperation on this, not just in terms of diversification, but we're going to see basically a green hydrogen economy emerging, which in turn requires global partners to really come together again and define the alpha and omega of that. So I see it both on the positive side and on the defensive side, green hydrogen having a huge potential and a huge role in the geoeconomics and the geopolitics of our time.
Brilliant. Now, I'd love that you've brought up the point of the green hydrogen economy and partnerships. So specifically with regards to the European Union, how is the EU assisting in that development?
Well, it's not. It's what we call these days no longer the EU, but Team Europe. It's what the EU does, plus what our member states do bilaterally, plus the whole, let's say, panoply of European actors, the various banks we have, the private sector we have, and so on. It's a full Team Europe mobilization. We have huge potential there, not just financial, but also the technological expertise. And precisely in Africa, there's a real demand for that kind of co-investment to happen. And this is where we come in. I mean, Jennifer has mentioned it, Thomas has mentioned it. We work really very closely together. What we do as a European Commission, more specifically, is of course, apart from using grant funding from the EU budget to fund technical assistance, capacity building of governments and government institutions, helping to build the regulatory frameworks of the countries, which are absolutely fundamental. We also use the EU budget basically to de-risk the loans and the investment that happen. We have created an external action guarantee that allows us precisely for when private partners or when banks intervene and provide loans, we basically back that with a guarantee that allow us to take the risk and therefore make these kind of public or private investments financially feasible. It is a full Team Europe effort, and we still have a bit of a way to go. I mean, and that's why a number of leading partners like Kenya, like Namibia, indeed, and a few others are very interesting, because it allows us to really see how we and the partner country can really come together in something that actually focuses, first of all, on not just unlocking the potential, but really building value addition locally in our partner countries. And there we really come in with a full scale of actors and of financial instruments that we have on the European side. As President von der Leyen said this morning, we have a name for that. It's called Global Gateway. It does not only work on energy, it works on a number of other points as well. And that's for us very important. I mean, we've been having all numerous contacts here. This is not, of course, just about green hydrogen. It's about the whole green industrialization that comes with it. And so beyond the green hydrogen production, we are looking at a whole value chain, basically a whole economy where we try to drive investments, private and public investments, with our financial means and with our technology transfer.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Indeed, Team Europe was an integral partner in the coming together of Kenya's green hydrogen strategy and roadmap, which we witnessed the signing of this morning. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please, for our panelists. I see that we have approximately 3 minutes, so I'm going to allow 1, maybe 2 questions. If you do have a question, kindly state your name, the panelist to which it's directed, and then ask your question. Any questions? Come on.
Hello, good evening. My name is Michelle Ara. Thank you very much to our panelists for this insightful discussion. Now, my question is, we're talking about green hydrogen as the future, or we're creating a value an economy out of it. So when we look at industrialization in Africa, so how can we leverage green industry or green manufacturing as a way of generating carbon credits in the European, and we trade them in the European market, especially now with the CBAM regulations coming up. So how do we see that, for example, for Kenya or other African countries, how can we leverage that to just create more revenue for the countries and also just increase the financing that is available for such projects? Thank you.
Who will take the question?
Okay, thank you. You all noticed big enthusiasm on this side, and who was going to take that question? Look, on CBAM, first of all, I mean the starting point for CBAM, and I really want to repeat that because I think it's important that it's understood, is of course this is a key part of of Europe's dispositive to drive down our CO2 emissions. We have created within Europe a carbon market with the ETS, whereby gradually, year after year, we basically decrease or increase the pressure on the system to actually produce less carbon. Of course, we can only do that if it's like a balloon. If you put even a tiny hole in the balloon, it will totally degonflate. And so we need to protect that system from carbon-intensive imports from the outside. And that's why we have put up CBAM, that on a limited number of products basically does exactly that. It will make sure that what is imported in terms of fertilizers or aluminium and so on actually is taxed in the same way as it is done within Europe. This in turn becomes a real driver for the kind of green transition in our partner countries. Why? Because this stimulates, as we've said, this stimulates the technology transfer, the investments in making those exports, those production in our partner countries and subsequently the exports to Europe green, because once they're green, they're outside, they're no longer taxed under a CBAM. And so we basically see it as a real driver for those kind of energy investments. And that's how we are looking at it. For the time being, the number of products is limited, and therefore the number of African countries touched by CBAM is very limited. And that's also why we are looking with those countries and a bit beyond that, taking a more strategic view, which are the kind of investments we need to drive to precisely avoid that impact from happening. And that's why CBAM basically is not a threat, it's actually an opportunity that will drive the investments for the green economy in your countries.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know if we have time for one more question. Seems like we do not have time for any more questions. You're all saved. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, Mr. Davis Chair, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry for Energy and Petroleum, Kenya, thank you so much for your keynote address. I'd like to thank Ms. Jennifer Morgan, State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Action, German Federal Foreign Office. I'd also like to thank Mr. Philip Nil, Director, African Department, German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mr. Thomas Ostros, Vice President, European Investment Bank, and Mr. Koen Doens, Director General, International Partnerships, European Commission. Thank you so much. I've been your moderator, Olivia Otieno. Have yourselves a wonderful evening. A group photo, if everybody would come up. Don't worry, I'll be in the center.
passion with 22 Bet.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your timeliness in the last session. We have another session starting immediately on artificial intelligence for climate action. And we're starting in the next 1 minute. So please ask anyone who's attending to get seated as we prepare for the event. All right, thank you very, very much for joining us for this session. We know it's pretty late in the day, so we put forward the most interesting event at 5:30 so that you have the best evening after this. I would like to start by posing a question to everyone. So if you're sitting next to anyone, just ask them what they think the future will look like in the next 10 years. Thank you very much. I hope that opens up a conversation after this session, that you discuss what the future should be in 10 years, but also discuss how to get there. Our event today will be talking about artificial intelligence. And I think this is one of the most upcoming and trending topics that we have. We've all seen the emergence of OpenAI and ChatGPT, and the impact that it has had on a lot of the things that we've been doing in our daily lives. And I think the potential is enormous. But that is not the only potential that artificial intelligence has. So this session is meant to explore all the use cases and application, particularly targeting climate action, and how we get there, not as individual organizations, not as individuals, but as a combination that is very effective, that has governments, has private sector, has funders and philanthropies and everyone else. So I will not say much, but I'll invite my speakers on stage. They'll give their keynote speeches and welcome notes, and then we'll get into the depth of what we really want to share with you today. So the first person I'll call on stage is Joseph Ng'ang'a. He's the Vice President for the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. And he's also the CEO of the summit. Let's give him a clap as he comes. Yes, the second person I'll call on stage is Professor Talas. He is the Secretary General of World Meteorological Organization. So let's give him a clap as he comes on stage. And the last of our star-studded bench is Dr. Yossi Matias. He's the Vice President for Research and Engineering at Google. Give him a clap as he comes in front. As you can see, we've assembled the top minds in artificial intelligence in the world, and we are hoping to get as much as we can from them. So all our speakers will give their addresses, and then we will go to the next session. So I'll start with Joseph Ng'ang'a.
Thank you, Dennis. I'm neither intelligent nor am I artificial, so I'm not sure why I'm here. As Dennis said, when I'm not trying to put together a little summit, I am the Vice President of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is an organization set up by 3 philanthropies to drive electrification, to drive carbon reduction, and to create jobs in the process. And so when I think about artificial intelligence, the question I ask is, as these 3 outcomes are really diverse in that you have to apply multiple pieces of efforts, activities, investments with numerous stakeholders, from investors to civil society to governments. How do you make it so efficient that what takes years and years and years takes millions of dollars and requires a lot of people can be achieved a lot faster? And the reason for urgency is also the reason that we're having this summit. Climate is a crisis, and so there's no time to spend years analyzing climate impacts, analyzing energy access. We need to get to the solutions quicker. So my approach to this is purely from a user perspective. How can artificial intelligence be useful to driving outcomes quicker, faster, more efficiently from an energy but also from a financial perspective? I'll give you an illustration. We are supporting the government of DRC to drive electrification across the country. DRC has more than 60 million unelectrified people. You have cities and towns with more than 1 million people. Those people have energy consumption at the moment. They cook, they light, they drive, and they use other activities that require electrification. They also have climate opportunities. DRC, as part of the Congo Basin, have the potential to earn significant amount of income in the billions of dollars if they are able to capture the value of their being the lungs of the world. Because as a carbon sink, they sequester an enormous amount of carbon. So how can you combine an asset they have by quantifying it, by verifying it, and then using the revenues in a very transparent way to drive energy access, and then drive that energy access in a way that supports development. Everything from water to healthcare to education. Now let's take healthcare as an example. If today we try to create a Nairobi hospital or Mata hospital or a high-end hospital in DRC, the ability to build that facility, to put the equipment in it, to staff it, and to think about that in more than 120 cities, which is what we're trying to support, is unbelievably large. And yet, technology today, artificial intelligence, allows for telemedicine. With your labs, you can send them to India or wherever else, get your results really quickly. And so how can we use the electricity, the artificial intelligence to start delivering life-changing, life-saving solutions today in an interconnected world? Another example is education. Again, if you try to build schools today, you might be able to get a donor who does a few schools, but that's the hardware. But then where does the software come from? You need teachers, don't you? But you're working in remote towns where teachers who can earn a living would rather not be, and those who are there have very little capacity from an education perspective. But you've brought electricity, haven't you, by bringing electrification. And with a small tablet and a link to the internet, and it doesn't have to be full-time, you can provide world-class education to young people in DRC. They can learn as best as the kids in Silicon Valley, as best as the kids in Europe, and there's data now showing from Khan Academy and other similar institutions that with that kind of education, with 2 hours of access to a tablet, a child can learn a lot faster than a traditional institution. So when I think about artificial intelligence, and I think about it from GIAP perspective, and I think about it from impact perspective, leveraging artificial intelligence to drive solutions such as healthcare, such as education, is quite interesting. But then there's also another question around data. Hundreds of millions of dollars, reams and reams of paper, and years of time have been spent in analyzing electrification models, productive use models, things to do with cost of electricity, for example, and that can now be easily managed efficiently and in short periods of time. And I'm sorry, consultants, but with a lot less of consultant man hours to get to outcomes. Similarly with lawyers and so on. So from a GIA perspective, we can use artificial intelligence to drive outcomes in a more efficient, more productive way. And I'm hoping that this conversation illuminates a lot more of that, in addition to whatever else the gentlemen on the platform, who I'm sure know more about the technical parts of artificial intelligence than I do, will be talking to. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph. And as I call the next speaker, I think anyone who's interacted with the Summit mobile app has seen some of the traces of AI in delivering very, very impactful and very efficient summits. So if you haven't, please download it for the next one day and see how it directs you to various events very nicely. So I'll call upon the next speaker, Professor Talas, to tell us more about how WMO is looking at AI.
Thank you. I think that this term, artificial intelligence, is very interesting, and if you consult my family, they clearly can say that I may have quite limited intelligence, and perhaps this artificial intelligence might be my hope for the future. I've been leading now WMO for almost 8 years, and without WMO we wouldn't be here. So WMO established a standardized observing system already 150 years ago, and without that standard setting we wouldn't have been able to extract the small signal of climate change, and we have been doing so also for greenhouse gas monitoring and so forth. And then we are the founding father of IPCC, which started publishing its reports in 1990. And thanks to that communication, we are here now. And now the whole world understands that there's a thing called climate change. And for us, of course, we are the communicators of bad news, and we are telling that year by year we are seeing worse and worse things, and we just published a report for Africa yesterday here, and where we saw that in Africa we have seen 1.4 degrees warming so far, and it's already pretty close to this Paris low limit of 1.5. And this negative trend in weather patterns will continue until 2060s anyhow, and we are not going to return back to the last century's climate anymore. And the glacier melting and sea level rise game we have already lost. That may continue even for the coming 1,000 years, and how quickly it happens and what happens to the major glaciers in Antarctica and Greenland, that's going to be a very critical question. We have three major initiatives for the coming years, which our Congress, which had its meeting last May in Geneva, was blessing, and one of them is related to new way of monitoring greenhouse gas budgets, the sources and sinks of carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide. We have limited understanding of the role of biosphere in carbon budget, and we have also limitations in our understanding of sources of methane as an example. And we have agreed that we will combine ground-based data which we are producing through our Global Atmosphere Watch network, and satellite data which is now provided by USA, China and Japan, and soon a couple of European players. And the aim is that we would have year to year basic information on the strength of sources and sinks of those main greenhouse gases. And to be able to do it in an operational basis, we need artificial intelligence for that. So that's going to be one of the scientific challenges, and we are just exploring how to do it in practice, and we would be very much interested in having private sector engaged in this business, and there will be a big meeting in Geneva in a couple of weeks where leading scientists will come, and we will also design the operational phase, and there artificial intelligence and private sector engagement is going to be most welcome. Then with the current climate models, we can quite nicely estimate what's going to happen to the climate averages. Actually, the first runs of climate models in the 80s have demonstrated what we have been facing in real atmosphere so far. But we haven't been able to say what's going to happen to the weather extremes, and the impacts of climate change, they actually felt very much through these weather extremes. And with the current models where the resolution is a bit limited, we are unfortunately not able to say too much about those. And that's why we have a new initiative to go to kilometer scale climate modeling, where we would need the biggest possible supercomputing resources. And again, we would need artificial intelligence to optimize these model codes and how to get the best out of the supercomputing resources. There was a big meeting in Berlin in July to promote that, and that's one of our new initiatives, and we are also expecting that the COP28 would endorse this kind of approach, and there again the big tech companies could play a very important role, and also artificial intelligence, how to optimize this climate model code, because the data that we are going to deal with is going to be huge. And our third initiative is related to early warning services, which you may have heard of, and we have been getting this mandate from Secretary General Guterres to prepare an action plan so that those 50% of our 193 member countries that don't have proper early warning services in place at the moment would have them in 5 years from now. And that's our plan, and we have prepared this action plan together with our partners from UNDRR, IFRC, and Global Telecommunication Union, and altogether we are talking about $3.1 billion investment need. And from WMO's side, we would like to promote multi-hazard early warning service things, so that we have meteorological, hydrological, geophysical, and all the types of hazards that can take place in a single country handled under one umbrella. And we are also planning to promote impact-based forecasting, so that we are not only forecasting the meteorological parameters like temperature, precipitation, wind speed, but what kind of impact it's going to have on various sectors: public safety, energy, health, various means of transportation, and so forth. And again, there, to create such applications, we would need artificial intelligence. And 4 years ago, our Congress decided that we are opening the doors for private sector, and we foresee that private sector engagement and public-private partnership at the national level is the way to success. And that's why we have already some big tech companies on board. We are happy to have our friends from Google interested in being player in multi-hazard early warning services. We have Microsoft and some others who have decided to contribute to the success, and that's most welcome. And at the national level, I think that this PPE concept really makes sense, and through artificial intelligence we can create new fancy products for various users and customers. That's in a nutshell what is the perspective of WMO, and I hope that you will help me with my personal challenge also in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Charles. I don't think in a continent that relies heavily on agriculture that we can understate the need to be able to predict weather and climate. So thank you very much for all your work. I'll now invite Dr. Yossi Matthias, the people who made Google into a verb.
Thank you very much. Great to be here today, and thank you all for attending. My name is Yossi Matthias. I'm leading efforts on what I call impact-driven research innovation moonshots, and focusing on how we can use AI to address some of the world's biggest challenges. In fact, some of the areas that Joseph mentioned earlier are all in that capacity: healthcare, education, and climate, which is really the topic of this event. Now, obviously, with climate change and the climate crisis, it's no longer a future crisis, it's an existing one, both in terms of what we're seeing already and the natural disasters that are already caused by the global warming. Now, when we think about these natural disasters, this is not something new for us. In fact, I've been working on that with my team for a few years now. Even actually going back more than 5 years or so, when we've seen the need for using technology in order to help with information. During crisis, people turn to Google to find information about what can be helpful for them, how to remain safe. And we see now with the global warming, the proliferation and intensification of those crises: more floods, more significant floods, more wildfires, and more storms. Of course, air quality is a big issue also with the carbon emission, and more and more. And Africa, which is the focus, obviously this is a global problem, but Africa, which is actually not a big contributor to this crisis, is on the receiving end of much of it. So it's really important that we're actually doing more about how to address that, especially for Africa. To that end, AI is now at a transformative stage in a way that is unprecedented. It's not entirely new. In fact, when starting to look into some of the problems a few years back, we started realizing that AI can play an increasing role. In fact, I've been at Google working on search, which is a core product. Hopefully you're all using it on a daily basis. And for over a decade. But some 7 years ago, I realized that machine learning is going to change everything. And what we've seen in the past few years is indeed a transformation. And this gives us hope to actually solve problems that previously seemed to be unsolvable. So I'll give a few examples. But before that, when we think about AI, we're thinking about it in terms of how to advance it and how to use it in what we call bold and responsible way. We need to be bold in order to really solve societal problems, in order to really make a change, in order to really affect people's life in a positive way. And we need to be responsible to do it properly so that we avoid risks, we avoid possible negative impacts of technology. And in order to be responsible, we need to do it from the beginning. So whenever we start working on some technology, we're thinking right from the beginning. And again, now there are many discussions about implications of AI, but the principles that we have set up were set up about 5 years ago. 7 principles about AI and about how we'd like to think about when we're using AI and developing AI. We'd like it to be secure, private, unbiased, with societal benefits, to make it to good use, and to make it equitable, and more. And these are principles that actually we implement, we use when we're developing our technologies, when we're driving our research, but we also develop tools in order to use these kind of principles to share with others, which is extremely important. So for example, AI, if I just pick one example, AI bias is a known problem of if you just take models, just take data of practices and you build models you have the risk of reinforcing. There are some infamous examples from the early days of using machine learning in the field by various companies. On the other hand, done properly, there's actually an opportunity here to do a better job than we do today in society, to actually address some of the problems that are causing these bias problems in the first place. So I'm really optimistic about the fact that we can actually do better by using AI with the right rigor. Now, when it's going to climate crisis and the potential of AI, we're thinking about it in 2 terms, as I guess we all do. One is about mitigation. Can we do anything about AI to help reduce the carbon emission, to help slow down the global warming? Who knows, perhaps reverse the trends. And adaptation. So it's no longer a future thing about climate crisis and what it's going to do to us. It's now a reality that there are already implications of the global warming and the crisis, and we need to do something about it. And to that end, it's a great privilege to be part of the initiative by WMO, and it was an honor to be in the inauguration for that in COP27, and to be a supporter for this initiative of the early warning for all, because we do need to provide early warning for all, and this is the kind of problem that we do need to have all the hands on deck. So let me give a couple of examples of such initiatives that we're doing for both mitigation and adaptation. And we've done some good progress over the years. So let me start with flood forecasting, which is a problem that it started actually some 5 years ago, where we launched in Google search a response to general crisis. This was about how to provide information to people during crisis when they just need it. So typically within an hour, we would launch something called SOS alerts for whatever crisis, big crisis, which is out there. It's something that actually I was leading with my team, and this is to address this is part of our mission, to provide the right information to the right people in the right time. And what we discovered is actually that floods, which are one of the most devastating natural disasters, responsible for thousands of casualties every year, impacting 250 million people and causing estimated 10 billion economic damages. The information that could help people was just not there. Because in order to be helpful, you want really to give information before floods hit you. In fact, I was in Bihar, in India, seeing a village that was actually kind of surprised overnight with a few casualties. could we use AI to actually provide early warning for that? So this is the question that we asked ourselves a few years back, and it appeared like a difficult problem, because in order to predict floods, you need to have a good understanding of the fluid dynamics, of the situation, of the precipitation, of the way of the land, of the soil, so many parameters. The power of AI is that actually you can still build models that are going to help you doing that, and a combination of building machine learning models along with physical simulations of hydraulic simulations can make some progress. So to that end, we actually had a hypothesis that we could use machine learning along with physics to do something about it, and indeed by a combination of building what we call hydrologic models that take into account whatever data that we have, public data, in the water, velocity, the situation that we have in real time, the precipitation that we can predict nowcasting. We can actually have a hydrologic model that would tell us how much water is going to go downstream to a particular location. Given that amount, we can then make an analysis and ask ourselves about inundation models. What is it going to do to the areas around that area? These are for situations that we call riverine floods. And it turns out we could actually predict floods so accurately that 2 years ago we already sent 115 million notifications to people at risk in India and Bangladesh. But then we're asking ourselves, can we actually expand it and make a bigger impact around the world? And to that end, we built what we call a global hydrologic model that builds on whatever information which is out there to build a model that tries to predict for any place how the level of floods that are going to be there, with more advancements of using better AI for satellite imagery, for the lay of the land, for topography, better nowcasting for precipitation. And the global model has this advantage that in order to predict what's going to happen in a particular location, even if that location does not have historical data, if it has enough similarities to various other locations in the world, we can still use those, what we learned from other places, and use it there. So that enabled us to actually expand our flood forecasting to 80 countries, and including 23 in Africa, including in places where there's very little data. So the notion of really leveraging a global model, and the global model, by the way, is a scientific breakthrough that turned out we can actually do a better job in places without data than what we had before in the state-of-the-art models, which allowed us to do that. And with the global warming, we are seeing more floods than we've seen before. So this allows us also to have a better prediction. We'll hear more about floods later from the product manager, Maria, who's sitting here, and she'll share more about that. And this is already life-saving, again, and we keep on making progress. And this is indeed part of our support in the global early warning for all kind of initiative. Let me give a second example, which I'm really proud of. It's done actually by my research team here in Africa. So as part of my responsibilities, I'm also overseeing research in Africa, and we have amazing teams in Accra, Ghana, and also a team that we're just building here in Nairobi. And this project is actually about how to identify where we have buildings, starting buildings in Africa. Now, why is it important? Because if you'd like to understand where people are, then you need to understand where they actually live. And with the dynamic kind of expansions and migrations and movements, one of the best proxies is actually to understand where you have buildings. And turns out that this information is actually not available on a regular basis. So to that end, by using satellite imagery, and there are many types of buildings, so it's not an easy problem, but still we could actually, the team in Accra could actually build this database, which has more than 1 billion buildings that are put on maps. And importantly, they are put in open source, what we call an open building data set, so that organizations can actually use them. Indeed, many NGOs are using that for anything for public health, to analyze where you need to put vaccines according to population. To an example of, in Uganda, for example, we have a non-profit called Sunbird AI, using database and working with the Ministry of Energy in Lamo district to study villages' electrification needs and plan potential solutions, such as prioritizing electricity in important areas like commercial centers. So once you put the data out there, then suddenly you can make use of that in various ways. So again, this is based on satellite imagery, and starting with Africa, where this is a big problem, actually it's now expanded to Latin America, to Asia, to many other places. And we cover most of the developing countries in the world where this is actually quite important for public service. Now with that, let me switch to a last example, which is on the mitigation side. And again, we should not give up. I see a professor here has a 1.5 Celsius on his jacket. We should not give up on our ambition to help do something about mitigation. And the question is, can we do something with AI? And it turns out that we can. So Greenlight is a project that actually surfaced out of examining dozens of ideas of how to use AI. And one thing that makes me really optimistic about it is how simple it is. So really, it's based on the observation that a lot of the carbon emission in cities is done by cars standing in intersections and doing this go and stop, go and stop. We're all familiar with that as drivers, right? Turns out this is a huge contributor to carbon emission. And then we ask ourselves, can we actually do better scheduling of the traffic light in order to actually reduce that number of stop and go? Turns out that actually, and we could do that without actually installing any sensors, just taking the aggregate data of cars and analyzing the traffic and running, machine learning based optimizations, we could actually come up with better scheduling. And running pilots in over a dozen cities around the world, we saw that the impact is quite significant. In Jakarta, for example, we got 10% reduction in carbon emission in an intersection where we employed this technology. No sensors required. Only thing is just to do the analysis and let the city know here's something you may want to try. So just imagine if we could actually scale it up to thousands of intersections, and already now we have millions of cars impacted positively by that every day. So this is an example which is not only impactful by its own, but also the lesson learned here is that, hey, there may be some ways for us to use AI, and there are more opportunities for actually helping out with the climate crisis. Recently, we had another announcement about how we're doing it, reducing contrails, which are actually a contributor to actually the carbon emission by flights, which is quite significant. These are just examples, which each of them is significant on its own, but also it's a motivation to understand that we could use AI and could do that in order to solve societal problems. Anything from food security. Aisha, who's leading this effort here in Africa, is looking a lot into that. To have access better to, to emergency information, agriculture, and the list goes on and on and on. So really we're in a very interesting time. When I meet young people, I tell them that it's unprecedented, that people could in just a short time learn technology, learn how to use technology, open source libraries, AI, cloud, and really be part of providing solutions for societal problems that can save lives. And this is true in a very significant way. And to that end, also I should mention that this is also hugely important for us to invest in the next generation of talent that could do that. So really excited about having a team in here in Africa, really excited about our work to also support the next generation of researchers with programs such as African Master of Machine Intelligence, where we're a founding sponsor, support skilling, such as our support in organization called or various types, working with startups and encouraging the young generation to actually learn and be educated so that we can actually have many more take these and provide solutions to societal problems. So with that, really excited about the opportunity for us to use AI, and we'll keep doing that. This is really what motivates us. And again, I think this session is about AI and technology for the benefit of climate crisis, future of climate in Africa. I think that there's a lot of work ahead of us. What we have is, I think, a good start. And this is really something that partnering with many, I should mention that all of these projects have amazing aspect of partnering around the world. So we have here Kevin and his team that is part of the partnership team. We're working with universities, with organizations, with governments, with NGOs, and this really enables us to actually get to the impact that we want, and really looking forward to work with many more of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How many of you have enjoyed the masterclass? So with that hand still up here, let's give them a clap as they, thank you very much. Yes. As they walk off stage, let's continue clapping for them. Yes, thank you very much. That's very good. Thank you very much, Professor. So yeah, the next session, given that this is an AI event, we're going to do videos with voiceovers so that we break the monotony of having people here. So I'll ask the programmer to cue that. So these are applications of AI that are currently possible or currently available in Africa. And we hope that this only proves or sets up a demonstration of what can be done and also inspires more action in terms of using AI. So go ahead, please.
Economic damage. Early warning systems have been proven to assist governments and NGOs as they Every year, millions of people worldwide are impacted by floods, leaving behind thousands of fatalities and billions in economic damage. Early warning systems have been proven to assist governments and NGOs as they strive to minimize damages and loss of life. To contribute to this effort,